Hope you all had a lovely lunch. Now, I'm going to hand the call over to Senator Patterson. Oh, sorry, Admiral. Please.
Please.
Indeed, please.
Thank you, Chair. Vice Admiral Mark Hammond, Chief of Navy. Before the break...
We'll just get your microphone on.
Sorry, testing out.
No, testing.
Okay. Vice Admiral Mark Hammond, Chief of Navy. Before the break, I was fielding some questions about a dinner I spoke at in Washington, DC. I've checked with my staff during the break on the process around that. It is more accurate to say that my speech at the dinner in Washington, DC was consulted with and approved by the Office of the Deputy Prime Minister. I was one of nearly 50 speakers involved in that activity over 3 days. Other speakers included Australian government reps and US congressmen. The actual price for that dinner was $950 Australian dollars per person, not the $5,000 that was postulated. And the speech was incidental to my presence in Washington, DC, not the reason for it.
Thanks for that. Always good to get the records on the table. Okay, Senator Patterson, you've got the call.
Thanks, Chair. I'm conscious of the time and I know colleagues want to get on to the submarine agency, so I'll be trying to be as efficient as possible and get through several topics here. What is Defence's policy on disclosing the operational activities of submariners, I should say, aboard US and UK submarines as part of AUKUS?
Senator Patterson, Admiral David Johnston, it's case by case. We consider the security parameters, the circumstances of the matter, public interest details, so it varies.
Okay. Can you tell me the current location activities of any Australians on US or UK submarines?
Can I tell you where they are today? No, I would not choose to do so.
Why not?
Because that is sensitive information that indicates where our dispersion is, the nature of where a submarine might be operating at that moment. So, no, I would be cautious in doing so.
That makes sense to me. What about if I asked, say, last week or last month? Could you tell me where they were?
It would depend on occasions. An example where we've had submarine conducting a port visit overseas or had previously participated in a training exercise or activity that, because of the time that had expired since then, where we would be prepared to make those details available.
How often in the past have you disclosed the location of Australian submariners on board US or UK subs?
We have spoken about it in the broad of our people increasingly being at sea, particularly as part of the nuclear submarine program, with an indication. You recall when we've had United States submarines visit HMAS Sterling, we often indicate that there are Australians present and the nature of roles that they're performing. So we've certainly done so.
I mean at sea, not doing a port visit here in Australia. If I wanted to know, are there any Australians on US submarines in the Pacific Ocean right now, or were there any last week or last month? Could you answer that in an open forum?
I'd say yes, there were.
Where?
I don't know the nature of where those submarines are, but I do know which submarines they're on.
Can you say that in this forum?
I would not.
No, why not?
Because it is information that is live in the moment that we would be cautious with.
Understandably. In fact, sometimes when you ask these questions in classified briefings in a SCIF, they're still not even answered because of operational sensitivities. Isn't that the case?
It would depend on the circumstances.
Yeah. So what were Australian personnel doing when the USS Charlotte sank the Iranian warship Iris Denner on the 4th of March 2026?
They were all complying with their orders to ensure their activities were defensive in nature and not involved in offensive activities.
And how did Defence verify that that was the case, or when did Defence verify that was the case?
We had the opportunity of debriefing them on their return.
When did they return?
And I don't have that date. I'm not sure. The Chief of Navy might have that available for him.
Senator Vice Admiral Hammond, Chief of Navy. I'm not sure the exact date. I can take that on notice, but it was last month. We had a senior submariner meet them on arrival.
So sometime in April?
Yes, and I think that's...
Oh, sorry, it might have been... We're now in June, actually, technically. So it might have been May?
Possibly in May. We can take that on notice.
Okay. Because obviously, while they're at sea, it's not easy to communicate with them, presumably.
That's correct, Senator.
Yeah, so you wouldn't know exactly what they were doing until they get home and you can debrief them.
No, Senator, there are constraints on their employment that are set by the Australian Defence Force in classified orders. They are shared with the United States. They're consulted with the United States. There's a very clear agreement between both our navies as to how our submariners are employed at sea and the limits of their of those employment opportunities.
So how is it possible for the Prime Minister to say on the 6th of March, before they returned home, before they were debriefed, that what they were doing on board the vessel at the time that it sank the Iranian warship?
Senator, because we have direct communications 24/7 with the leadership of the US submarine force and the United States Navy, and we're able to confirm that those directions were complied with.
Well, that is slightly contrary to your previous answers. I thought it was difficult to communicate with them while they're at sea.
Senator, the US Navy has constant communications with their submarines.
Indeed. So you sought verification from the US Navy while they're at sea about what Australians were doing on that ship at that time, on that boat at that time?
Yes, Senator.
Right. And who was it that briefed the Prime Minister?
Senator, I think that may have been both part of a discussion with NSC colleagues, but I'd have to check the details of exactly. Can't recall who precisely briefed the PM.
But the Prime Minister said in that Sky interview that NSC meetings, he made a reference to NSC meetings, so presumably it was in NSC that he was briefed?
I wouldn't go into details of what was briefed at NSC or
Well, the
not.
Prime Minister's put it on the public record.
That's his prerogative.
Yeah, so I think it's reasonable to ask questions about it. Did anybody discuss with the Prime Minister the risks of setting a precedent of disclosing things like this?
I did not have a conversation with the Prime Minister, and I cannot answer for what conversations were had.
Right. Admiral Hammond, were you in the NSC that discussed this?
Senator, no.
Right, so was anyone in the room there, or was anyone in the room responsible for briefing the PM
I
about
was in
this?
the NSC, but I gave you my answer, said that I was not part of a discussion at that point on that matter.
Right, well, so who did brief the Prime Minister? Someone must have. Anyone in the room? Was it a defence official or an ADF member?
Senator, it is not at all common to discuss what occurs within NSC, and I think it's unsurprising that officials have answered in the way that they have in response to your questions.
I agree, and that's why I think it's unusual that the Prime Minister put it on the public record, but since he has put it on the public record, I think it's reasonable to ask questions about it.
Oh, well, I don't agree with that line of logic. The Prime Minister made clear in making his public remarks that it was unusual. He also said that in the public interest, he could confirm this on this occasion. He said, his actual words were, I can confirm that there were 3 Australian personnel on board the vessel. But he was clear in those remarks that it was unusual. And I don't think anything about those remarks suggests that it's now permissible for people to canvass NSC matters in estimates, and that's
Right.
never been the case.
Well, Minister, what is the government's policy now about disclosing Australian involvement on US or UK operations while they're on submarines? Will it again be in the public interest for the Prime Minister to disclose this?
For operational security reasons, we will not disclose further details on third country deployments in line with usual practice.
Right, so this is a one-off?
I've answered your question, Senator.
Not really. It's not clear to me whether the Prime Minister would do this again if he had his time again, or if there is another incident like this.
Well, I think questions for the Prime Minister are best directed to Prime Minister and Cabinet when they appear before Finance and Public Administration.
This is about disclosing defence operations. This is the appropriate place to ask this question.
I've indicated the position of the government. I've also indicated to you that if you have specific questions about the Prime Minister, you should direct them to his department.
Okay. There's been some quite damaging public speculation after this disclosure that, Australian submariners were hiding in their mess or hiding in their beds or whatever like that. I don't think that's conducive to a good, alliance relationship and the delivery of AUKUS. So I think it is in the public interest to set aside those speculation. I think, Admiral Hammond, you have. Just could you clarify that for the record here?
Yes, Senator, I was asked that question at a media stand-up in Sydney, an event associated with NAB's 125th anniversary celebration. That assertion, which was made by a commentator whilst the submarine was still at sea, is false. It is insulting, and in my view, it shows a complete lack of understanding for what submarines on operations actually do. No one is asleep in their bunk when a submarine is involved in activities such as that. As the CDF indicated, their duties were defensive in nature, and they were standing there, their assigned stations alongside their shipmates.
Sure, and that's an important clarification. I'm glad that's on the record here in this forum. But, I mean, there's no pacifists on a nuclear submarine, right? Everybody's contributing to the capability that the submarine is delivering, right? Whether they're preparing a meal to feed the crew, whether they're an engineer sustaining a nuclear reactor, whether they're actually loading a torpedo or a tomahawk themselves, everyone's contributing to its ability to have offensive effects, right?
Senator, there are several watches on a submarine. It's not just everyone on watch all of the time, and some of those people are central to the offensive nature of the capability, some are central to the defensive nature of the capability. As the CDF testified earlier, our people were on board to train and gain experience. They weren't involved in the offensive operations. Yeah,
from my point of view, this wouldn't be shared by every member of this committee. I know Senator Shoebridge wouldn't agree. I think it's a good thing that Australians are getting this experience. There's not many sinkings by a submarine of a naval vessel since the end of the Cold War. There's not many people alive today who've witnessed that, who've experienced it, who understand what that's like. And I think it's great that they get that experience. And I don't think we should be, since it's now on the public record, I don't think we should be apologetic about that. I mean, how do you so evenly delineate between a defensive... How do you differentiate between a defensive capability and an offensive capability? Everybody pulls their weight on a submarine, presumably. No one's a passenger.
Senator Shoebridge might just offer from a general platform perspective. And
he will object to that, and I have to as well. You call me Senator Shoebridge. It's all right.
My
it's all right.
apologies.
It's all right. I think that would constitute defamation if it was outside this room. But
I apologise.
You're protected by parliamentary privilege.
Repeat that outside.
Senator Patterson, and I apologise to both of you.
Okay.
You are right in so some functions are involved in maintaining the platform system itself. You could be an engineering watchkeeper, things you do that are independent to what the current employment of a mission. Could be in a galley, could be manning a radio system, monitoring communications. Some people have a much more direct role in the particular task in the moment.
Sure.
So you can separate those two functions while still operating inside the one platform without any great degree of difficulty.
Sure, but we are spending $368 billion to acquire Virginia-class submarines and SSN AUKUS so they can be used offensively if we ever need to. Don't we want Australians to have experience doing that?
And we do, and there are a number of either missions or training serials that a submarine would typically do that enables us to grow that experience.
Okay, all right. I will move on to other topics, Chair, if that's okay with you.
That's fine.
Thank you. Just let me find my page. Okay, I have some questions about Henderson, if the relevant officials are available. Okay, what are the key timelines and milestones and decision points for Henderson?
Senator David Hanley, DepSec NSSG. Can you repeat the question for me,
Yes.
please?
I'm after the key kind of timelines, milestones, decision points on Henderson.
So I guess I'd grip it up at a top level that we aim to deliver shipbuilding, ship sustainment and MPS sustainment facilities at Henderson. Each of those activities run a different schedule. The submarine DLM facility has to be ready towards the end of the next decade. The shipbuilding is broken into various activities that we've got to support. So landing craft heavy is the first one. Plans are underway today to develop the necessary facilities for that particular project, by example. We have other milestones that extend from now through to the end of the next decade. Do you want me to go into those level of detail, I assume?
Yeah, I wonder if you could provide on notice maybe a timeline of key kind of deliverables, decision points. What have you got that's able to be provided?
Yeah, I can take that on notice and provide that. Yeah.
What is the next most critical decision?
The next most critical decision is probably to do a number of preliminary activities that are underway today in order to understand the siting perimeters for Henderson precinct. And implicit in that are some activities around geotechnical surveys, preliminary surveys, working with the WA government on industry engagement and WA government writ large around adjacent activities that are occurring in the area. So that's kind of the near-term activities over the next 12 to 18 months.
Am I right in understanding there's quite an important decision point required on where in Henderson I'm going to get the terminology wrong, but the docks are going to be, or what's the kind of particular?
Yeah, it's where, I think what you're asking me is a key activity we have underway now is to get to the 10% design master plan, if you like, for Henderson. Implicit in that will be where the nuclear power siting DLM facility will be, where the shipbuilding facility will be, and broadly where the ship sustainment facilities will be. The detail that sits within that, like exactly where buildings and docks will be, as you called it, that comes when you get to the 30% design and more maturity as the design evolves.
Right, because I was there last week. I had a bit of a look around, but by no means am I an expert. I understand there's a couple of options for each of those things.
Correct.
It sounded like from your answer there that a decision on that is not imminent. It will take a little bit more time.
No, I think at the last Senate estimates, we talked about making those kind of broad precinct decisions later this year.
This year, right.
Correct.
And then you communicate with the stakeholders who'll be affected by that, because obviously there is existing tenants there.
Correct.
And where you put it could have quite significant implications for them.
And we've been engaging with them through that whole journey. So not just defence industry, Senator, but also non-defence industry.
Yes.
And WA government.
Yep. And so what can you do to reassure them that a decision is imminent? Because I understand these consultations have been going on for years.
Yeah, they have been going on for some time. It is a process. It's a very complicated landscape at Henderson. We signed, and it's publicly knowledgeable, that the design services consultant was signed in earlier this year, February. It's around about a 6 to 9 month process to do the 10% design, and that should give reassurance that we're on track for that 10% design, which will provide some certainty around precincts for shipbuilding, ship sustainment, MPS sustainment later this year.
Okay. Can you give me an update on the current estimated costs of the project?
I might ask the CFO to also assist. We have at the moment been allocated $127 million to do preliminary design activities, some of which I've just mentioned earlier. On top of that, the government has committed $12 billion in order to provide certainty around the Henderson Defence Precinct over 10 years. Thank you, Secretary. And we also have a plan over the forward estimates as well, which is, again, why I get more detail.
How much of that 12 falls in the forward estimates and how much of it is in the medium term?
That level of detail is commercially sensitive, only because we are yet to let out contracts, but broadly speaking, around half.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you providing information that you can, but $12 billion is not the total cost of the project, is it? What is the current estimated total cost?
I think originally there was some public statements of the order of $25 billion for the broader Henderson Defence Precinct over all aspects of it.
Yep. And is that still current? Because I think that figure's been public for a while, and we've had inflation in the construction industry since then. Is it still $25 billion, or is it going to be higher?
No, we are running to schedule at the moment, and schedule drives cost, so predominantly. So I would say we're still running to the baseline we have for cost.
No increases on that $25 billion estimate, which I think has been on the public record for a couple of years. We've had construction inflation running in double digits in some industries.
Senator, it's a complex program.
Indeed.
And we're at the very early stages of that.
Indeed.
And so I would argue that nothing has changed demonstrably to suggest that the cost will be any different to that.
Well, I mean, I hope that's right, but it will be unique for a major construction project not to have increased in costs over the last few years.
I hear what you're saying, Senator. This is not a shipbuilding program. This is an infrastructure building program. It has different risks and
issues. That's what I'm worried about. Have you seen infrastructure projects anywhere else in the country right now? Even roads and rail, and they're all blowing up.
I understand. There's a level of, in our planning, there's been a level of contingency around schedule and cost. And so that's embedded in that number and in our schedule.
Okay. All right. I think Senator Blythe might have some follow-up questions on this before I move to another topic.
If that's okay,
Please.
Chair, with your indulgence.
5 more minutes and then I'll have to rotate the call.
Yep.
Just a couple of very clarifying. In terms of the Henderson Defence Precinct, are you able to outline the size of the workforce that you expect to be there?
I think Minister Conroy's on the public record as talking around about 10,000 jobs that will be over the long term.
Yes, yep.
We'll be working in the Henderson precinct area, yes, correct.
In the planning phase that you're going through that you've just described in terms of getting there, are you taking into account the pressures that will be put on local roads and other infrastructure, housing, schools? Because if you're bringing 10,000 people in to that space, what's happening in the planning for the community around it?
Senator, we're well engaged with the WA government around not just all the enabling services that occur for Henderson Defence Precinct, but also the impacts to community, to environment, to cultural heritage issues, other matters. So I would say we're well engaged with WA government. We're talking to them about roads, schools, access. And it's not just at the end point either, Senator. We're talking to them about in the build phase, which also brings in a considerable number of people to the area.
Okay. And I think the other ones, I reckon you've covered all of the other ones. Did you have more on this? Or otherwise?
An unlimited amount that I could have, but given the time, I might put some on notice.
Yes.
I'll loop back to you.
Yeah.
I'll hand over to Senator Shoebridge.
Thank you.
All right.
Pardon me. Thank you, Chair. Perhaps at the end of this round of questioning, if we have an answer to that question on Palantir and embedded numbers, if we could have those numbers at the end, but rather than delay, we might get started on just one question to you, Admiral Johnson. The IGADF in their preparation document for last round of estimates said this: following the completion of the IGADF Afghanistan inquiry, my office conducted an inquiry which examined issues of command accountability. I have delivered that inquiry to the Chief of the Defence Force. When did you get that delivered by the IGADF?
So, Senator Patterson, Senator Shoebridge, I've gone right around. Senator Shoebridge.
Do you need a coffee there, Admiral?
Yeah, I might do.
It's the pink shirt is the green.
Yeah,
that's how you tell.
Senator Shoebridge, I just need to check the timing. That may have been delivered to my predecessor, not me. I'm just not certain of the timing of the delivery
All
of
right.
that report.
Well, have you seen it?
I would have to check the report itself and advise you of whether that was the case or not.
Whether you'd seen it or not?
Yes, yeah.
Well, sure you can remember whether you saw a report from the IGADF about command accountability following the Afghanistan inquiry. A big issue about was the recommendation from Major General Brereton to not hold senior command to account. Do you remember that recommendation?
So I'd certainly recall the recommendation and the material that was in the Brereton report that provided that explanation and that judgment, yes.
Yeah, but then apparently after that, the IGADF undertook a whole separate inquiry into issues of command accountability and gave that to either you or your predecessor.
And that's what I would have to check, Senator.
Well, I mean, has something happened? Has there been any action taken as a result of an IGADF report into command accountability?
So you might recall there were actions taken that were consistent with the judgment around command authority and responsibility. One of the recommendations that the IG had was to consider medallic recognition of commanders through that period, and that process has been followed through to conclusion.
Sorry, so the outcome has been to give plaudits and medals to people in command responsibility, as opposed to hold them to account for their actions. So the outcome from this has been to give more people medals.
No, Senator, that's not what I said. I said that the IG recommended that because commanders have an ethical responsibility, which we accept and recognise, that the recognition that was offered to those commanders during their service associated with Afghanistan be reviewed, and that has been conducted.
Can you provide this committee with a copy of the report to the inquiry that was delivered by the IGADF into command accountability?
Senator, I would have to take that on notice, as it is an Inspector General's report, not a report originated within the department.
But under the Act, it's delivered to you.
Yes.
And it becomes your property or your officer's property to deal with. Have you made any public comments about the receipt of the report? Has your predecessor made any comments about the receipt of the report?
Senator Shoebridge, as I said, I'll need to go back and check the timing of it, and I would be happy to look at comments that were made subsequent to the receipt of it. I don't recall it being received in my time.
Has there been a decision not to publish it, to keep it secret?
I would have to take that on notice.
Can you provide details to the committee about when it was received, what its length was, how many recommendations were made, what those recommendations were, and what the how many of them have been implemented?
Yes, Senator, I'll take
obviously,
that on notice.
in addition to providing a copy of the report.
I'll take it on notice, Senator.
All right, thank you. And I think you were asked some questions by another senator, whose name I won't repeat.
I think he meant answering questions rather than asking.
In relation to what Australian personnel were doing, you and I think Admiral Hammond were answering questions, what Australian personnel were doing on the US nuclear submarine that sank the Iranian frigate and then left the survivors to drown. Was there any report back from the Australian personnel about their involvement in the decision or the actions that flowed from the decision to leave the Iranian sailors to drown in breach of the UN Convention of Law of the Sea? Was there any report back on that?
I expect not, because that would be a decision that would have been made by the submarine commander in the conduct of his submarine operations.
But were they involved in the activities? Were they involved in keeping the submarine running, any of the activities of the submarine as they operationalised the decision to leave the Iranians to drown at sea?
They would have maintained duties consistent with the directions and authorities we had given them.
Well, I know there's some pushback from you and from Admiral Hammond about the idea that the Australian personnel were directed to their bunks. I saw a straw man being put forward by, I think it was Admiral Hammond, suggesting that the Australians were put to their bunks and asleep. I've never heard that they were asleep. Perhaps you could explain where that came from, Admiral Hammond. But there have been public commentary that they were directed to their bunks while the attack was happening. If you challenge that, you say they weren't directed to their bunks, what were they directed to do while the attack happened?
Senator, I do not know where the commentary came around bunks. The Defence has not offered that view in any of our public commentary. What they were doing was maintaining the authorities that they were given, which is to ensure their activities are consistent with policies, procedures and international law requirements that we had provided to them.
So what were they doing? The submarine was engaged in the process of sinking an Iranian vessel and then leaving the survivors to drown. While that happened, what were the Australian personnel doing? You say they weren't. Were they involved in the attack?
No.
So what were they doing?
Do you know?
Senator Vice Admiral Hammond, Chief of Navy, Senator, these are very junior personnel in training positions. They're assigned stations for an activity like this, including being ready to defend the ship. So damage control activity if the submarine was counter-attacked. That is defensive readiness consistent with our rules of engagement for self-defence.
But part of any attack that a submarine will do will be to send people to different battle stations. Some of them may be damage control, some of them may be in part of the battle management system, some of them operate in different weapon systems. That's a critical part of any submarine getting ready to engage in offensive weapons. And is that the line you're drawing? They were part of the operation to sink the vessel, but because they weren't directly in a weapons system, you say they're defensive. Is that really what you say now?
Senator, I'm intimately familiar with submarine operations. I don't accept your characterisation. There are a number of different roles, a number of different positions. We're very, very clear the direction to our sailors serving in the United States Navy that they are not to participate in hostile actions. If I can draw a parallel, not everyone in serving in the Pentagon, including dozens of international personnel, are involved in the operations of the Pentagon. Not everybody in this building is involved in decision making.
Yeah, but not everyone in the Pentagon is staffing an active battle station while a submarine is in the process of sinking an enemy combatant. And we now find out, like months after this speculation starts, that that's actually what the Australian personnel were doing. They were there in damage control, staffing damage control, critical for the submarine to be in a position of readiness to attack. That's what they were doing. And we find this out after months and months of speculation.
Senator, that's not accurate. The way you're characterising my remarks is completely misleading.
Tell me how it's wrong.
They are not participating in battle stations. They are not participating in the offensive action of the submarine.
They're at a damage control station.
To defend the submarine if it is attacked.
It's an essential part of readying a submarine for attack that those stations are staffed. It's an essential part of readying a submarine for attack, isn't it?
No, Senator, it's not.
So you would go into an attack without having
Chair,
those stations ready?
If Admiral Hammond could be allowed to conclude his answers before Senator Shoebridge commences a new line of questioning.
Senator, the employment of the weapon system occurs in the control room of the submarine under the direction and control of the commanding officer of the submarine. It involves people sitting on the combat system, loading torpedoes, firing the torpedoes. None of our personnel are involved in that engagement cycle. That is by design. That has been confirmed in debriefs with our people. They were there for training. They were there in defensive roles.
They were performing essential duties that must be undertaken for the submarine at the time the attack was happening. A critical part of readying the submarine for the attack, they were performing those duties.
No, Senator, they weren't involved in readying the submarine for attack. They were standing the watch next to their shipmates if required to defend and support their shipmates. That's it, Senator.
And you would, with your experience, you would go into a conflict and not have those stations staffed. You don't think it's essential if you go into a conflict situation to have those stations
I'm
staffed?
differentiating between the offensive responsibilities, positions and roles in a submarine and the other ones.
Yep. So running the motors, keeping them up and running, keeping the lighting going, you would describe these also as not offensive.
Senator,
is that right? Keeping the turbines running, keeping the lighting going, you define them as not offensive?
Senator, there are US personnel involved as well. I think your characterisation is that the Australians were doing all of these other things that they were not doing. We've been very, very clear. They weren't in their bunks. They were standing there, their assigned positions alongside their US shipmates in a defensive role. They did not participate in offensive operations.
Well, let's continue to explore what the government, what the ADF describe as offensive or defensive, and we might do it through the prism of the deployment to the United Arab Emirates. What are the conditions of service for those members? I think it's of RAAF number 2 squadron being deployed in the UAE. Is they being classified as warlike, non-warlike or peacetime? What's the classification?
Senator Shoebridge, it depends on the location they're operating, but for those activities that the E7 is involved in are classified as warlike.
They're warlike. Is that because they're engaged in warlike activities?
That's because the nature of the threat to the individuals, and you have seen that from footage that we've all seen in terms of the ballistic missiles or one-way attack aircraft, means that they are operating in a threat environment.
Minister Miles said on the 10th of March, a number of countries have made requests to us in terms of support, and then said we're helping to provide, he said a number of countries have made requests to us in terms of support, seeking help to provide for the defence of the Gulf states. Which countries? Well, we know the US and the UAE, but which other countries?
The UAE has sought support from us, and we are providing support to them. We've been working with the other Gulf countries who have sought, through a variety of different support, information from the aircraft for their own defensive purposes. So we are supporting a number of the Gulf countries, in addition to the UAE.
Which countries?
We'll just check whether Mr Jeffrey has the list of it, or I will look to find it.
Senator Hugh Jeffrey, Deputy Secretary, Strategy, Policy and Industry. I think, Senator, we have been discussing with a range of countries. Obviously, with the onset of combat operations, our partners engage with us. Frequently, the issue is about how we can best support our partners. Those discussions range from, are you able to contribute with,
I just wanted
supply chains, with defensive support, to non-military support. So it's hard to categorise for you which countries have asked for support. If you're asking for, if you're saying that, if you're asking about military support, it would primarily relate to the United Arab Emirates.
Primarily. Well, you see, Admiral Johnson just indicated a number of other countries, apart from the UAE, had sought access to the targeting data, the other information coming from the E7. I'd classify that in the context of military support. Admiral Johnson, you said you had a list. Did you find the list?
We have a list, yes. Senator.
Senator, Rear Admiral Jonathan Earley, Head of Strategic Military Commitments. The other Gulf nations, in terms of support of Jordan, Qatar, Bahrain and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
All right, and are we providing support to those countries, and if so, what?
Senator, your question was asked in the context of the E7. The support that the E7 is providing is the indications of air-based threats to those countries.
So providing the data that's been picked up by the E7 about incoming threats, the source of incoming threats, that information is being provided not just to the UAE but also to Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar and Jordan, is that right?
That's right.
Is there any other military assistance?
The type of the support that we are providing is the E7 and the information that comes from that aircraft.
And you've said previously that that information also goes to the US,
yes,
to their, I think, is it their Middle East Command?
Their Air Operations Centre.
Air Operations Centre. And does the information go from there to Israel, or is it provided directly to Israel from the E7?
Senator, we do not provide information to Israel. We do provide it into the US Air Operations Centre.
Which Israel has access to.
Okay.
Senator Air Marshal Stephen Chappell, Chief of Air Force. The information the E7 gains from its sensors, we have complete sovereign control over what goes off board the E7 and where it goes to. So the information that is being pushed off board the E7 is only information that is that pertains to the defensive operational capabilities of our Gulf partners with and through the US Air Operations Centre. So the information can only be used by their defensive capabilities by the nature of the controls we have in place over that sovereign data.
Once you provide it to the US, to their Middle East command, are you saying you have controls that information has to be segregated and can't be incorporated into their broader battle management system? Is that what you're saying?
We have layers of controls as to what goes off the E7 to anyone.
But once it lands in the US Middle East command, are you saying it's not incorporated into their general battle management system?
What I'm saying is the information that goes off that can be incorporated into a common picture is information that can only be used for defensive purposes by
The
those
information, some of the critical information the E7 picks up is not only what threats are coming in, but where they originated. That's critical, isn't it? So you know if they've come from, at the meta level, from a belligerent country or not. You need to know that, correct?
Senator, there is a lot of information the E7 is able to determine. The information that is relevant in accordance with our government's direction for defensive purposes of the allies and partners in the Gulf region will be pushed off board.
Yeah, Marshal Chappell, you know that it includes where the incoming threat originated from. That's critical information to know in the nature of the threat and how to respond to the threat, isn't it?
Senator, there is a lot of information that platform gathers through its sensors. I'm not going to go into the details of how or exactly what. What I can assure you is the only information that goes off that platform into any of the allies or partners operating pictures can only be used for defensive purposes.
And once you know where a threat originated from, that's critical for targeting if you want to destroy the source of that threat, isn't it? And that information is being routinely provided to the US, now we know to Qatar, to Bahrain and Saudi Arabia, and through the US, Israel, isn't it?
So
that's
Senator
the truth of the matter.
Shoebridge, you've made repeated references to the transmission of information about where the airborne track may have come from. What the E7 is passing is the airborne track itself. So that's the ballistic missile or the cruise missile or the one-way, whatever it may have detected. It is passing the air track that is moving, that is not passing the originating location of that airborne threat.
The United Arab Emirates, while Australia has been there in the UAE, we now know is directly attacking Iran. That's included a strike on Iran's Lausanne Island just before the 7th of April ceasefire. And it also has been involved in a joint attack with Israel on a refinery in Asaliya. We are on the ground in the UAE, providing information to the UAE. What steps were taken to extract the E7 from operations on or about the 7th of April? And how do you know that the information provided hasn't been part of the UAE and Israel understanding the nature of the conflict zone and using it for those two targeted attacks that we know happened?
I would repeat, the information that the E7 is providing is air threat information based on what its radar will be detecting and presented to the ground operators for their defensive purposes.
Minister, when the government made a decision to send military resources to the United Arab Emirates, was part of the government's consideration that the United Arab Emirates is one of the single largest markets for Australian weapons exports? Was that part of why Australia chose the UAE out of all the different countries?
Senator, the government's been very clear publicly about its rationale, which is to provide defensive support. I think ministers have at times also spoken about the significant numbers of Australians in the Middle East. No.
So I ask you again.
No.
Was it part of the briefing that went to government that the United Arab Emirates is, I think, in the top 3 markets for Australian weapons exports? Was that part of the briefing? And was that part of why Australia felt so comfortable sending military equipment to the UAE? Because we do it on an industrial scale with the arms sales. Is that part of why it happened?
2 things, Senator. I've explained to you the government's reasoning about the provision of defensive support. Secondly, I'm not going to provide details to you about briefings to government around national security in this forum.
Well, what have been?
All right.
What is the value of Australia's arms exports to the United Arab Emirates over each of the last 5 financial years? How much have we sold to the UAE?
Senator, I don't know the answer to that question.
Mr. Jeffrey might.
But we'll take that on notice.
All right.
Okay.
On that note, we'll move the call. Senator Pocock, are you ready to rock and roll?
Good to go. Thank you, Chair.
Got you midway through water. Sorry about that.
I've got a few questions about the Defence Estate audit. I don't know if other people need to come up or... And I understand that this has been largely handed to Finance now, so really interested in the work that Defence did before handing it over to Finance. The audit identified the Fairburn Golf Club for further investigation, table 1.2 on page 113. What investigations were undertaken and what findings led Defence to decide on divestiture for this piece of land?
Senator Pocock, thank you. Celia Perkins, Deputy Secretary, Security and Estate Group. The government announced in February the outcomes of the Defence Estate audit and the directions to Defence to implement the recommendations. The public version of the report with the government's response was part of that announcement. I'd answer your question in 2 parts. In the government's announcement in February, the Fairburn Golf Course is listed as a site for divestment. But what I could share is that in the government's consideration of the independent audit of the Defence Estate, they directed Defence under my leadership to analyse the findings of the independent audit and to come back to government with an implementable approach to recommendation. So in doing that, for all of the recommendations of the audit, including the proposed 68 divestment sites, we undertook work through a steering committee of 2-star and Band 2 officers to understand the capacity to implement those recommendations while maintaining capability effects. For a site like the Fairburn Golf Course, that included understanding whether there would be any impact to defence capability through the divestment and high-level due diligence of the likely terms of an approach to market, if you will. Having made and announced that decision, the Fairburn Golf Course is one of the divestment sites that will transition to the Department of Finance to undertake the divestment action. Defence's role at this stage has been engaging in detailed stakeholder engagement and community engagement, and that has included the Fairburn Golf.
And in terms of investigation, it's a golf course, so what investigation did you do?
Yeah, so the sorts of due diligence activities at a high level we undertook for all sites was testing book value and market valuations, understanding what we knew about a piece of land in terms of what kind of environmental investigations we may have done before, the sorts of things that you would put together as part of your due diligence for any land transaction.
What was the valuation for Fairburn?
As we've described, Senator, in this committee before, the valuations are considered commercial in confidence. They will be an important part of the Department of Finance's approach to market, and we would not typically reveal those while they are developing a commercial approach to market.
And why is it commercial in confidence?
Much as if you were selling your own home, there is a commercial advantage in putting together approaches to the market where the market will respond. The goal, as the Deputy Prime Minister has stated in this program, is to achieve full market value. Normal practice in property transactions and real estate that will maintain some commercial advantage by not revealing the details of those valuations before we go to the market.
At what date was the decision made to divest Fairburn?
So as I said, the government released the report in the first week of February. That followed the normal government considerations through a cabinet process.
But yes, but when was the decision made before then that Fairburn would be part of that?
So to describe the process, Senator...
I don't want to know the process. I'm just after... There must have been a point in time where you said, yep, Fairburn will be on the list.
An analysis of an independent report was provided by Defence, worked through in the normal government processes. The government took that decision in the normal way, and it was announced by the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister for Finance.
Ms Perkins, do you know what date Fairburn was... It was decided that Fairburn would be divested?
So as I said, it was a package. It was a consideration.
I understand that. I'm just asking, do you actually know the date, or are you just talking around it?
So Defence took a submission to ministers in the normal way. Ministers took the submission through the normal cabinet processes, and the government announced those decisions in the first week of February.
When did you take it to the minister?
I'd have to take that on notice.
You don't know roughly?
We worked with government in an iterative way throughout 2025.
Through 2025, the first half of 2025?
Throughout 2025.
Okay. So you can't tell me when you first took it to the minister?
Senator, the independent review was delivered very late in December in 2023. The Deputy Prime Minister directed us to undertake detailed analysis. We returned to that after the last election and worked with the Assistant Minister for Defence and the Deputy Prime Minister in developing a government response to all 20 recommendations in the review. The divestment recommendations that spoke to 68 sites was one recommendation of 20, and that went forward in a cabinet submission in the normal manner, and government considered that in an iterative way.
It sounds like Fairburn was looking like it was going to be sort of listed for divestiture in mid-2025, at least. So why did Defence renegotiate the club's licence to occupy in mid-2025 and not say to the operators, hey, we're probably going to be selling this?
As we've worked through the independent review and the planned government implementation, at all times we've been very mindful that many of our sites have a host of licensee and tenants, and it's been a matter publicly stated by the Deputy Prime Minister and the Assistant Minister that we will focus on working with those important tenants of the estate throughout this process.
But Ms Perkins, it's very different, someone having a lease and you deciding to sell it, to sitting there knowing you're going to sell something and renegotiating a new lease. That seems like fairly poor faith negotiation if you knew. And so I'm interested, why did that happen? Why didn't you tell the golf club that, oh, actually, this is likely going to be sold?
Well, Senator, it's not for me to get ahead of decisions of the government. As we approached questions of ongoing licences, and I would just repeat some comments I've certainly heard the Deputy Prime Minister make in community engagements and roundtables.
I really don't want to hear the Deputy Prime Minister. I want to hear from you. I can read his transcripts. I'm really interested. Yeah. You were the one who actually doing the work.
I'm trying to speak directly, Senator, to particularly golf course licences. Certainly what the Deputy Prime Minister has shared with our tenants in a number of occasions is we know that the divestment of defence sites can be a lengthy process. A tenancy in place gives the capacity of the golf course to keep operating. In many cases, we would assume that some of the conditions of sale might be the continued use in a similar way. And so as particular decisions did have a time limit around them, we considered those options, but it would not be for us in defence in the normal leasing and licensing arrangements to get ahead of a decision of government.
Do you expect it will remain a golf course after the divestiture?
Certainly, I think that's one of the likely outcomes. It is not unusual, and we have quite a bit of experience around the country, not just in golf courses, but for instance in rifle ranges, that a lease in place and a tenant in place becomes attractive to a future owner. And it's certainly been our experience that those arrangements can carry on. There are a number of golf courses involved in the sites for divestment, and certainly the conversations that many of those clubs have been engaged with ministers where the options of them being involved in the options for future use include retaining a golf club or an operating golf course.
Thank you, Ms Perkins. I think I'll put some questions on notice to try and get some answers. But what about contamination? Was there PFAS contamination, any other contamination from disposal as part of your investigation into Fairburn?
So as we've been undertaking due diligence and the way this process will work between Defence and the Department of Finance, where we have undertaken investigations previously, we will be sharing that information. At a site like Fairburn, we'll have pretty good knowledge.
Well, can you share that with the Senate now? That's what I'm asking for.
I can take on notice the specifics of the Fairburn site. Fairburn isn't one of the PFAS remediation sites. It's not a site where we've investigated for PFAS contamination in the past, but we'll have typically quite a good understanding of the types of contaminants.
Sure. And so you don't know that now?
I don't have that with me to hand, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
You don't have it?
Well, as I said, we are in over 1,000 locations. Sure. Fairburn is one of 68 sites we've been doing detailed work on. I can speak in great detail many. I don't have particulars of the Fairburn due diligence. As we transition the sites to the Department of Finance, if we haven't had a reason to be up to date or to have more recently done investigations, I'll give you an example. Well, the site at Randwick,
I'm
we
not
have
interested,
very up to date.
I'm really keen just on Fairburn.
Then I'll take that on notice for you, Senator.
Thank you very much. Minister, what do you have to say about this? We have a golf course. Most of its membership are defence and veterans. They engage in good faith in a renegotiation of their contract for another 5 years, and then a few months later, reading the news, oh, actually, this thing's getting sold. That doesn't seem like good faith negotiations. Like, clearly, there's a knowledge that this process is underway. Surely things could be done better than to treat a golf course like that is serving veterans here in the ACT.
Sorry, what's your question, Senator? Yeah, I mean, that's your opinion, obviously, but do you have a question for me?
Well, you obviously don't see anything wrong with it. Surely we can do things better than that.
You should ask me a question and I'll answer one. Do you have one?
Are you happy with that process? Where
Senator, Ms Perkins has explained to you...
I'm asking my question.
Oh, please, go on.
Are you happy with the process where you have a golf course that is serving mainly veterans, much loved, and they are renegotiating with Defence. Defence knows that they're going to sell the golf course. Not a word. A few months later, they read in the news, well, actually, it's getting sold. that's the first they hear of it, was when they see it in the news. Do you think that that is an acceptable process, or can we do better in the future?
Senator, I think there are aspects of the way you've described that don't reflect what Ms Perkins has said to you. A decision to sell any of these assets or to divest any of these assets isn't taken or announced until February 2026. What that means is that the people who administer public lands need to continue making administrative decisions, including in the circumstances that you describe. And I think Ms Perkins has also described to you some of the dynamics around divestment where community organisations have a lease in place and the fact that that is, from time to time, attractive to a potential buyer. I think you almost certainly will have asked questions about this in F&PA estimates, I suppose. You asked the Department of Finance questions, I can imagine.
Yes, we put some on those.
But, you know, they are out now, obviously, embarking on a work plan which Defence will contribute to, which will have a range of processes that will look different, as I understand it, for each of the sites in question. Our underlying approach, as you know, and our purpose is to make sure that the defence estate is fit for the future and is actually aligned with our strategic needs.
But Minister, you can surely see the frustration of many people in defence and veterans where things aren't done in the best way they probably could have been done, and there's just never any recognition from the Minister or from those in charge that, well, actually we didn't do that as well as we could have, we'll do it better in the future. Never. I don't think I've ever heard that in this committee.
Well, I just don't actually think that that's correct either, Senator. I've heard on many occasions officials speak about things where they are determined to improve outcomes for serving personnel or for veterans, and that's actually been a common feature of testimony in this forum. But please go on.
Sure. All right. Yeah, I guess I just hear a lot that there's no acknowledgement that, well, actually, yeah, that really was unfortunate, and I'll put some questions on notice.
Excellent. Thanks, Senator. Now, Senator Blythe, I understand you've got some questions.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have some questions around the Osborne Naval Shipyard, so I'm not sure how the reshuffle
Just find some, you synchronised. Just now my computer just crashed.
David Hanley, Deputy Secretary, NSSG. Can you repeat the question, please?
Fantastic. I was waiting for you to be able to take your seat, so I didn't ask you as you were trying to. The current Commonwealth investment into Osborne, what's that sitting at?
Yeah.
So I think that question relates to...
The name. Sorry, Hans, I just need the name, like at the front, if you've got it.
I don't have it. I'll have to go back and get it.
Well, if someone can just bring it down, that'd be great, just for Hansard purposes, sorry.
I think your question refers to the investment in Osborne in relation to the Australian Submarine Construction Yard.
That's correct, yes.
So I think that question's better articulated to ASA, who are due up next. Thanks.
Okay.
If it was a relation to the shipbuilding side of it, that I can answer.
What's the shipbuilding side of it?
So the shipbuilding side of it is which has been constructed for some time, which is where we are currently building the Hunter class program.
Yep.
And doing some other shipbuilding and ship sustainment work.
And the Commonwealth investment at the moment, so what's been committed? Yes.
Cheryl Lutz, First Assistant Secretary, Major Service Combat System. The investment in the facilities there is $565 million.
565, and that's just on the shipbuilding side?
That was the shipbuilding side.
Okay, and so you have nothing to do with the side in terms of the fabrication hall? That's not, I was under the impression that was defence.
It is defence, but there's two parts to the yard.
Yep.
There's the shipbuilding ship sustainment,
Yep.
and then there's the construction yard for submarines. In
Yes.
that construction yard, there's a fabrication area,
Yep.
a construction and a consolidation area. That bit of scope is funded via the Australian Submarine Agency.
So how much has Defence given the submarine agency then to do that? So
That's-
taxpayer dollars that's gone to that.
Again, I think that's a question either for the CFO or for Australian Submarine Agency up next.
I was going to say, is the CFO here? Because I just don't want to get to the submarine agency and then them to turn around and say, no, that's a defence question. That never happens, does it? Never, ever happens. So is the CFO still here?
So the Australian Submarine Agency is a separate agency with a separate head accountable under the PGPA Act. They will be able to answer the funding that's directly appropriated to them, for which they are responsible.
Even though it comes from Defence?
That's correct. They are responsible for the funding that's been allocated to them.
But I'm interested in what Defence is allocated to them, not what they're responsible for discharging.
So I think it's still best to ask the Submarine Agency for the
I'm happy
funding.
to ask them, but this is Defence dollars. So I'm not interested in what they do with the money. I'm interested in what Defence from the Defence budget has been allocated to them.
So the appropriation for the Australian Submarine Agency, I can give you the total numbers across the forward estimates. It's also in the parliamentary budget, in the budget statement. So this covers all the activity that the ASA does, not just what they've allocated individually to the Osborne site. So it's 385 million. In 25-26, 513, 26-27, 593 in 27-28, 641, 28-29, 602, 29-30.
So can I just understand then, so the Osborne facility, there's about a $30 billion investment going into that. Is that correct? So all those numbers you've given me, even added up together, aren't going to get to that number. So I'm just trying to get, it's not a trick question.
I'll have a go at
Yes,
explaining it, that the $30 billion is over the life of building the entire facility for the nuclear power submarine construction yard.
Yep.
I think the numbers that were given to you just then were over the forwards, or at least the next 2 to 3 years.
Yep.
ASA, when they are here, will be able to give you a more fulsome answer as to where that $30 billion basis comes from.
Is going to go to, okay, fantastic.
It's really ASA.
So then in terms of, and I guess when we look at all of the contracts that are coming with that, including for the fabrication hall, that's all going to be done by them, not by Defence, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Does Defence have any requirements on them to use Australian products, or so are there any requirements that Defence have put on to the Submarine Corp to say you've got to use a certain number of South Australian businesses to be building the infrastructure? Is there a certain requirement to use Australian steel?
There is the way the funding flows is from the Australian Submarine Agency to the Australian Naval Infrastructure, a GBE, and ANI have requirements around Australian industry content. So they're the ones that are required under contract to deliver Australian industry expenditure on supply chain, resources, etc. Again, ASA, Senator, will be able to give you a more fulsome answer.
Give me a fulsome answer on that. Okay, it looks like there'll be a few things for them. In terms of the facility, so and as you've rightly pointed out, there are different aspects to Osborne, both in the shipbuilding and then in the submarine side of it as well. Has Defence identified any bottlenecks in utilities, power, transport, housing, or anything around the local infrastructure that is going to be a risk to the project being delivered?
There's a kind of governance framework that sits above ANI's efforts in managing the entire Osborne shipyard. That includes the nuclear site and the shipbuilding site.
Yep.
That forum includes all stakeholders, so it includes ASA, Defence,
Yep.
Cheryl to my right here, and they participate in understanding enabling services that need to occur, whether it be electricity, power, cooling, water, etc. All those services are discussed, and any, as you put it, Senator, bottlenecks are addressed in that forum.
Okay. As part of that, have any been identified?
Again,
from Defence's perspective?
From the shipbuilding side, there are no new items. They've all been resolved. That's how Cheryl's able to continue to complete the Hunter class program and other programs that she has there. Again, it's probably a question for ASA if there are any considered bottlenecks relative to the services they need for the yards.
From your perspective, from the shipbuilding side, nothing to do with the Hunter, nothing at all. It's all smooth sailing, everything's on track.
That's correct.
Wow. Has Defence requested any additional support or made any requests of the South Australian government in terms of what it needs? Or you're saying you don't need anything, everything's...
Not for shipbuilding side or ship sustainment side. Again, a question for ASA, Senator, I'm afraid.
Yeah. No, I'm curious to see whether... So it sounds like everything is perfect on
our side, correct, yes.
Yeah.
Shipbuilding side and ship sustainment.
In terms of your workforce, what's the current number of people employed?
The current personnel, I'll have to check the exact numbers. BAE have around 2,000 on Hunter, and I have to check the numbers on DCE, DDG capability enhancement, so there's additional personnel on that. So all around, there's probably around 3,000, but I'll have to take on notice for you.
That's fine. If you could, that would be fantastic. In terms of the growth of the workforce, do you envisage there will be growth on your side?
We're close to steady state with what we've got. We have peaks and troughs, so the peaks are covered by contractors.
Okay, and in terms of, and there is a skills and training academy campus on site. How is that going? So are you training enough people that you need with the skills that you need?
Senator, the Skills and Training Academy that you referred to is being established relative to the nuclear power sustainment activity. The skills and training that we need for the shipbuilding and ship sustainment pretty much exist for what we need. As Cheryl alluded, there's some peaks and troughs, not only in quantity but also in skill sets over time. But at this point in time, BAE, who are our prime shipbuilder in South Australia, have the necessary skills and the training continuum to continue to deliver them.
In terms of that workforce, and you're taking on notice the exact number, are you also able to provide a breakdown of those that are local South Australians and those that are not South Australian?
The numbers I was giving you were all South Australians.
All South Australians. Do you employ anyone
including
who's...
the UK. There are personnel in the UK as well, that about 300 personnel working on Hunter.
Okay, but they're based in the UK, did you say? Yeah. So everyone that's employed is a South Australian, not someone who's moved there and is now taking up residence to work for Osborne, but they are...
they live currently in South... I cannot say whether they've come from another state or...
You haven't tracked that?
No.
Okay.
They're Australian citizens, I can tell you that.
Is it possible to find out how many of the workforce, if it's something that you track through, if you could take that on notice?
I'll take it on notice. It depends whether the company tracks that or not.
Yeah.
Entirely unlikely.
No, internal border controls. No, it's because South Australia is wonderful.
Don't start them. Please.
Okay, I think the rest is probably going to be for the submarines. I do have a question just in relation to higher duties for defence personnel. So we probably need a slightly different composition.
Senator Justine Gregg, Deputy Secretary People.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I just have some questions around higher duties allowance for defence personnel. What's the expected processing time for someone to receive their higher duties allowance?
What I might do, I have a colleague here who may be able to answer the specifics, but what I would say is that we do try and prioritise in our pay team the higher duties allowance processing. At times it does have to be manual if there is a complication to it. And can I just confirm, is it for ADF or for the public service that you're most interested in?
This would be for ADF, so defence personnel that I'm most interested in. Yeah. So for those who are performing duties above what their regular rank would be. Yep.
We'll just try and confirm that as quickly as we can.
Yeah, certainly.
As I said, there will be a range depending upon
what it, yeah, so if we can, yeah. Fantastic.
Senator Lieutenant General Fox, high duties is paid to personnel who perform the higher duties of the rank above them for at least 5 consecutive days.
Yep. And
you apply for that HDA through the PM Keys, which is our corporate HR system, via our MyPay. Then the complications are if you're on an officer aviation or an aviation pay scale, that's the complications my colleague was mentioning. But then that is approved by a commanding officer and then put into the pay system direct.
So how long do you expect for that to take?
Well, it should happen pretty quickly because it's automated. I don't have the actual processing time or how long it takes within the pay team to actually process.
So you don't have an average of what it takes for that to go through with the number of people?
We could provide that on notice. We definitely record all of those aspects in terms of how effective our pay system is. We just don't have it here, Senator.
That would be very helpful to provide on notice because it seems that there are potentially hundreds of service personnel that have been waiting up to 3 years to receive the processing of their higher duties allowance. Is that something you're aware of?
I'm not aware, Senator, of that magnitude at all. It sounds like it is a cohort of people, so we will take that as a priority and look into that.
I think those personnel would appreciate it, given we're trying to retain people within the Defence Force, and it seems quite unreasonable that for some of them they've been waiting 3 years and still haven't received correct wages.
We will take that as a priority.
Senator Blythe, I was just going to offer, if you have details on who that cohort or group might be, that would be helpful for us to expedite trying to understand the circumstances you have described.
I will provide that to you. Thank you very much. I think that is it for me because the rest fell into submarines. So thank you, Chair.
Excellent. Well, they do fall in, I guess.
They do.
Yes. Okay.
Not drought.
So, did you want to maybe ask some of yours? Yeah. And then I'll rotate. Okay, I'll come to Senator Ghosh and then probably Senator Shoebridge, and then we'll break for afternoon tea, depending on the length of questions and answers. So, Senator Ghosh.
Thank you very much, Chair. My questions relate to the Defence Estate Audit. A lot of coverage of this issue, obviously, and any number of expressions of community concern. I saw that the Assistant Minister had announced a consultation program in March, and I'm just curious about the kind of major elements of that program, what's been undertaken since then, where is planned to be gone to, and what does the program look like of consultation in relation to this?
Thank you, Senator. Yeah, it's been a very important part of the implementation announced by the Deputy Prime Minister and led by the Assistant Minister for Defence, that we engage very deeply with the affected defence community and with the communities where divestment sites are listed. I'll give some high-level details and then Mr West might speak in some more detail about that. To date, from that first week of February, we've engaged over 9,000 internal members of Defence in online and in-person forums. We've had in-person forums at every Defence site that will be impacted, and we're now moving to more detailed engagements as we work through transition plans for sites. We've also commenced a comprehensive community engagement program. That's included some expert roundtables, some community roundtables chaired by the Deputy Prime Minister and the Assistant Minister, and town hall style meetings that include drop-ins and information centres. There's been 18 engagements so far around the country. Over 1,200 community members have attended those events. They kicked off on the 7th of April, and they will continue through until July as we continue that program around the country. But Peter, do you want to add anything to that?
Thank you very much. Peter West, First Assistant Secretary of State Transformation. My division has been leading this consultation program around the country. As Ms Perkins indicated, that has included a very extensive internal consultation process where we have visited the sites and held town halls with impacted ADF members to talk through both what is the divestment planning and how it will impact them and answer questions. And more recently, we have been focusing on community consultations. So far we've held 18 sessions out of an approximate 30. We're just finalising how many sessions we'll do in total. But to date we have held community sessions in Tasmania, Queensland, Northern Territory, Victoria, New South Wales, South Australia and the ACT. And we'll be in Western Australia next week. Those sessions have been a combination of town halls and what we call drop-in centres, where we pick a central community location. We have a number of defence people available for members of the community to come in and talk to about the divestment program and how it will impact the community. And it's a chance for them to give us their ideas. We use it as an opportunity not only just to talk to people, but we have a very structured way of capturing their feedback and taking that feedback and ensuring that it's fed into the divestment process. And we are doing this in consultation with the Department of Finance, who, as previously been mentioned, are actually going to be responsible for the disposal of the defence properties once we transfer them from Defence to the Department of Finance.
What does the consultation program look like or process look like after you've done those two steps? So you consult, you then rely or integrate that feedback into the process that you're developing in terms of divestment. Are there further touch points then with affected communities or service people? Or what's next?
So as I indicated, it is a very structured process. It's not just chats with people. We do capture all of the feedback we get in those sessions formally. We do track where people ask us to follow up or where people have questions. And we respond to that in two ways. One, where the questions are general, of interest to the broader community. We reflect that through updates to our frequently asked questions page on our website, so that information is made available to everyone. But where we have specific issues or questions that relate to an individual or an individual group, we will obviously continue to engage with them to resolve their questions. And as I say, we track those formally. Some of the issues obviously raised around what will happen with the site in future. Some of the more specific issues are people who are on the site and have an interest in expressing about its future use. So perhaps one example is there is the veteran shed at Derwent Barracks. We had a very good conversation with them when we were in Tasmania. We noted their concerns. We brought those concerns up in the process, and as you will be aware, when the government announced the divestment of Derwent Barracks, we did announce that
we were having ongoing discussions with the veteran shed on Derwent Barracks to allow them to remain on site post-divestment.
In terms of aspects of history and heritage relating to these sites, an even very cursory look at the pictures of these sites around the country shows that they are not only aesthetically beautiful but of historic significance in many instances. And one of the concerns that I have seen is about the preservation of those sites in the divestment process. So how is that concern being addressed?
I think that's a really important part of the program, and if I could just come back to the high level, and Mr West just mentioned Derwent, since the government announced the audit, the focus of the defence work has been engaging deeply with the defence community, working closely with affected communities and people on bases, preparing sites for transition and developing a detailed history and heritage plan which will guide the process from here. That's almost complete, and it's been a really important body of work. The Assistant Minister for Defence hosted a high-level roundtable with some of the peak heritage bodies in the country a number of weeks ago, really to bring them into this conversation and to use their expertise. They've also been important voices in the community consultations Mr West just described too. But there's a couple of important things about the History and Heritage Plan that we're working in close consultation with the Department of Finance and the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water. What it essentially does will guide us through the treatment of each site by considering history and heritage in three ways. The first is where a place has a heritage listing under the Environmental Protection Biodiversity Control Act, and how we treat that through a sales process. The second is how we treat the significant museums and collections on a number of these sites. A number of these sites have either really important museums, the Air Force Museum at Point Cook would be a site we've taken some of your Senate colleagues to recently, or important historical places like the Cabinet War Rooms in Victoria Barracks in Melbourne. And then the third element of the History and Heritage Plan will be those other objects and features of significance to us in defence, our defence history and heritage. Most parts of defence, and if you spend any time with us on the estate, have important collections important to units, important to the three services and important to place, often markers of time and space. Historical artefacts that are in the landscape and in the buildings. And what we've been doing with this History and Heritage Plan will be to give very clear guidance on how we work through the transition plan for each site and how we treat each of those three things. And if I were to take them in order, the first is the treatment of a site that has a heritage listing. A number of the sites do, not all. There's a real mix as we've made these hard choices about the divestment sites. But the headline is there are 15 sites in the divestment program with a Commonwealth Heritage listing. One is on the National Heritage List in its totality, that is Point Cook. And for each of them, we will have a process that will work with the Department of Finance on how we capture in the conditions of divestment or an approach to market, capturing the heritage significance and transferring that appropriately as that site moves to sale. And there's a number of mechanisms that are usual in the EPPC Act to do that, and I'm happy to unpack those. I expect we'll talk about them a lot. The History and Heritage Plan speaks in detail to that. It is a very good reference to what we know about these sites. For most sites in the defence estate and for almost all of the divestment sites, we have an existing heritage management plan in place. We'll be working with Finance through due diligence to see what more we might need to do and that they might want to bring to the table. And then for each site, as we work through the transition plan, we will be applying the History and Heritage Plan to both capture important history and heritage points in a transition for sale, and then where an element is important to defence and our history and heritage, how we capture that for the future. In some cases, that might be transitioning an important heritage collection to a different site. In some cases, I anticipate the terms of sales will be about continued access and operation of an important collection or museum. But this history and heritage plan will give us a way to work through that at every site. What I then anticipate will happen as sites come forward for divestment, we will engage with government on how we embed and support the implementation of history and heritage into the future. So that's at a high level. As you can imagine, it's quite a big plan, and then it's going to have an individual plan for each of the 67 sites.
Thank you. Senator Shoebridge, if you would not mind.
Senator Shoebridge enjoyed a scone at the Port Cook Museum recently.
Yeah, was that Shoebridge or Patterson?
It was Shoebridge, definitely Shoebridge. Senator, I didn't have the pleasure of Senator Patterson's company.
One of the really tremendous experiences is to see what the Imperial War Museum has done in the United Kingdom, particularly around sites like the Churchill War Rooms. And I guess one of the opportunities I think that gets presented by what's going on is an opportunity to really think holistically about how we do the same thing for Australia's historic collection and particularly place-based collections. You were talking about the EPBC Act a little bit before. In terms of conditioning use for divestment, what do you see as the role and how granular is Defence going to be able to get in terms of how those place-based collections can be preserved and perhaps even improved in terms of access and availability to the public?
I think this will be a whole of government effort in the work that Department of Finance do in bringing sites forward for divestment, and Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment, Water do in their stewardship of heritage and the EPBC Act. But certainly it is one of the stated goals of government through this process that we make Defence's history and heritage more accessible publicly. And there are a number of good examples in Australia and, as you described, overseas of what we would call adaptive reuse, or certainly increasing public access. In years past, some of these sites have been more open. Some of them that are publicly accessible are limited by a volunteer workforce. It will be part of the goal of the History and Heritage Plan that I've just described to work through the transition process to embed access. It is absolutely an appropriate and not unusual condition of sale that history and heritage be respected, and that it is not. It is certainly possible to build into an approach to divestment, retaining elements of a site for a specific use.
Just to follow up on that, in terms of where you've got buildings that do have quite important historical significance, preserving part of them for a museum or a specific exhibition might be one aspect of it. Will consideration be given to what other parts of the building can be put to, even if the core heritage values are preserved? I guess, putting it a different way, how's Defence ensuring that when these sites are divested and the external heritage values, for instance, are preserved, they're not divested in a way or not used in a way that undermines those?
Yeah, so again, I think this will largely be using this history and heritage plan that the government has directed and I've just described to guide how we transition a site to finance and how finance takes that site forward. I think there's certainly a number of great examples around the country of adaptive reuse in redevelopment, and as I've described, a process which we can work through in some detail about how, in attaching conditions to a sale, there are obligations on the Commonwealth, on Defence as the site owner, on Department of Finance as the person the part of government undertaking the divestment, to notify the Minister for the Environment. So there is quite a detailed process set out for how we must manage this as part of our legislated obligations, and then the government's very clear direction to us on supporting greater public access to our history and heritage, that the future use is mindful of it. It has been one of the core points raised in community consultation. I've been present in many of these consultations, as has Mr West, and I've heard ministers engage very proactively with community on taking on board that feedback.
Thank you very much. Chair, I'm done.
Yeah, I'll give you one now. All right. Thanks, Senator Ghosh. Now, I'll give Senator Shoebridge a block of questions and then we'll break for afternoon tea. So, your call, Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair. I've got some questions about export permits and export statistics. I note that the export permit statistics, the data on the website is only available up to December of last year. Is there a reason it hasn't been updated this year?
Senator David Nockels, First Assistant Secretary, Defence Trade Regulation and AUKUS Advanced Capabilities. I think the data that you're referring to is the quarterly summary reports that we release.
Correct.
And I think you'll find that the latest Q3 results were published today.
Today?
Correct.
When today?
I think about 9 o'clock this morning.
All right. The data that was published in December, well, I'll probably have a look at them over afternoon today and come back then. But on the December data, the data that was published in December, there were 10 permits of items said to be specifically designed or modified for military use that were approved for export to Israel in that quarter. Can you explain that?
So, Senator, as we've provided evidence, testimony to this committee in the past, the government continues to allow permits to Israel as they relate to ADF capability. That is a conversation we've had with this committee for some time now, and it's just a reflection.
I'm not asking historically, I'm asking about those 10 fresh permits. Can you describe, by all means we can spend time going over historical responses if you like, but I'd really just like an answer about those 10 permits.
So what answer would you like?
What were they for?
They relate to ADF
I see they are
capability.
specifically designed or modified for military use. What were they for?
As we've said numerous times before with this committee, we don't talk to specific individual permits, but as I was explaining earlier, they align with the government's approach to allowing permits to Israel that relate to ADF capability.
Are you saying they are all for ADF capability?
Those December figures, yes. I think those were the
December figures?
Yeah.
What about the 15 permits that have been issued with the current data, with the most recent release?
As again, it continues to align with the government's policy, as we've explained multiple times to this committee.
You haven't explained anything about the most recent 15 permits to export weapons to Israel, because I only found out about it about 5.5 seconds ago, and that's what I'm asking you about.
I think I've answered the question, Senator.
Were they all, are you saying they were all for ADF?
They all relate to ADF capability and the fact that this has been a government position for some time. I can give you the latest numbers in terms of current status of permits issued since the conflict started, if that is a number that you...
That sounds useful.
So that is 40 that are extant.
And that's because of the sheer number of contracts that Australia has with Israeli weapons manufacturers. Is that right? Is that explaining the number?
It relates to ADF capability, and so activities related to developing ADF capability, which we've covered, I think, previously in a variety of committee meetings over the last maybe 2 years.
There's reporting from an organisation called The Shot of workers at the Mulwala munitions plant who are saying that munitions being created at that site are being sent to Israel and being sent to Israel potentially via Singapore. Is that accurate? Are they being sent? Is the final source, the final destination for the some of the munitions from that plant, Israel?
Senator, I can't talk to those munitions specifically. That sits within the Guided Weapons Explosive Ordnance enterprise, and I think colleagues have joined us at the table who may be able to talk in a bit more detail to your comments.
Has a permit been issued to permit munitions or any other product from that facility to have as its end destination Israel?
Senator.
Do you do the permits or does Mr Nockels do the permits, Air Marshal?
All right, I'll let Mr Nockels ask about the permit and I can talk more to the site itself.
Let's do the permit, then we'll come back.
Certainly.
So as we've said many times before in this committee, permits to Israel relate to ADF capability. No weapons, ammunition to Israel. That's been a line that we've repeated many times at this committee. And so your question again goes to the heart of individual permits. We don't comment on individual permits, but I think we've stated the position of the government many times before.
Are there export permits for munitions or accelerant or other product produced from that facility? Are there export permits to get it to Singapore?
So if a entity sought to export something that was on the Defence Strategic Goods list or the DSGL, they would require a permit. And so if you're postulating that RDX or TNT would, if that was being shipped out of Australia, they would absolutely need a permit.
Well, I'm not postulating. It was my understanding that actually sending those critical parts of munition supply would require a permit. I'm asking if a permit has been granted at any time since the conflict commenced in October of 2023 in Gaza. Has there been an export permit given to send material like that from the Mulwala plant or the Benalla munitions plant to Singapore?
I'd have to take that on notice.
All right.
Specifically to Singapore.
Air Marshal.
Senator, good afternoon. Air Marshal Leon Phillips, Chief of Guided Weapons and Explosive Ordnance. Yeah, certainly Mulwala and Benalla are a couple of our core government-owned contract-operated energetics factories, and they certainly produce energetics for our needs, and they also produce dual-use commercial products as well.
Marshal, because there are people who aren't involved intimately in the munitions industry, can you describe what energetics means?
All right, certainly. If I were to broadly break it up, it would be explosive material, propellants, and also at those factories we produce end items such as small arms munitions, 5.56, 7.62 millimetre, 50 cal and the like, to give you some commonly understood examples.
Do they produce 155 millimetre artillery shells?
We are in the process of, we produce energetics, TNT, that can go in to those shells, and we are in the process of qualifying that.
Yep. All right. And I'm sorry I interrupted you, Air Marshal.
No, please.
So that's what's produced at those plants. The United States, I assume, is a significant customer for the energetics because they have no significant domestic supply for much of this material.
Senator Dan Fankhauser, First Assistant Secretary, Guided Weapons and Explosive Ordnance Manufacturing. We have exported some non-production volume explosive materials to the United States to progress initiatives. I think it was in the 2021 AUSMIN context to qualify Australian-produced TNT for potential application in US munition production, but we haven't exported production quantity volumes in recent years.
What are the export markets for each of those facilities?
So I could take you through the projections for the current financial year and the last couple of years. The predominant markets for export by Thales for that excess quantity produced by the government-owned factory at Mulwala has been to the Republic of Korea, to France and to Ukraine.
And has there been any export to the United Arab Emirates or the US or Singapore?
I'm not aware of any exports of production volumes to the United States, Singapore or the United Arab Emirates.
The material that's exported to France, are there any restrictions on it being re-exported?
Yes, Senator.
There are. I would just note in terms of the arrangement that France is exporting to its parent company based in France. We've also had agreements in place to support increased demand associated with the conflict in Ukraine.
But Thales is one of the most corrupt Western armaments manufacturers, found in multiple corruption trials in South Africa, noted negatively in audit reports by Australia. Is that the check, the corporate culture of Thales? When they get their weapons, it's wherever the heck Thales wants to send them?
I wouldn't characterise it that way, Senator.
Well, you may disagree with my characterisation of them as being a notoriously corrupt global weapons merchant, but putting that to one side, what are the checks and balances on Thales sending the munitions or sending munitions created with energetics from Australia to third countries?
Senator, just Hugh Jeffrey, Deputy Secretary, Strategy, Policy and Industry. As you will recall in my testimony earlier today, the DTC Amendment Act, passed in 2024, imposes criminal penalties. Of course, it is an offence under Australian law to export any controlled item without a permit, and it is also a similarly offence for a destination country or destination entity to export that item to a third party without a permit. So while we won't obviously entertain your characterisation of an international company, we will just underline that it is not possible for a destination entity to export to a third party a controlled good that we have not offered a permit for, we're not given a permit for.
Are you saying that that provision in the defence export controls has extraterritorial effect and criminalises conduct that happens in France? Because if so, this is the first that it's been suggested that that provision has extraterritorial effect. Does it apply to conduct that occurs in France?
Senator, as I discussed earlier, and in fact we flagged this in the consultation period of the DTC Act reform, that those reforms were designed to operate, to extend Australian jurisdiction, in fact, to ensure that we could control the export of a controlled item to a country that we had not given a permit for.
No, you said it was a criminal offence under Australian law. I'm asking you a pretty simple question. Do those criminal offence provisions extend to conduct that happens, in this case, in France? If the conduct is in France, are you saying, because it wasn't mentioned in the second reading speech, wasn't mentioned in the explanatory memorandum, but are you now saying that those criminal offences cover conduct that wholly occurs in France?
Well, Senator, I'm not now saying. I think this is a matter of established law, and as I said before, it was part of the legislative process when the Act was reformed and amended. The fact that you're learning about this now doesn't mean that was not already an established fact. An entity that has received a controlled item from Australia that had a permit for that export is not permitted to export that item to a third country absent a permit from Australia.
I understand that's a provision under Australian law, but you still don't engage with answering the question I asked about extraterritorial effect. If the answer is yes, you believe it has extraterritorial effect, please identify the section that states it.
So, Senator, Section 10B of the DTC Act.
And then in terms of gathering information about conduct by Thales, have they sought permission to export the product from France to a third country?
Not to my knowledge, Senator.
How many such requests have been made globally this financial year, to the best of, that have been identified and found their way to defence? And I'm not limiting it to Thales, for any re-export of military equipment.
I'll take that on notice, Senator. 10B is a permit type, and so I don't have that detail with me. I would have to come back on notice.
I'm going to move on to another matter. I'm happy to do it now. Or?
No, let's maybe break for now, and we'll come back in 15 minutes. So about 4:10. Why don't we do that? All right, thanks everyone. Welcome back, everyone. Now, I'm going to hand over to Senator Patterson. So there you are. There you go, Senator Patterson, not
Thank you.
Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair. I will need the Chief of Air Force for this block of questions, please. Air Marshal, what can you tell me about the change in estimated flying hours between last year and this year in terms of the 2026-27 financial year?
Senator, thanks for your question. I'll just get up the details. It was this financial year versus last financial year, is that right?
So the estimates for 26-27, the estimates that were provided in last year's budget and the estimates provided in this year's budget.
Okay. So, Senator, the last year's budget, we flew 78,000. This is the total flying hours for Air Force. So 24-25, Air Force flew 78,449 hours across all platforms. That was very similar to the year before. In 25 to 26, we are currently on forecast to fly 83,340 hours. That's approximately a 6% increase from the previous financial year.
We may be looking at different numbers. We might be talking at cross purposes here, so you help me because you know this better than I. But as I understand it, you make forecasts in advance for how many flying hours you expect. And I'm interested in whether your expectation of how many flying hours you'll do next year by platform has dropped between the last budget and this budget. So I'll give you one concrete example to help. I understand in the last year's budget, the prediction, the estimate for how many hours the Globemaster would fly was 6,200, but in this year's budget, the prediction for how many hours it would fly is 4,550 hours. Does that sound right to you?
Senator, that is correct. The original estimate was 6,200. That was revised down for this financial year, and the next financial year forecast is as you've just described.
Yeah, so that's what I want to talk about, the revision down, whether is it, by platform, because I understand in the case of the Globemaster, we're talking a reduction of 1,650 hours, or about 27%. Does that sound right to you?
Those down from 6,200 to 4,550 for next year.
Yep, that's quite a big reduction. What's the reason for that?
A couple of factors involved. The first one is I directed a review to occur on the way we were doing the forecasts. As we were, I think over a number of years, to be frank, there had been some optimism bias starting to creep in to those forecasts. So we were starting to consistently forecast higher than what we were achieving. So that's the first factor in the revision of the numbers you're describing. The second factor for the C-17 example you've described there is C-17 is now approaching midlife there, so there are some challenges that come with as you get towards middle of life on the platforms, greater sustainment efforts required, and there are challenges with the global supply system that supports the global C-17 fleet.
Okay.
So that has contributed to the hours. There are other factors that can be involved, but they're probably the key factors there.
What about the Falcon? I understand there's been a 25% reduction in the forecast flying hours for the Falcon.
So the Falcon is, the majority of that is simply around what we understand or expecting the Falcon's mission or tasking rate to be. So we'll have a baseline of flying hours for an asset like the Falcon, which ensures the crews are current and proficient in the flying and the operating of the aircraft. And then the rest of it is based on the tasking for those platforms. And again, our estimates had been a little high over the previous years, so it's part of that revision back.
Yeah, 25% nonetheless is substantial. The Hawk, I have it at 23% decline. Does that sound right to you?
So when we come to the Hawk, Senator, let me just find the line. So if I just quickly give you a couple of statistics over the last few years. In 22-23, the Hawks flew just over 4,500, about 4,000 the following year, then 5,000 24-25, and we estimated, or so we revised our estimate to 5,550 this year, 5,000 next year, 26-27.
Yeah, I have it in last year's budget. You were forecasting 6,500 flying hours for the Hawk, and in this budget, 5,000, so a reduction of 1,500 flying hours or 23%.
So we, as I described there, 5,000 the previous years, the estimate of 6,500 years described in 25-26.
Yep.
Under my direction to revise how we were calculating the forecasts, that brought it down by 1,000 there to 5,550. So relatively consistent with the previous year and above the earlier years. Again, so a couple of factors involved in that.
Your evidence is in the case of the Hawk, at least, the actual flying hours will be similar, but the forecast has just come down a lot.
That's right, 4.5, 4, 5,000, 5.5, and continuing on around that 5,000 mark. So it's stabilising.
Might be a little bit of a reduction.
Potentially a little bit, but there's a few other factors involved there. Previous years we had a engine remediation. We also had, during the pilot training system changeover a few years ago, the PC21 pilot numbers going through there. So the system is getting back up to a steady state.
Yep.
And so the actual flying numbers are more consistent. That revision you're referring to, some of that is just that layers of optimism bias creeping into our forecast that we've revised out.
Am I right in understanding the purpose of the Hawk is to train fighter pilots?
That's correct. That's its primary purpose. So.
Okay. C-130 Hercules, I've got an 18% reduction.
So again, numbers we've flown, just if I can give you actual numbers, give you a sense of what's actually occurring. If I could start from 22-23, it was 5,247. The following year, 5,449. 24-25, 5,425 hours. We did have a estimate originally of 7,350 hours, and it was revised down to 5,900. So it's still in that 5,000 range.
Yeah.
And the estimate for next year is 6,000. So it's actually steadier than it looks. And like I said, I had to, we've fixed some of our forecasting calculations.
Because I could keep going through capabilities, I might do them quickly just for the sake of it, but I've got the F-35A down 17%, the BBJ down 13%. Probably people are not going to be crying too much about fewer BBJ flights, given what we use those for, but Wedgetail down 11, Growler down 11, Spartan down 9, Super Hornet down 9, PC-21 down 8, Poseidon down 6, Peregrine down 3. In fact, I've only got 3 airframes that I can identify, the King Air, the MRTT and the Triton, which there is no reduction in flying hours, and I can't find anywhere there's been an increase in flying hours. Does that sound right?
If you are referring to our previous forecasts,
yes.
If we look at the actual flying hours, we have been increasing. So, like I said, about a 6% increase is what we're expecting to now fly this financial year over last. The last financial year was almost exactly the same as the previous. The previous one was 5.4% higher than the one before that. So over the last 4 years, we've increased our flying hours by between 10 and 11%.
Where did this optimism bias come from? Where do we get the confidence we're going to fly much more hours than we actually have?
The simple answer, Senator, would be just over the years in different parts of the system, each platform and system looking at it itself, just little optimism bias crept into each, and it just aggregated to a point where it was clearly no longer serving its purpose for Air Force or for anyone.
Because in some of these cases, it's not just a little bit of bias, like we're talking quite big reductions, thousands and thousands of flying hours.
Senator, I would agree, and hence the direction to go back and review how we've done it and to improve what we've done. And if we look at the forecasts which was described for next financial year, I think they are much more consistent with what we have been flying over the last 4 or 5 years actually, and those trends.
Are there any other constraints which are impacting your ability to achieve those targets, like availability of pilots?
So, Senator, we have, as I mentioned a moment ago, with the pilot training system change over to the PC21, there was, and my predecessors gave evidence to this several years ago, there was a reduction as we brought that system up to speed. We have that system now operating at a very good rate with the aircraft and simulators all online and providing a very good throughput of quality and quantity of pilots. That is flowing through the system, and that is actually part of the reason why we're seeing actual flying hours increase at those percentages I talked through before, as the squadrons have a few more pilots in them, and also in a number of cases, F-35 being one of them, you named before, where our aircraft, the final 9 aircraft arrived late 2024. We achieved FOC July of last year. So more of the systems are closer to full maturity as well.
But the Hawk and the PC21, those platforms for training our future pilots, are in raw terms, in kind of raw numbers, 2 of the largest reductions in forecast flying hours, 1,500 for the Hawk and 2,120 for the PC21. You're confident that's not going to impact the availability of pilots?
I am, Senator, because when I look at the actual hours achieved, and just you mentioned PC21, so let me give you those. Again, I'll start in 2022-23 financial year, 20,584. The following year, 22,952. The following year, 23,708. And our revised down estimate is 24,700, an additional 1,000 from last year. So the actual flying rate has just steadily increased at a healthy rate as that system has matured, and that system is providing us both the quantity and the quality of the pilots we need that's flowing through the system.
Other than other constraints other than pilot availability, what about sustainment and maintenance budgets? Is that a constraint?
So, Senator, as those hours indicate, if we go to the macro Air Force flying hours, growing up to, I think I mentioned before, over 83,000 is what we're expecting to achieve this year, up from 78,449 the previous year, then I have the resources I need at the moment to achieve the flying I need to ensure we are hitting our preparedness requirements as well as our aviation safety airworthiness requirements.
So how confident are you that we will hit those target numbers now that they've been revised down to be more realistic?
I am confident, Senator, that we will hit at or very close to those numbers, and certainly on the trend I described through the actual hours as opposed to the forecasting system that we've revised.
Okay, I look forward to hearing a report back at a future estimates, and I hope you do achieve that. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator.
Chair, with your permission, I'm going to move on to the next topic. I realise part of this will be ASA, and I'll pursue aspects of it with them, but who can help me from Defence on the East Coast submarine base? Thank you, Ms Perkins. I don't know if you saw a very lively interview this morning between the Defence Industry Minister and the Shadow Defence Industry Minister, but among the things they exchanged about was the location of the East Coast submarine base, and Minister Conroy said he'd be delighted to have it in his electorate. So I'm just seeking an update on how close it is to being built in his electorate.
I'll be sorry to disappoint you, Senator
don't do that.
Patterson. The concept of the East Coast base was developed in support of the AUKUS pathway, and prior to that and announced by the previous government. After the, excuse...
Bless you, Chair.
God bless you,
Sorry.
Chair.
It's an entirely understandable.
No, I'm notorious. Sorry.
Sorry, I'll just compose myself.
Please do. We all need to, I
It's
think.
a very serious matter.
Next question.
After the release of the Defence Strategic Review and as we settled the National Defence Strategy and IIP, as the Deputy Prime Minister has said a number of times, we won't be considering the siting or development of the East Coast base until the 2030s. Our focus will remain on the priority infrastructure work at HMAS Stirling and the support work at Osborne in South Australia, and we won't be returning to that investigative work until the early 2030s.
So not even considering it until the early 2030s?
That's what the Deputy Prime Minister has said repeatedly.
Yeah, why?
As I said, we've got an extremely large agenda in front of us. We are investing in the order of 14 to 15 million across the major infrastructure program. The priority works at HMAS Stirling in the initial operating capability that we're well advanced on is in the order of 2.3 billion. We're working now closely with ASA and Navy on the second tranche of the total of the $8 billion investment at Stirling. There are capacities, capacity challenges in the planning and delivery of that work. We did undertake, quite a important body of investigative work over the years to about 2023. We will come back to that as we progress further down the optimal pathway.
But why do we need an East Coast submarine base? What's the rationale for it?
And that will be part of, I think, the work that we do, Senator Patterson, as we develop the optimal pathway and the work we've talked about optimising the future estate and force posture to meet the integrated future force. We work through processes in support of the National Defence Strategy and the Integrated Investment Program to look globally at the current force and the planned future force and to plan a state to suit that. Basing around the country is important for the generation of capability and the location of those capabilities to optimise their effect, and it is also important to our people. So we've always sought to balance our forces around the country in the population centres, that are valuable for where people want to build their families and spouse employment. And so an East Coast base as a way to supplement that really strong West Coast focus, particularly in our active HMAS Stirling, remains an integrated, important way of thinking about future naval basing. But we will continue to work in the estate strategy and with our colleagues in Navy and the ASA on how we optimise that. And as I said, and as the Deputy Prime Minister has consistently said, we'll come back to the East Coast base question in the early 2030s.
Isn't it a concern, though, that in the meantime there could be developments in those, I think there's 3 primary ports under consideration, Newcastle, Kembla and Brisbane, but correct me if I'm wrong, that would impede a future submarine base if it's not identified which one it's going to be? People could build housing or other infrastructure around it that would make it harder to build a submarine base there in the future?
Senator, I can just repeat the Deputy Prime Minister's public
please don't
statement.
do that, since you've already done it. We know what his view is, but I'm asking you a question about what the implications are of not making a decision or even contemplating it until the next decade.
I think as we discussed the strategic rationale for the Defence Estate Audit yesterday, we made some important points here that there is an opportunity cost in the way we think about the estate that we operate and the estate we plan for the future. One thing Australia does have is a lot of coastline. One thing I've certainly heard from many states and territories is alternate sites from those 3 that were announced a number of years ago. And so while we've got very good preliminary data of 3 sites, and including one not on that list in the Minister for Defence Industries electorate, we maintain, and we've been directed through the Defence Strategic Review to maintain a good sense of civil infrastructure around the country. And as I said previously, we will continue to look at that as we move through this decade.
We do have a lot of coastline, but we don't have a lot of ports, and as I understand it, not my area of expertise by any stretch, that there are very unique requirements for a submarine base. It can't just be any port. Surely there are only a couple of options, viable options on the East Coast.
There are a number of options, and we've done detailed investigative work on a number of those.
What are the options that you've considered other than the ones I mentioned?
I think, Senator, as I said, the previous government announced 3 sites that we investigated.
Yep.
There was a piece of work before that that looked at a range of sites around the country. I think it's something we've certainly canvassed here before. There are a number of ports around the country that have in the past hosted nuclear-powered submarine visits. So that, you know,
Which ones? I'm not familiar.
So it is possible to host a submarine visit in Darwin.
Right.
The Port of Gladstone has capabilities.
Yep.
So there are other options, but we're not at this point doing more investigative work on sites on the East Coast to host a future.
I'm not super across my Queensland geography, but isn't Gladstone? Isn't the Great Barrier Reef off Gladstone, and might that pose some obstacles for a nuclear submarine getting out to sea quickly?
Well, as I said, Senator, we've done detailed investigative work on 3 sites, and the Deputy Prime Minister has parked this as an issue until the early 2030s.
Did you see the report by ABC on the 18th of May about a New South Wales Government report that identified Port Kembla as the preferred site?
I did see those reports, Senator.
Were you familiar with that work by the New South Wales Government?
Senator, as I understand it, that news reporting related to an equivalent of the Freedom of Information release from the New South Wales Government.
Yep.
What I can say is that as Defence undertook investigative work on 3 sites, we engaged with the Queensland Government and the New South Wales Government, as we do on many estate issues. And I understand the nature of that release. Spoke to some New South Wales Government records on the engagements Defence had with the New South Wales Government. We had not made recommendations to Government on a preferred site at that time, and we haven't subsequently.
Do you know what the New South Wales Government rationale was for identifying Kembla as the preferred port? Like, what are its features that make it suitable?
No, I don't, Senator.
Well, what did our report find?
That report is a detailed piece of work that speaks at quite a bit of depth to submarine agency requirements. As I said, it was investigative work undertaken at a classified level that we have not taken forward to Government, so I'm not really in a position to speak to the details in this forum.
Can it be released in any form? Can it be redacted and released in any form?
I'm happy to take that on notice. It was developed as a classified report.
Yeah, I understand that. That's why I asked it the way that I did. Okay, thank you, Chair. I'm happy to share the call with other colleagues.
Thanks a lot. Now, before I forget, I know the Secretary has been trying to get me to say this for a while, we are now releasing the Defence Veterans Services Commission, just so we know. But we are working towards dinner break before we release the department, just so people know where we stand. Okay, now, who else have we got here? Senator Pocock, have you got some questions?
I do. Thank
Excellent. All yours.
Thank you, Chair. I've got some questions about the process of opening the doors of the Defence Delivery Agency.
You can start asking.
Are CASG, the Guided Weapons and Explosive Ordnance, and the Naval Shipbuilding and Sustainment Group on track to merge on the 1st of July?
That is the plan, yes.
That's the plan? Are they on track?
Yes.
Okay. Will the Defence Delivery Agency open its doors as expected on the 1st of July 2027?
So as I believe was canvassed in previous estimates, the intention is that there is a transition year between the 1st of July 2026 to the 1st of July 2027. There is work to be done to create the Defence Delivery Agency, including legislation and movement of government activity, so MOG changes, although within the portfolio. And so the intention is to stand up an interim delivery agency within the department under the auspices of the current legal governance arrangements under the current PGPA accountabilities, etc., which will flow through me to the delivery agency in the first instance. I'm working towards operationalising a separate entity on the 1st of July 2027. And so we are working through what we're aware of the arrangements. We are still waiting for the final report from we've been working closely with the task force, the whole of government task force, and once receiving the final report, we will move further into implementation. But implementation is already underway in terms of the interim recommendations.
So it's your clear expectation that it is on track for the 1st of July 2027?
At this stage, yes.
When do you expect to receive the final report from the implementation task
shortly,
force?
but I'll ask Ms Williams to elaborate.
Nadine Williams, Head of the Defence Reform Task Force. The Task Force's work program goes through to the end of June, but we anticipate having the report to government shortly.
Okay. What does shortly mean?
In the near future, so in the next couple of weeks, and certainly
Okay,
before
cool.
the
Thank
end
you.
of
That's
June.
good.
Yeah.
That's good to know. And I know this has been canvassed before, but the Defence Delivery Agency appears to recreate in substance the Defence Material Organisation model abolished in 2015. What evidence does Defence have that reversing that structure will produce better results this time?
So ministers have spoken quite extensively about the changes that this reform will actually bring into effect. I think the fundamental difference is the clarification of accountabilities under this reform. Part of the intent of the establishment of the Defence Delivery Agency is to ensure that there's a really clear kind of accountability for the delivery of defence capability. The Defence Delivery Agency, unlike the previous DMO, will be an executive agency. Its head will report directly to ministers. And unlike the DMO, the Defence Delivery Agency will also have full control of its budget, so both its workforce, its operating, and of course the acquisition budget. And that level of both independence but then also accountability to ministers will really drive performance, and the intent is to have that clear accountability and those clear lines of accountability for performance in terms of the way in which the entity is constructed.
So under the new entity, as I understand it, the National Armaments Director will report directly to ministers.
That's
outside
correct.
the Secretary's chain?
As you would expect with an executive agency of that nature, it's very normal. Yes, the National Armaments Director will report directly to the ministers.
And so when a major project blows out under the new model, who is accountable? Is it the National Armaments Director? Is it the Secretary? Or is it the Minister?
So for those projects that are the responsibility of the Defence Delivery Agency, the National Armaments Director will be accountable to ministers for the delivery of those projects.
Mm-hmm. And so in terms of this being better, the Minister has said that the new Defence Delivery Group will have the same number of people doing the same work. If the people and the workload are the same, what's the actual mechanism that improves delivery?
So, Senator, I think as the Secretary noted, this, the stand-up of the Defence Delivery Agency is going to be staged. The first stage of that stand-up involves the transition of the current delivery groups into a mega Defence Delivery Group. That change happens on the 1st of July this year, and that will be a direct transfer of functions and people into the group. When the Defence Delivery Agency itself is established in 12 months' time, there will be, of course, a range of changes that will occur in terms of machinery of government changes and the stand-up of the executive agency's functions, its reporting accountabilities to ministers, the way in which it manages its budget, etc. At that point, you would expect changes to occur in terms of the way in which that entity operates and the way in which the new National Armaments Director runs that organisation.
Mm-hmm. I'll just add, in terms of the intent of the reform, part of the process has identified professional skill sets that are undertaken within the public service, with a heavy reliance in recent times on external workforce. And so the intention is to very much focus on professionalising the capability needed to manage acquisition processes and to reform the internal allocation processes for the sequence and timing of decision making across the different stages of building capability. There's changes in the development of capability process as well, in terms of making sure there's a stronger integration of advice centred under the VCDF. There's the DDA creation, which is to focus very much on the acquisition element. They will also manage contract elements of sustainment, but work very closely with the forces for the outcomes that are required for the capability. So there's been a very structured process to separate out the accountabilities at different levels, to make it clearer for the accountabilities and to ensure that there's a clearer handoff between the different elements and quicker and faster decision making, which makes a big difference for schedule and scope changes. And inevitably having a separate agency will also, there's more senior oversight and drive. The National Armaments Director will have a clear-eyed focus on building the capability of that part of the workforce.
Gee, great. You're talking it up. There's a lot to deliver on then. Thank you, Secretary. What's the total transition cost of standing up the Defence Delivery Group and then the DDA, including consultants, systems, rebranding, relocations, corporate overheads? You must have some sort of budget for that.
So it is intended to be budget neutral across the entities and enterprise.
To set it up, it won't cost any money.
There are existing functions that will support this element, and they will transfer with. So the intention is that this is budget neutral.
So how can this sort of thing be budget neutral? It must cost money to set up a whole new agency, and there must be branding, all that kind of thing. That doesn't just happen.
So, Senator, I think the best way to think about it is as a machinery of government exercise, which, as you'd be familiar with, it does require, governments require...
Which is surely not cost-free.
It's not cost-free in the sense that there will be costs associated with it, but it is net neutral in the sense that...
Sure. I'm not asking about the budget. I'm asking what is the actual cost to do this.
I understood. But government requires essentially departments, when they go through machinery of government changes, to operate within the envelope that they've been provided with. It does mean that, therefore, as the Secretary said, there will be a process of identifying what services will need to be placed on either side, whether it's in the Department of Defence or whether it's in the Defence Delivery Agency, in a particular where we might be able to identify shared services, for example.
I'm really sorry to interrupt.
No,
I'm short on time. I'm just after how much this is actually going to cost to do. Sure, it may be budget neutral, but what is the cost of going through this process?
Well, the cost will be net neutral, so it won't impose an additional cost on budget, Senator.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking what is the cost of doing this? There must be consultants involved, there must be branding, there must be potential relocations of staff. What does that all cost?
So there is reprioritisation of activity within the organisation to facilitate this transfer. I can't give you a net total cost. Happy to take it on notice and come back. We have asked people to reallocate their work to focus on this, so it's more of an opportunity cost for the activities rather than an actual physical dollar cost.
I find it hard to believe that in setting up something like the DDA, this is how much it's going to cost to go through this process.
Most of the functions for the transition period are currently being undertaken, and so the transition is about reallocating existing priorities to deliver the transformation that's needed in the first 12 months. And as we get closer to the creation of the DDA as a separate entity, we'll be refining it and focusing in terms of the net, the implications for both the defence budget and the DDA first budget.
Secretary, you must have an idea of how much this is going to cost. There must be some sort of forecast or budget saying it's going to cost us this amount of money to set up this new entity, or is that not how things work?
So it's a reallocation within existing work activities, so it's not a net increase in funding.
No, that's not what I'm asking though. Sure, you're reallocating something from somewhere else, but what does this process actually cost?
So we don't have a specific number for you.
Why not?
At the moment, because, well, we're waiting for the final report, we're working through the implementation arrangements, and we have 12 months to sort through the details within existing budgets where we reallocate people's work effort to focus on what's necessary to create the new agency.
What's it cost so far?
I'm happy to take it on notice, but at the moment people have reallocated their work effort. It hasn't been a significant burden on the budget.
Senator, mindful of time, I do need to move the call along. So unless you've got one other question right now.
Well, I'm keen to actually get an answer.
Well, I think the Secretary has taken on notice, and I am mindful we are running right behind time. So if you've got no other questions at the moment, I'll have to move the call along. No, I appreciate that, but we've also got to find an amount of time.
Also got standing orders.
Yeah, that's fine, but I'm going to move the call along. I've given you a very large block at the moment, to be fair, so I'll give the call now to Senator Lambie.
Yeah.
I can hear you. Hello.
Oh, great. Thank you. Good afternoon. I just want to go on from that question. So let me get this right from what Senator Pocock was asking. There's actually no cost analysis. That's what you're telling us.
So the process to date has been reviewing the system. There's been a task force that's been set up. That's been a whole of government task force, which has got a combination of secondees and internal defence staff. That process is providing recommendations to government. We've got an interim report that we've worked through. We are working through what the implications are. At the moment, it's relatively light touch in terms of the financial implications. People have been asked to reallocate their work in some of our governance area, some of our finance areas and staffing areas.
Okay. So you've done no cost analysis, yes or no? No cost analysis. I heard what you were saying. So how much are the officers on what working on this project? Is it 20%, 10%? I mean, what does that look like?
So I was just going to say, Senator, there's a small task force working on it. There's approximately 20 to 30 people at present, so there would be costs associated with the task force. I think what the Secretary was describing is, I guess, the process that comes next. So over the next 12 months, the intent is that Defence will work through, in the first instance, there are the costs associated with the staff, of course, that will be transferred into the entity, into the new entity. And there will be a process of also working through how the shared services, potentially arrangements that will be set up to support the entity will be put in place. But it's a machinery of government change, so it generally, under those sorts of arrangements, departments go through and identify where they are going to transfer existing resources. So it's a movement of people and it's a movement of budgets. And as part of that process, if there are then additional costs that are identified, for example, there may be new functions that need to be put in place, then generally departments go through the process, for example, like your CFO functions or your Q functions, and then you go through the process essentially of working through how you're going to fund those.
I didn't realise the government did a face about, because usually you present a business case with costings around about attached. So I'm glad we got that out. In the meantime, I have no more questions about this issue at this point in time, but I was wondering if I could have cadets. Is there someone still representing cadets there?
Senator, yes, they'll come to the table.
Thank you so much, and that way they can get going, I guess, if no one else. I think there was only me with questions. I do apologise for keeping them. Were you right?
Far away.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. So who's doing cadets?
Senator, it's Lieutenant General Fox, depending on the question.
You don't do cadets. Where's the person that's in charge of cadets?
I'm responsible as the accountable officer for the cadets program at an overarching level that's delivered through one of the divisions I'm responsible for.
Okay, so, okay then, all right, this will be interesting. Okay, so how much participation then, how long have you been with cadets with that then? How long has that been in your... Sorry, how long has that been under your umbrella for? Sorry, no.
That's okay. Senator, the Reserve and Cadet Support Division transferred previously from Joint Capabilities Division to Military Personnel Organisation when it was stood up on the 1st of July 2023.
Okay. Okay then. Okay, can you tell me, I just want to know, the people that are working and they're cadets, I know that they're on a pretty skeleton lot. Did any of you have any participation in the Defence Estate audit when it come to the cadet units themselves?
I'd defer, I'll ask my service chief colleagues to come to the table as well, Senator, because we run the overarching program in terms of policy, but the actual units themselves, the administration and delivery of those programs are run by the services.
That's okay. I don't mind who you bring forward. I just don't know who I speak to. So if you can point in that direction and bring them up, that'd be fabulous. Thank you. And who has strategic plan for the defence branches? Who does all the strategic stuff in that area?
Senator, are you talking about cadets or are you talking...
Cadets, yeah, absolutely all cadets. It's just cadet questions, this one.
So if it's in relation to the planning around ICT that the cadets might use, if it's in relation to an overall cadet volunteer payment, that structure, or...
No, nothing about payments. Okay, I'll just ask the questions. If you think someone should come forward, you can just call them out. That make it easy?
Thanks, Senator.
No, thank you. Good on you. So once again, if someone could ask the question of the participation in the Defence Estate audit. Who went into bat for the cadets? Who did it? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, Senator Lambie, it's Lieutenant General Stewart, Chief of the Army. So from an Army cadet's perspective, I had...
Yes, well, yeah, that'd be great. Tell me what happened. Tell me how it went deep.
I had one engagement with the independent reviewers, and during that I was able to provide advice about what I assessed to be the impact on the Australian Army Cadet Program, which, as you know, is quite significant nationwide, involves about 16,000 cadets and, of course, hundreds of volunteers. It's an excellent program, and obviously distributed. So I was able to provide my assessment of the impact to the Australian Army Cadet Program during that engagement, along with impact on our reserves and obviously our full-time force.
Okay, are you able to share any of that information? I'll take all three. Have you got anything that we should have on those assessments about?
Look, yeah. So in general terms, obviously.
Well, you know, they're a very hot topic. You know, and as you know why. I mean, there's they're ours. That sort of stuff, especially the big barracks, the old barracks, that sort of thing. But getting rid of our reserves and our cadets, when I thought they're the very backbone of our military, especially Army. I'm not going to be left with one on the northwest coast of Tasmania. Did you know that?
I'm
not going to be able to give my young children here an opportunity of starting their foot in the door to get in defence.
Yeah, Senator Lambie, I think...
So I'm wondering who made those decisions to take that opportunity away from our kids.
Yeah, so I think you and I would agree on the importance of the program, both in terms of it's primarily a youth development program. Secondly, it is a way of engaging with the community that we serve all around our country, and in many cases for families and communities, it might actually be the only interaction they have with their Army, with their ADF. So particularly important when it comes to engaging with the community that we exist to serve and from which Australian soldiers are drawn. And then, of course, there's a reasonable percentage of Australian Army cadets that do end up in service as well. So the value of the program and the value of the opportunities, I think we would be absolutely in agreement with. In terms of the impact on the Australian Army Cadet program, and importantly on the families, parents and the volunteers, the key areas we're looking at and working with cadet units on are things like commute times, things like the actual facilities themselves, and the Brigadier Dave McCammon, who runs Australian Army Cadets for me, has been particularly active post the announcement of the estate review in getting around the country to cadet units, sitting down with leaders, sitting down with parents, sitting down with volunteers, and figuring out how we can work with them to continue to make sure the program thrives. So some of the things we're doing are looking at whether there are possibilities to partner with more schools where the facilities become less of an issue because they already exist, and where that may not be possible, where are the multi-user depot type opportunities. As I think my colleague Ms Perkins has said earlier, there's more work to be done on the plan. We're working to make sure that our cadet unit requirements are properly represented and contribute to that planning.
How long have you got with your cadet units? Because I imagine some of them will be the smaller ones that will be sold off cheap, so I wouldn't think you've got very long to come up with a plan. And I'm telling you, and you would know what I do if you've been out there, I trust that. Schools don't particularly want to pick this up. And I don't think that changeover, it's not back in the 1970s, it's not going to be, it doesn't work like that anymore. You and I know that. And you and I know if those kids have got to travel any more than about half an hour max, they're not going.
No, I fully appreciate that, and that was one of the...
With Army Reserve, they all work together. I don't understand this, yet they're closing them down.
Yeah, so Senator...
I guess
Sorry, go ahead.
So I guess my next thing is, my problem is the reduction in numbers when it comes, we'll hit reserves as well. But when it comes to reserves and cadets over the next 2 or 3 years, because if this is not done very well, I don't know why we're spending near $1 billion on recruiting, because we're wasting our time. You must know that.
So, Senator, I'm very conscious of the issues that you raised. The other thing we're doing, as so far as it relates to our service category 3 and 5, our reservists, is working with them, particularly in Tasmania and particularly in Western Australia, to say that we will work at an individual basis. We value their service. We need them to continue serving. We'll work with them on their pattern of service, and if we need to adjust that to accommodate it because of things like commute times, then that's exactly what we will do. Now, I don't have...
I'm sorry, how do you do that on the northwest coast? We're going to Launceston. You've got circular head up that way. That's 2 hours out of Burnie. I'm not driving 4 hours for military. You know that, and so do I. You just can't do that. It's not realistic. Not for Army Reserve. They've got jobs. You know that, so do I. And if you haven't got them and you haven't got that equipment, they lose interest. They're not joining, mate. Is anyone taking them into a room, give them reality check, the government? Because it just doesn't work like this.
Yeah, look,
I'm coming back. I've got 6 weeks. I have a lot to say.
Yeah,
but fair income, you know, I'm just astonished what the Army, I won't go into the RAF and Navy, me being Army, but I'm astonished at what you guys are prepared to give up that probably we should have fought for. That's all, and it's just been a real breakdown. And that's right across when it comes to the estates. So, and I think, and I know that's not your fault, but that's the channel, and you must know that.
Senator Lambie, it's Admiral Johnston. All chiefs and I recognise exactly, as you were saying, just how important both the cadet and the reserve program to us. The independent state reviewers looked at the properties that we had and formed a view of those that were either not fit for purpose or were underutilised. Our commitment is to work with those communities to find the best options that we can in order to achieve exactly as you are saying, to ensure that we maintain both that goodwill and the opportunity for people, reservists to serve in the part-time capacity and for cadets to have that experience we would hope they have.
Okay. All right, so I'll just go on to some more questions out of that one, but do any of you have any information regarding the number of cadets that go on to join the ADF, both permanent reserve forces? I don't need them now, but if you could take that on question, that notice on question on notice, that'd be good.
Senator, I can answer that now.
Okay, thanks.
So a number of years ago, there was a report done, and it was around 16% of the school cadet program do join the Australian Defence Force.
Wow, that'd be a big hole in that recruiting, wouldn't it, without that? Okay. All right. Thank you for those numbers. Are you seeking any other input from... actually, no, that doesn't matter. That's not right for you. So you said you've got more engaging to do with the cadet units that will continue, and the Army Reserve units.
Sorry, Senator, I didn't catch the beginning of your question.
Is there still more? Are you still in discussions behind the closed doors while this is going on about those estates? Because it is a real serious problem. I mean, Tasmania is just one of them. Basically, we've been scorched. We've got nothing left. I mean, God help us, I'm glad we're down this end. Okay, we are being scorched, mate. There's no other way to put it when it comes to defence assets down here. That's a problem, but we're not the only ones. And some of these places are really important. And they are in the right place, and I understand some of them have got to go, that's fine. But I reckon there's about half of them that shouldn't be going. You're going to lose numbers. So, anyway, I have no further... Sorry, did you have something to say?
Oh, I just wanted to answer your question, if that's all right, Senator.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so, short answer is yes. So we are working with the Security and State Group, who have got the responsibility for the plans for fit-for-purpose alternative accommodation. I don't have an answer on what that is for every location, but it is absolutely a priority for us, and we'll continue to work with both the cadet units and with our reservists to make sure that we can keep them in service, because we need them to continue. And to your point about the recruiting benefit that the cadet program provides for us, we are very attuned to that, and that's something that we want to continue to maintain and to grow in due course.
Okay, thank you so much for that. I have no... Oh, actually, I do have a question. This one's just coming left of field, but do you know of any of these places that may have any opportunity turning into any veteran hubs or anything? Is any of that discussion on the table? Because we still need quite a few of those around. You know, I mean, if we don't want to give these things up, can we build on them? What are the options? And I really don't think that side of it's been looked at very well. You know, there's nothing wrong with joining a hub with a bloody Army Reserve unit, for Christ's sake. Do you know what I mean? I just think we're happy to sell, but we didn't want... Well, can we build on these things? And what can we put in there to build them up? That's all I'm asking. And I just don't think the government has looked at that direction very well at all. Has there been any talk about those veteran hubs going in there? No.
Senator Lambie, it's Admiral Johnson. Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
We have indicated that the disposal will be managed by the Department of Finance. Of course, we do work with the DVA on that welfare and hub support. There's significant work going into establishing the new wellbeing agency, which is very much focused around what its presence around the country would be.
Okay, I just have one further question, Chair. And how much of that land's going to veterans' housing? Has that been discussed? Who's been into bat for that? Because we are down on housing. And since it's your land and you're giving it up, you've got to give out some for the government to give you some back with DVA. So has anyone put any of that stuff away or looked at veterans' housing on any of those properties whatsoever when you pull them down or do whatever you're doing for them? No, that's not in discussion either.
Well, the process from here is that there's been an order to government decision. There's further analysis in terms of the sites. They will be handed over to the Department of Finance, who will be looking at the opportunities for those sites. We heard earlier in evidence from the estate implement team about the heritage overlay, the opportunities. There is the opportunity for communities to be involved. Celia Perkins went through the engagement that's going on underway at the moment. We've heard about the engagement at the cadet level, there's engagement at the reserves level, engagement with local community. There is a fair way to run as the government works through making the best opportunities out of these sites, both for the community but also in terms of reorientating the defence estate to be supporting our national defence.
Wow, imagine one of these or a few of these being cadets housing hubs and army reserves. Oh, look at that. Really? You know, I'm just asking you, maybe I've mentioned it, maybe you will discuss it a little bit further about, you know, fine, it's nice to make money, but at what cost? I have no further questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator. Senator Shoebridge, you have the call.
Thanks, Chair. I've got a number of sort of issues, but the first one I might cover is what, if any, engagement Defence has had with the New South Wales state government when they were building up their business case for an East Coast nuclear base. My first question is, Secretary, either you or you, Chief CDF, are your organisations aware that the New South Wales government has developed a business case for an East Coast base? And I note that the details of that were released following an order of the New South Wales Parliament from my colleague, Abigail Boyd MLC. Were you aware of the New South Wales government doing that work?
Senator Shoebridge, I'm not being cued about this. Can I just check, were you in the room before when we had quite a long conversation about this?
About the New South Wales?
About the New South Wales information, because we did explore it in some depth.
Well, no, I wasn't.
Okay, that's right. It's just, I'm not being smart. I'm just trying to make sure that if we need to start at the beginning, we can start at the beginning.
You know, frankly, I missed that. So,
that's right.
I'm happy to give you the short version, and you can check the Hansard records. But there was a previous government work program that the Department of Defence was involved in. It did involve discussions with the state governments of New South Wales and Queensland about East Coast locations, and we understand that the release of the information that you referred to is part of the New South Wales government's considerations of those matters.
So there was engagement between the Commonwealth and the New South Wales government for the development of that business case.
Not necessarily specifically the business case, but the consultations and discussions about the opportunities of.
When did that? Was there a decision made to terminate any communications with the New South Wales government at some point, or did it just come to a conclusion?
Senator, thank you. As we've canvassed a little earlier, we undertook a body of work initially announced under the former Morrison government to explore a number of sites for a potential East Coast base. As that work progressed, we undertook formal engagements in 2022 with the Queensland Government and the New South Wales Government on the three preferred options under consideration.
And to be clear, they're Brisbane, Newcastle and Port Kembla.
Correct, that's right, and publicly declared as such. And in early 2023, we met with the New South Wales Government to discuss some design work around the next steps Defence would need to undertake.
Sorry, just stopping you there, Ms Perkins. Secretary, you said that this was with the former government, but if it's early 2023, that's with the current government, isn't it? So,
I'm happy to continue the answer.
I just want to, because your answers can be a little long, Ms Perkins, we might break them up into bite-sized pieces. Ms Quinn, were you aware that this was continuing in 2023 when you said it was all under the previous government?
I don't believe I did say it was under the previous government. And in terms of the previous government announced a process, as you know, I've only been in this portfolio for 2 weeks, so I was not aware of any of this history.
Okay, so we're with the Albanese Labor government in 2023. What were they doing, progressing this business case with the New South Wales government, or adjacent to the business case for the New South Wales government?
Senator, we weren't developing a business case. We were undertaking with the Australian Submarine Agency, well, the Australian Submarine Agency's forerunner, investigative work around the characteristics of the sites that might make them suitable for future consideration. As I said, we engaged in 2022 and then in early 2023 on the potential to undertake a defence-sponsored impact assessment. In a similar timeframe...
sorry, just a defence-sponsored impact assessment.
Yes.
Did that work generate the finding that we see in the New South Wales government report, where they said residents are likely to perceive the East Coast nuclear base as a source of risk due to there being nuclear reactors on board the submarines and the military base being a potential military target?
No,
Did
Senator.
that information find its way into the report because of the Defence Impact Report?
No, Senator, we did not undertake the impact assessment. We were doing some initial scoping work with the New South Wales government about what we might include in that impact assessment. If you would allow me to continue my answer, as the Defence Strategic Review was undertaken and progressed, we concluded the initial investigative work on the 3 sites. As the Deputy Prime Minister has said on a number of occasions, as we then settled the Defence Strategic Review and the follow-on National Defence Strategy and IIP, the government decided to return to any further consideration of an East Coast base until the early 2030s.
When in 2023 did the work continue into 2024 or did it end in 2023?
No, it did not. It ended in 2023.
Did it continue after the production of the New South Wales business case study in September 2023?
I have no knowledge of the New South Wales government business cases you described beyond the recent ABC media reporting.
Has anyone in Defence received a copy of this quite detailed, expensive artefact about an East Coast nuclear base produced by the New South Wales government? Has anyone in Defence received?
We're happy to take it on notice, but given our engagement on this matter, as I understand it, was completed in early 2023 with...
You say early 2023. On what basis do you say early 2023?
On the basis of the information provided to me by the team.
Well, do we know what date that concluded?
I'm happy to take it on notice.
Building a nuclear submarine base in Port Kembla, which is what the New South Wales report identifies as the preferred site, would be an extraordinarily large undertaking. It would involve new breakwaters, probably the removal of the steelworks, the building of missile defence bases, building of housing units to house thousands of US personnel. Are you saying that you can commence consideration of that and complete that in a handful of years in the early 2030s? Is that what Defence now says?
No, Senator.
So what is the time frame now for building an East Coast nuclear submarine base?
There is no time frame in the future investment program. As the Deputy Prime Minister said on a number of occasions, we will return to consideration and decisions about an East Coast base in the early 2030s.
But I just want to be clear about this. I know we operate in a federation, but is it seriously the proposition from the Federal Department of Defence and the Australian Defence Force that none of you have seen or requested a detailed, almost 100-page business case done by the New South Wales State Government about an East Coast submarine base that was dated in September 2023? Is that seriously what you're telling me?
So, given that the previous work effort was paused, reflecting the priorities of the government, the focus on the West Coast activities being the work at HMS Sterling, and elsewhere, the Department of Defence is focused on the priorities of today, and the government has indicated very clearly that this issue about the East Coast is something that they'll come back to down the track. So we prioritise the work that's needed now, and that has been the West Coast submarine bases.
Yeah, so I've got to tell you now that the people who live in around Port Kembla, the 300,000 people in the Illawarra, when they get told that the federal government is going to come back down the track and consider whacking a nuclear submarine base in their only port, which will make them a nuclear target, and they get told, we'll consider it down the track, they find that hard to understand. They find it, in my exchanges with them, frightening, and they can't believe that the federal government is so cavalier with the future of their town, the future of their city, the future of their industries. Is that really what they can take from this? That will be considered down the track?
So the Deputy Prime Minister has been very clear that in the longer term, Australia will need an East Coast base. But what the government has said is the decision to be taken around 2030 and beyond in terms of where that would occur. There would be various steps. You've identified one possible step. There would be multiple sites that would be examined, and there would be due consideration to all the pluses and minuses of the location of such a siting. So the people on the East Coast should understand that there is a process potentially in future that the government will come back to. The priority for now has been to make sure that the facilities are available on the West Coast and elsewhere.
So the government is still committed to putting an East Coast nuclear submarine base in, consistent with what you've just said about the Defence Minister's statement. It's just you're not going to tell them when, and you're not going to tell them where.
I would suggest committed to considering.
It was a recommendation that was accepted in principle by the government as a consequence of the Defence Strategic Review. But it is clear, as the evidence from the officials indicates, that the government considers that the expansive program of work in establishing Surf West, the facilities at Henderson, the facilities at Osborne and the broader AUKUS enterprise are a very large project, and our emphasis is on implementing those steps.
Thanks, Minister. I've got to say, everyone's got a lot quieter. Everyone's got much quieter.
I think it's
Is
just...
it-
we just
Oh,
make sure
No,
that-
I think it is me on this occasion.
Yeah, I think anyhow, it's hard to hear is what I'm trying to say. But I think it's across the board. I mean, I think probably, yep, it's hard to hear. Admiral Johnson, are residents right to have the concerns that have been identified in this New South Wales government study, that having an East Coast nuclear base in their town makes them, and I'll quote from the New South Wales government study, means that the military base being a potential military target? Are they right to have that concern?
Senator Shoebridge, I haven't seen the report, so I don't know what the issues or concerns that are raised in it that have led to that conclusion.
Well, I'll just read again. You may not have heard it from, this is a New South Wales government report. It says, residents are likely to perceive the East Coast nuclear base as a source of risk due to there being nuclear reactors on board the submarines and the military base being a potential military target. Are residents right? Is it a legitimate concern that they have, that if a nuclear submarine base is opened up in their city, that they will be a potential military target? Is that a legitimate concern?
The disposition of defence facilities around the country are a factor of what might be considered to present a degree of risk or not. So I think I wouldn't draw one military base out uniquely to any others. You mentioned nuclear reactors. Of course, the nuclear reactors that the United States operate have an extraordinary safety record. They have, and the reason why the standards are so high and the safety certifications are so high are all underpinning that extraordinary safety record that they maintain.
And you don't see a nuclear submarine base as being a high priority target in a significant conflict? You don't see it as being a high priority target?
I'm not sure I differentiate it from other military facilities significantly.
All right. Yet I thought that the whole rationale about getting these nuclear submarines was that they are an incredibly essential, lethal capability that is critical to the defence of Australia. I thought that's the rationale behind them, and yet you say they're no more of a military target than what? Lancer Barracks in Parramatta.
Senator, we're talking about a base. I'm hoping on that day where we might need the capability that the nuclear submarines, they will be at sea and doing the very role for which we are seeking to acquire them.
And that should give comfort to the residents that the base won't be attacked because the submarines will be at sea.
You're inviting me on a hypothetical.
Well, it's not a hypothetical. It's contained in a government report identifying residents' concerns.
Well, it's identified in a report that certainly I've not seen, that the New South Wales government did. Just want to put it back into the context of the National Defence Strategy, which has a very clear articulation of the strategic context in which Australia is operating and the need for us to increase our capability in order to sort of focus on the strategy of denial, all with the intent of making Australia a safer place.
Yes, but to be clear, the residents of Port Kembla feel threatened, not safe, by this proposal.
Well, there is no
clear.
proposal.
Right.
So you're drawing a long bow from some work. There is no proposal at the moment.
Well, I think they've listened to the Labor government saying that they're choosing between Newcastle, Port Kembla and Brisbane. Like they've actually heard what the government has said.
That is not what the government has said.
That was the Morrison
government proposal.
Are they no longer the three sites?
Senator, I think the evidence before you is that when the government returns to this question, there'll be a range of sites considered.
Are there more sites? Are there people in other towns and cities who should be anxious about getting a nuclear submarine base popped in them?
Senator, no decision has been taken around this at all. As I've indicated, the government's priority is working on the very significant program of work that's associated with the AUKUS enterprise. Indeed, officials will be here very shortly to answer your questions about that.
The budget, on another matter, the budget still has $300 million in the integrated investment program allocated towards large optionally crewed vessels.
Sorry, could you just repeat that last? There was a cough.
Large optionally crewed vessels, $300 million in the IIP. Admiral Johnson, you're aware of that still sitting there in the IIP?
I'm aware that large optionally crewed vessels are still a capability proposition in the future, Senator, yes?
Have you followed what as I understood from previous discussions about it, that's an investment that's attached to the US Navy's development of that class of vessels, is that right?
I think that was certainly one and the leading option as an example of that capability, not necessarily the only one.
All right. Are there other options apart from the US development that are part of the consideration for that $300 million program?
At the time, because I think that investment is still some way in time, it is not clear yet what options may exist. So it's not an imminent capability question.
Can you identify an option other than the US one that was considered at the time the announcement was made? Are there any other options that Navy's considering?
The US one is the only one I'm currently aware of. Not sure if my colleagues can add to that for you.
Senator Air Marshal Rob Chipman, Vice Chief of the Defence Force. The recommendation for a large optionally crewed vessel was actually made by the independent assessment team that looked at the lethality of our surface fleet. And it was tied to the US Navy, and there are currently no other options that we're considering.
Are you aware of what the US Navy is now saying about that project?
We recognise, Senator, that there are potential delays to the large optionally crewed vessel, and so yes, we are tracking what the US Navy is saying.
Potential delay is a polite description of it. Last year, the US Navy's Surface Warfare Requirements Director, Rear Admiral William Daly, said this about it. He said, "The large USV has a great purpose, but it has walked that path towards exquisite, expensive and unpalatable. And I'm sceptical about that landing in the fleet." Were you aware of him describing this project as exquisite, expensive and unpalatable?
I'm not aware of those specific words, Senator, but I am aware there are delays to the program, and that's been taken account of in our investment planning.
I will say and I don't want to be too pedantic about this, Senator, but it is often the case that some senators in this committee quote from documents to witnesses. It's very difficult for witnesses to respond when they don't have the documentation in front of them. So often the practice is for senators to bring copies if they wish to make reference to external materials that are not government documents.
That may well be the case, but being anxious, of course, about not providing 14 copies of lengthy documents, but
provide one.
I would invite... My assumption is, I could be wrong, Minister, my assumption is that when there's a $300 million budget allocation about a project like this that is tied to a US program, that senior officials here are following developments about the US program. I may be wrong in that, but that's the assumption that I bring to these Senate estimates.
Well, Senator, on previous occasions you've quoted from...
This is not true.
...online newsletters. So I think actually... understanding the context of the documents from which you are quoting when you're putting propositions to officials
quoting from online newsletters?
Is a kind of just reasonable.
Okay. All right, okay.
Yeah,
we'll move on.
It just would be helpful as a practice. It would assist.
If you're not aware of the characterisation being exquisite, expensive and unpalatable, are you aware that in fact the US has now junked the large unmanned surface vessel as a distinct project and is merging it with a medium unmanned surface vessel into what's now described as a modular attack surface craft?
Senator, we are following what is occurring in the US Navy and have made adjustments to our own investment program until we get greater clarity on what they are doing.
So the $300 million was attached to the development of a US project that's now been cancelled in the terms. It's still sitting there in the IIP. Is it just going to remain in the IIP indefinitely? Are you going to ever review a $300 million commitment? Is it subject of review?
Senator, we are constantly reviewing where programs and projects sit in the integrated investment program and making sure that the money is programmed at to align with when we expect capability investments to be required.
Has anyone inside Defence, either the department or the ADF, reviewed the US's decisions and its most recent decision to not progress with the large USV?
Yes, Senator. I think I've made that observation to you.
So is it still at all a credible program for Australia to progress a large optionally crewed surface vessel when the only identified global example and partner has cancelled the project? Is that still on a viable project? Is that what you're saying? It's still a viable project?
We are waiting to see how the US Navy progresses and whether there is a co-development pathway with them.
They cancelled it.
Just bear in mind that this is a recommendation of the independent assurance team. There is an opportunity for us to realise a really important capability that would take our fleet forwards in terms of its lethality and survivability, but that can't happen if the US Navy don't commit to the program, and we're monitoring those developments.
I think it's worth observing that the DPM's public position around this, Senator, is that this is looking to enter operation in the late 2030s through to the mid-2040s, so there is time to observe developments in other jurisdictions, and I think officials have indicated to you that that is exactly what they're doing.
I think, just to be clear though, because my staff have told me that we did provide a list of documents that we would be referring to in the course of these estimates, and my understanding is this is on the list that was provided. I'm not going to be providing photocopies of multiple documents.
I always did from opposition, and it made it very difficult for ministers not to deal with the materials I was offering.
As requested of
Thank
documents,
you.
which
All right.
includes the one that includes exquisite,
Excellent.
expensive and unpalatable.
Fantastic. All right, we've got that on the record. Now I'm going to move the call over to the Deputy Chair, Senator Collins.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to ask a few questions. The Defence Estate, please. Thank you. I just want to, I guess, correct the record a little bit on the language that we've been using today, or I've been hearing today, on the consultation sessions, because they're not consultations in my view and many of the views of the people that were there. They're information sessions, Q&A sessions. And, you know, I think we've got the whole thing a little bit round the wrong way, to be honest. And let me just give you a little bit of a sense of what the Assistant Minister for Defence said at the Mossman Q&A session. He said, when I visited Penguin a couple of times, I went through in fine detail with the CEO of the capabilities of that site. The Navy Diving Clearance Centre, the hyperbaric chambers. I learnt so much about the Navy, the turbidity of the water. Some of you might understand how important that is for diving training and the excellence that happens there. These are critical capabilities for our Navy and armed forces. So I made the decision that this was necessary to maintain and not divest fully, which was the original recommendation. So my question is, how did HMAS Penguin come to be recommended to be sold off completely?
Senator, I think what you've referred to there as the Assistant Minister discussing in a community engagement is the process that the government went through to take the independent audit's recommendations of divestment of 68 sites. And as I've described before, the government then directed Defence to undertake a detailed analysis of the entirety of the independent audit and the reviews, and to provide advice on its implementation. As part of that advice, we convened a Bantu two-star steering group that had representatives of the Navy, Army, Air Force and the other defence groups and services. And part of that work was to determine how we could recreate capability elsewhere, whether we could manage a transition of staff from one site to another, and so on and so forth. In a small number of sites, Defence returned to government and made the case that there were good reasons not to proceed with a full divestment. HMAS Penguin, as you've just described, was one of those. And there are a number of partial divestments in the list, and one full retention, and that was the Pittwater Dive Annex connected to HMAS Penguin. And as the government considered Defence's advice, agreed the proposition that at a number of sites it was not feasible or economical to relocate a capability to another site. And I think that's what Assistant Minister Khalil was describing around particularly the dive capability and the diver training capability at HMAS Penguin. The government, though, as we've said, is focused on maximising value and reorienting the estate for our future capability needs and reducing the overhead of retaining sites, and asked us to explore how you could, though, on a site, perhaps divest parts of that site that weren't contributing to critical capability.
And I think that's a really important point. So the critical capability will be retained. That's actually really clear on the public website, Senator Collins. I'm sure that you've reviewed it. It is not a full divestment. it will be partially divested to retain the critical capability.
And what that says to me is that there is critical capability, most likely top secret stuff. There was a skiff down there that is going to be sold off. And yet, through that partial divestment, you're going to be taking the public right up to these critical naval capabilities. Now, there are absolutely no assurances given by the government to the naval base down there or to the community about what's going to happen on the other side of that divestment line. And the only conclusion that everybody can come to is that there are going to be 6 luxury apartments there to try and make up the dollars. Now, when you have come here and said that this is critical capability, when the Assistant Minister has pushed back on this and said there is critical capability, why are we saying that the rest of it can go to the public?
Senator, I think I need to return perhaps to the purpose of the estate review. It hasn't been considered as a whole for a very long period of time. Previous governments have put off examining whether or not this estate is fit for purpose. Our government didn't feel that that was sensible or reasonable given our strategic circumstances. We think that the investments that we hold, the assets that we hold, need to contribute to our capabilities, and by implication, those parts of the estate that do not contribute to capability or the most important elements of our strategic objectives should not continue to be part of the estate, so that we can actually consolidate the estate and make sure it is fit for the future. That is the overall objective, and it underwrites the decisions. We know that change is never easy, and we do have to consult with communities as we step through these changes. In the example that you're referring to, it's a partial divestment, and the exact approach to that will be finalised through the divestment process.
Let me just revisit some of the comments that the Assistant Minister made that night. This is to the community, and I believe it was to a question of, are these genuine consultations? I'm going to be very straightforward with you and transparent with you, and we are talking about the definition of divestment earlier. The decision to divest has been made, so they're not real consultations with the community.
Well, that's not correct. That's not correct, Senator.
Well, given the strong pushback from the community, are you going to be reassessing the partial divestment? I don't think so. I mean, you can answer that, but I don't think that's part of the consultation.
Senator, there is always value in talking to community about how we implement things and how we approach any government initiative in this portfolio or others. And it's why the consultation is occurring.
Okay, why did it take the intervention of a junior minister who spent 2 days at a base to prevent the full divestment of this base?
Senator, I wouldn't describe it that way. As I've described a number of times, the Deputy Prime Minister directed that Defence undertake analysis. We took that advice to government. The Assistant Minister for Defence is the Deputy Prime Minister's lead on this item. It is very usual that you would work with the relevant minister to work through these issues. He's been deeply engaged as we took that advice to government in 2025, and he was keen to visit each of the sites and to speak with the people on site. And he did that at a number of places around the country. As he formed up, I think, working with us, the submission that the government then considered.
Okay. We've heard evidence that the auditors received expert advice on the capabilities of these defence bases.
I'm sorry, there's a few coughers in the back of the room.
That's okay. I've heard evidence that the auditors received expert advice on the capabilities of these defence bases. So how has it come to be that this site was recommended for full divestment?
So you're correct. As the independent auditors undertook their work, we undertook a range of ways to bring together defence and external advisors to support their engagement. Within Defence, we held engagements have been described with group heads and service chiefs, and we convened 3 large panels with experts within Defence. The group heads and service chiefs nominated their 2-star representatives. That spoke deeply to capability on sites. The independent review leads visited 70 sites around Australia and engaged with on-base staff and provided an independent report to government. In their report, you have a copy of the public version, it does speak on those sites to ways in which you could replicate capability in alternate sites. The government then quite rightly asked Defence to run a ruler over that. You can recreate capabilities in many ways. We've done that over many years as we've reoriented to the north, for instance. The work Defence was able to complete following the delivery of the independent audit, though, looked more seriously at the costs and whether those alternatives made sense to us, and the government was prepared to listen to us on that.
Yes, and the junior minister said it was too costly to move. I just want to put in a sort of sense check on all of this, that, you know, this partial divestment is actually cutting off a naval base from beach access. Now, if you are at that HMAS Penguin training, doing activities, exercises, you're getting up at midnight, 4 o'clock in the morning to jump into the beach, go along to the other side of the bay, deep underwater. You're not going to be able to do that anymore. You're going to have to travel an hour away. We heard that evidence.
Senator, I might just correct you on that, and we were together when you toured HMAS Penguin. We have not yet settled, and we'll do that through due diligence, where the partial divestment line may occur. That will be part of the due diligence process. A significant proportion of the waterfront will be retained, including the piers that support diver training. And as I said, where that dividing line might be will be a matter for the due diligence process, with a focus on working with Navy on maximising the training effects that they seek to generate from HMAS Penguin.
I want to take it a step back. I want to understand who got it wrong in this process, okay? Because it has been up for full divestment. Assistant Minister had to push back on it. Who was wrong in this process, and did the Defence Minister go down to visit and double check the work?
So I might just step back a little bit. This is a process with an independent audit, as Ms Perkins has said. Defence then provided advice. There is still ongoing processes of discussions and consultation, both with the capability side, ensuring the transition works. Just note that 67 sites proposed for disinvestment across the entire estate. There are 736 sites across Australia.
Understood. I'm just asking, did the Defence Minister go down to visit HMAS Penguin and double check the work?
Defence Minister has asked the Assistant Minister to lead the work on this.
He certainly has.
And
he certainly has, Secretary. He's asked the Assistant Minister to go around the country and take the hits from him at all these community sessions.
And that is part of the distribution of responsibilities within a ministry. And it's entirely appropriate, given the significance of this this process and the importance of it for the local community, that there is an Assistant Minister who's available to have those conversations.
I would have thought, given the significance of this historic sale of a lot of our bases, a lot of our most important historic significant bases of capability and operations too, that the Defence Minister would be fronting up to this.
So the Defence Minister is fully engaged. On the ground consultation has been, Assistant Minister Khalil is leading that work. 67 sites out of 736. We've articulated the National Defence Strategy and the need to reinforces the importance of the defence estate focus towards the needs of the future. Ongoing consultations. The idea that there's any kind of error is not a characterisation that we support.
I think, you know, we've been through this quite a few times. So the audit made its recommendations. Ms Perkins has described that the way that a thorough process then was undertaken to look at the capability and personnel implications. The government's response was then released. It's not unusual for government to obtain advice, stress test that advice and then make a decision, which is broadly what has occurred in the government preparing its response to the recommendations of the review.
I accept that, Minister, except that the decisions have been made. So the stress testing is well and truly all upon the Assistant Minister out at these Q&A sessions.
We've got a deep front bench, Senator, and a range of ministers do important work. We expect all of our ministers to take on important jobs.
And as I said before, I would have expected the DPM and Defence Minister to be fronting up on this very significant issue. How many other sites were advocated by the Assistant Minister for not being sold, but are still on the list to be sold?
Senator, what I can speak to is the decisions that the government made that was to proceed with a partial divestment of HMAS Penguin, as we have canvassed a similar agreement to a partial divestment of RAF Base Laverton, which the independent audit had recommended for a full divestment, and a partial divestment of Warradale Barracks in South Australia.
Did he advocate for partial divestment of Victoria Barracks, Sydney or Melbourne?
So I'm not going to speak to the details of the government's consideration of the advice, but they were sites that Defence proposed, and following analysis of, consideration of our recommendations, the government agreed to those 3 partial divestments, and as I said before, the full retention of the Pittwater Dive Annex, which was also proposed by the independent auditors as a full divestment.
Which is part of the HMAS Penguin site. So the Minister for Defence and the Assistant Minister for Defence visited Victoria Barracks, Sydney, and said, yes, we need to sell this.
I certainly accompanied the Assistant Minister for Defence on many of his visits to sites following his appointment to that role. We could take on notice other ministers in the portfolio's visits to sites.
The Minister for Defence said in a social media post when he was breaking the news of the sale of these significant Australian assets that many sites, including the 3 Victoria bases, which are the birthplace of the Australian Army, and I quote, which are some of the most historic sites that we have, will be disposed. But right now, those sites are really behind Defence fences and they're not accessible to the Australian public. Do you agree that operational bases should be open to the public?
Senator, we operate, as the Secretary said, at many hundreds of sites. Some of our sites exist behind very high security. A number of our sites remain open sites. Russell offices, where we mostly in the room work, is an open site. We undertake quite important operational and strategic work there.
So you disagree with the Minister's statement that these sites are really behind Defence fences and they should be opened up?
I think, and having been present in many of these public engagements, the point that ministers have made on many occasions is that some of our most important military history and heritage is inaccessible to the public. And one of the government's goals through this, beyond the strategic rationale of realigning the defence estate to meet our current and future force needs, and to minimising the sustainment burden of a too large and rapidly ageing estate with strong costs of heritage overlays, is that future outcomes will potentially make Australia's military history and heritage more accessible to the public. One of the points that I've heard the Deputy Prime Minister make is that important history and heritage, like the Cabinet War Rooms in Melbourne that we were able to take you on a tour of, Senator Collins, is not accessible to the public. And in his view, it really should be, and that we will be working through our development of the History and Heritage Plan and the implementation of history and heritage overlays through the transition and divestment program, ways to make that important history and heritage more accessible to the public.
Look, I accept that the War Cabinet may not be open all the time to the public, but I would argue that the Defence Force's priority is to keep Australians safe, not to be a walkthrough for the public. And if we look at Victoria Barracks in Sydney, it holds community days every Thursday and every third Sunday. Every Sunday, every Anzac Day, completely. 3,500 people on the grounds of Victoria Barracks, Sydney this year. 3,500 people. And they are an operational base. They've got bowls there. We've got a community bowls there that just open to the public. Lancer Barracks in Parramatta is the most visited historic site in Parramatta. Thousands, tens of thousands of visitors every year. Also an operational base for cadets, reserves, scouts, and a heritage fleet of vehicles. RAF Base Point Cook does dawn services, spreads the ashes of veterans on its parade grounds, opens it up to the public, runs its museum for thousands of people. Fort Queensland, Fairburn Golf Course, etc., etc. These places are open to the public already, so I don't think that's a legitimate reason to be selling these bases. What's your response to that?
I think we return to the purpose of the Defence Estate Review, which was that in a world where resources are constrained, and Senator Collins, I think you would concede that that is true, we need to make sure that our every effort is focused towards our national strategic priorities. We've received advice through the Defence Strategic Review of the challenges in our region. We've also received advice in particular about the need to strengthen our assets and infrastructure in the north of our country. In part, consolidating the defence estate contributes to our ability to have a defence estate that can actually do the job that we need it to do, which is to support our objectives in the region.
And to open up to the community. I just want to bring it back to something you said about resources constrained. Now, we established yesterday that I think Defence Plaza Sydney is chewing up more resources than Victoria Barracks, so that is neither a legitimate argument that we can make.
Well, Senator Collins, I disagree with that. I'm sorry, you may not make
assertions
assertions that are unchallenged,
Minister,
that
just
are
let
incorrect in relation...
Yep. You'll have a chance, but I'll just let the Deputy Chair finish her line of questioning and then you're happy to respond. Sure.
Thank you. I was just going to say that my other point would be that if you wanted access to these operational bases, you should enlist. And if we want to talk about being a capable defence force, then perhaps we need to think about keeping these bases open in metropolitan sites where we can do more enlistment.
Okay, on the first question in relation to resources, I think your characterisation of the evidence that you heard yesterday from Ms Quinn and others about the operation of the facilities in Sydney is inaccurate. I think Ms Quinn spoke to you, or perhaps it was Ms Perkins, about the possibilities of recognising that Defence Plaza is underutilised and the possibility for better utilising that site. On questions of capability, I'll defer to others really at the table in relation to that, but we received very clear advice from the Defence Strategic Review about the kinds of investments that were required, particularly in our north, and we subsequently received advice from the Defence Estate Audit, which indicated which assets we ought to be prioritising within the estate. That is the approach the government is taking, and it is an orderly approach to actually actively managing the estate in a way that previous governments have not chosen to do.
I would, and I started my line of questioning off with saying that I think this is a little bit round the wrong way, and I actually think the consultation sessions, if you want to call them that, and the due diligence should have come first before the Assistant Minister got wheeled out around the country saying, sorry, too bad, decision's been made. But I just want to bring it back to Lieutenant General Stewart mentioned before that he only met once with the reviewers of the estate, and I'm just wondering whether any other service chiefs met with the reviewers and how many times that happened.
Look, I can take on notice the specific times. At the start of the independent audit, I wrote to all of my colleagues, service chiefs and group heads, about how the audit would be undertaken, introducing the independent auditors and inviting their engagement. We have full logs of all of the engagements that took place. As I described, we asked service chiefs and group heads to nominate their two-star officers and band 2 officers for group heads to be involved in detailed roundtables with the auditors. Chief of Army and others provided written advice also to the independent auditors. So it was a very visible activity going on in Defence with correspondence from me to my colleagues on how that was underway.
Can I just ask, were any of the service chiefs consulted before the decision was made?
So,
and can we provide those on notice the number of times?
So look, as I've described, an independent review was delivered to the Deputy Prime Minister, and I've just described the ways in which...
Yeah, but I want to understand that independent review delivered to the Deputy Prime Minister...
Sorry, I wonder if Ms Perkins could...
No, but just the step before, I'm just trying to... Because we are running out of time, I just want to get straight to the point. No fluff, just...
Well, she's answering your question.
Thank you.
Yes, Senator. So then, as I've said, we convened a Band 2 two-star working group. Service chiefs and group heads nominated their representatives in that body. And then as advice was developed for government at every stage, those submissions were shared with the leadership team on its usual path through to government consideration.
Do you mean the leadership team is in the...
The Defence leadership team.
But the independent reviewers, I'm asking about this is what I'm saying, the independent report that was handed to the government, I want to know how many times they met with the service chiefs. I mean, I can't for the life of me understand how many of these service chiefs would have said, yeah, let's get rid of all these bases for the reserves and the kit. Yeah, let's get rid of all these rifle ranges. Yeah, let's get rid of the Angofra Forest at HMAS Penguin. Well, what about the parade grounds? All right, can you give me, I mean, there are just concerns from the defence community that residential towers will be built on the parade grounds right across the country. So can you give any assurances that these parade grounds won't be dug up and built upon at any of these bases?
So just to be kind of clear, there's been a comprehensive process over time. There is still more work to be done. The next stage,
no assurance.
So the next stage is for Defence to do the work it needs to do in terms of remediation and assessment of the sites before they are handed to the Department of Finance to undertake the divestment process.
So you're saying that we need to... I'm really sorry, we're very short on time, but I'm just saying I then need to go to the Department of Finance and ask for an assurance about saving parade grounds and mess halls. Is that what you're...
The Department of Finance will be undertaking, in consultation with the Department of Defence and others, an individual plan for each site to take account of the multitude of issues that have been raised in both this hearing and others around the heritage overlay, the environmental repatriation,
you're not saving the parade
cost-benefit
grounds.
analysis. This is not a rule-in, rule-out. There will be a detailed process and an appropriate process with expert advice, considerations for local community. There are trade-offs involved in managing an estate of this size. There are trade-offs
let's talk about the
finances of
How
Department
many?
of
Can you?
Defence.
I'm really sorry, but we are so. This is such a big issue that we need to get straight on the point. You're not giving us any assurance whatsoever that these parade grounds and mess halls will be saved. You haven't told us whether you've had consultations with the organisations that run the members of the regiment that run these mess halls. There is no assurance whatsoever that you're going to do that. Can you tell me how many parade grounds and how many mess halls are on the chopping block?
Senator Collins, that question is entirely unresponsive to the advice that's been provided to this committee over the course of today.
It's a question on numbers. How many mess halls and how many parade grounds?
If I may say so, Senator Collins, you've been provided advice that the Department of Finance will lead a planning process for each and every site that will involve engagement. And will involve contemplation of the trade-offs. And so your question doesn't respond to that information, which is why officials find it difficult to engage with these binary propositions that you are putting to.
It's a question on numbers, it's not binary. I'm asking how many parade grounds, how many mess halls are on the chopping block?
Yes, that is a binary question because
It's a question
it
on numbers,
asserts that
Minister, you
things
know
are
that.
on the chopping block. And that is not a proposition that we accept given the process that's been laid out.
Okay, 67 sites are on the chopping block. How many of those sites
That's
have
your
parade
language,
grounds?
Senator.
How many of those have mess halls? And how many...
Senator, I'd be very happy to take on notice of those sites, the number of parade grounds and messes. The number of messes will greatly exceed 67. Many sites have more than one mess.
Thank you very much.
All right. No other questions to the department, senators? To the department?
Yes.
Well, we are due to have dinner break.
I will try and do them very quickly.
Well, how big's your block? Because
It's two discrete questions and then a little block of like 6 minutes.
May I just put a question on notice, please, Chair?
Sure, you go ahead, Senator Lambie.
Okay, I was just wondering, this is...
Oh, no, well, you've not done it.
Stop being framed. Oh, we're still going when you stopped me.
All right, go, Jack. Sorry.
Sorry, Chair. I was just wondering, when it comes to the cadets, I'm looking for the documents in relation to Defence Force cadets. You have 4 reports written by C. Bishop. They are 4 reports. I will put this question on notice as well, but can Defence provide the copies of the 4 Bishop reports, because we cannot find them that he wrote. And it'd be good if I could get them without us waiting 28 days.
So I think it would be helpful if you were to provide that on notice, because I believe it's a staffing matter that it relates to, but we're not entirely sure. So we're happy to take your question on notice and consider it.
Yeah,
Senator.
4 reports. There are 4 reports. Yeah. Okay, on the cadets that he wrote. 2004, 14, 19, 16.
So, sorry, is it, just to be unclear, is that for notice? Because there was an official coming to the table, so I wasn't sure what was going on.
She's asked us to take it on notice, so we're happy to take it on
Take
notice.
it on notice.
Okay. Stand down there, Senator Lieutenant Fox.
Well, I can't. They've got
okay.
I'm sure Senator Lambie
All right.
wouldn't object to them being tabled either.
No, sorry, leave them tabled. Yes, sorry, thank you.
Yep.
All right.
Thank you for that, Senator Shoebridge. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair. Just before we move off land sales entirely, the Prime Minister has made repeated comments regarding particularly how precious public land and defence land is in Middle Head in Sydney. And of course, Middle Head is where HMAS Penguin is. A significant part of the site is proposed for sale, including 6 hectares or so of Angophora forest. Minister, are you aware of the previous comments that your Prime Minister has made criticising proposals to sell defence land at Middle Head? Are you aware of those previous comments that your Prime Minister has made?
Senator, as with so many of the things you put to me, I would prefer it if you would provide it to me so I could examine it.
Well, I will. This is, you can find this on the front page of the APC website, you'll be pleased to know. So in 2021, the Prime Minister warned against government selling land around Sydney Harbour, and he said, it's hard to think of a comparison whereby the Australian egalitarian spirit is reflected by the fact that so many Australians have access to the land around Sydney Harbour. And he then said, there are attempts from time to time to undermine that, to essentially have Sydney Harbour and its beautiful assets for sale. And he was quite reasonably criticising that. And as part of that 2021 speech, some of the critical assets that he was concerned about included defence assets at Middle Head. What's changed, do you understand, for the Prime Minister between 2021, when he said this is basically national assets and they shouldn't be privatised, to 2026, when part of HMAS Penguin is now up for privatisation and sale? What's changed, do you understand, for the Prime Minister?
Well, Senator, I understand your desire to make a political point about the Prime Minister, but the Prime Minister's department is examined in Finance and Public Administration, and if you have questions about the Prime Minister and his department, you need to ask them there.
Did the Prime Minister have any engagement in the decision
to sell off the 67 sites, given that not only in 2021 did he oppose such privatisation, but he'd opposed it previously in 2000. Do you know if the decision to agree to the audit to flog off the 67 sites went to the Prime Minister's office?
There was extensive consultation over multiple months within government, and this process went through the full cabinet.
So it was agreed to by the Prime Minister?
It went through the
cabinet
full
decision.
cabinet. It was a cabinet decision.
And Minister...
And you asked what had changed since 2021. I would note that we've had the Defence Strategic Review, we've had the 2024 National Defence Strategy, the 2026 National Defence Strategy. Those three comprehensive assessments of Australia's strategic context have made clear that Australia needs to focus on the increased risk profile. We need to focus on delivering capability at speed and pace to improve the safety of Australia. So in the context of that environment and the many trade-offs that government needs to make, there was a comprehensive process of just a Defence State Review, including cabinet consideration.
But what hasn't changed is something also that the Prime Minister quoted as recently as 2021, and he quoted someone he often quotes, Tom Uren, a former New South Wales Labor member, who said that the harbour foreshore, which would include HMAS Penguin, belongs to the nation. That hasn't changed, has it, Ms Quinn? Well, at least until it's flogged off.
So there will be a comprehensive evaluation of each site. We've already talked about the importance of some of the capability on the Penguin site. There is detailed consideration in the national interest for all of these sites, and there are trade-offs.
Yeah. Admiral Hammond, you've disappeared again. You're quoted in a piece in the Australian from the 26th of May of this year as saying, in relation to your recent trip to the US, you said this about the US's ability to deliver Virginia-class submarines. You said, at least you're quoted as saying, the graph they are showing me is compelling. Have they turned a corner? There is evidence to suggest this. What graph?
Senator Vice Admiral Hammond, Chief of Navy, I had multiple meetings whilst I was in Washington DC, including with the current Acting Secretary of the Navy, the former Secretary of the Navy, the Chief of Naval Operations, Director of Naval Reactors, and the Vice Admiral Goucher, who was responsible for improving shipbuilding and sustainment. In the context of those discussions, I was shown graphs representing the performance of the US Navy shipbuilding program over several years, including its current productivity, both for the Columbia program and the Virginia program. And the conversation around that evidence left me with the impression that they are seeing productivity improvements as a result of the significant investment and additional oversight of the program.
Did the graph include the history to date of the US producing 1.2 at best Virginia-class submarines to date? Did the graph suddenly take off? Does it have a kind of S shape or something?
That wasn't what I said in the Australian Senate. I said there was evidence that they are turning the corner.
Well, do you have a copy of the graph?
No, Senator, I do not.
You couldn't take one with you?
No, Senator.
So what did the graph show that made you so happy? Because it's flatlining, right, at 1.2. Did it have some sort of huge surge of production of Virginia-class submarines? You've volunteered that the graph is part of what persuaded you. What did the graph show?
It showed an increase in submarine production and productivity for the Virginia program.
Did it show it doubling?
That's not what I said, Senator.
Well, I'm asking you because I haven't seen the graph, you see. You've seen the graph.
Senator,
so what did it show?
It's showing incremental improvement.
Well, you see, if it's been agreed for some time now that to meet both the US requirements and to provide any surplus submarines to meet the potential provision of 3 submarines to Australia under AUKUS, that the US needs to be producing 2.3, a little bit over 2.3 Virginia-class submarines a year. And that's been an obligation or a requirement now for a couple of years. Do you agree with that?
That is their stated goal, Senator.
And they haven't been producing them for the last 3 years since that goal was established. So that would mean the gap going forward is getting bigger then. It would have to be more than 2.3 going forward, wouldn't it? The gap must be getting bigger.
No, Senator, I don't agree with that logic.
Well, I mean, I do think the maths of that is impeccable. If you needed to produce 2.3 a year from 3 years ago, and they have been producing less than 2.3 now for 3 years, that to get to the same point at the same in the future, you must produce more than 2.3 a year. You don't agree with that maths? I mean, you may not agree with that maths, in which case I might be wrong on the maths, but I can't see how I am.
I think our disagreement here is that there's no requirement for them to be at 2.3 today to meet the prerequisites of the AUKUS program, the optimal pathway. Their ambition is to get to 2.3. I think that the qualification around the transfer of the first Virginia is about net impact on US combat capability.
Yeah. Well, you know that incremental change, which is what you described, you saw in the graph, you would accept, wouldn't you, that incremental change won't get anywhere near closing the gap for the industrial production for Virginia-class submarines. If you've seen a graph that shows incremental change, how on earth would that have persuaded you that things are on track?
Because, Senator, these things gather momentum over time.
Sorry. Can I just check? Yes. These are questions for the Australian Submarine Agency in terms of they are charged with
Admiral
delivering...
Hammond's seen the graph.
So the agency responsible for delivering and engaging internationally on this issue is the Australian Submarine Agency.
Well, I think
I think it's best that you talk to the officials who are charged with the responsibility and who have access. Of course, other people engaged on this question, but I think that, just to be clear, for accountabilities, that the Australian Submarine Agency...
Admiral Hammond, was there anyone from the Australian Submarine Agency in the room with you when you were looking at this graph?
No, Senator.
Okay. So going back to the graph, if it showed incremental increases, how on earth did that give you confidence that the huge expansion, and, you know, different US officials have said statements to the effect it would require like a 5-fold increase in effort to meet that. How does incremental changes in a graph make you persuaded that it's on track?
Senator, I didn't state that it is on track. What I've said is that we've seen improvements, that the US have shared with me evidence showing improvements in Virginia-class productivity. And that was the limit of my statement.
All right. Well, I think we can agree it's not on track. So
I urge you, Senator, to put that question to the agency who's responsible for delivering the capability.
And that'll be after dinner break, whenever that is.
If they'd seen the graph, I would have, but they didn't.
Not tomorrow.
I just have on another matter. We could argue about the graph more if you like.
But there may be also other evidence, Senator.
They may have another graph
that leads to a judgment of the progress of the US submarine enterprise.
Now, Admiral Hammond, are you aware of... Well, sorry, I'll start again. At the Indian Ocean Defence and Security Conference in Perth, you told an audience, in relation to defence, I think we should stop politicising ambitious. What did you mean by that?
Senator, I started off with the Collins program in 2000. I referred to the politicisation of the Collins-class submarine program, which then Kim Beazley had been associated with. And front page article occurring that was very derogatory of the program, whilst at the very same moment one of our submarines was outperforming expectations in the Hawaiian exercise area. That is the story that I told in that conference, Senator.
But you said we should stop, not it was bad we politicised ambitious in the past. You were talking about current tense. What did you mean?
Senator, I see reflections of that at play here. I welcome a fact-based conversation around performance of the program, delivery against milestones. I was referring to statements that are motivated by different agendas, and are devoid of factual correlation. That was the context of that discussion there, Senator.
You weren't trying to shield defence, which is looking to have about a $1 trillion budget over the next decade, from
Senator.
critical questions about the massive cost blowout in the Hunter
Senator.
frigates, the disaster of Lote, the inexplicable decision to have OPVs. You weren't proposing to shield defence from those questions, were
No,
you?
Senator, not at all.
Senator, perhaps another way of saying it is, as we have regularly said, this is a critical capability for our nation. In some areas it's compared to a moonshot in the technical complexity and the industrial uplift. Having the nation come behind it, support the efforts, enable those uplifts in skills, in people, recognising how important it is a critical outcome to assist the
This is about a different project. This is about the AUKUS submarine project now, is that right?
I'm talking
Which wasn't
about
what I
the
put.
submarine project.
Well, I said, okay, but that, so you think there should be a unified single national position on the AUKUS submarine project? We should all just get behind, like a sort of Soviet 5-year plan on it. Is that how we should be?
I'm intrigued that you're raising Soviet 5-year plan, Senator Shubert.
Well, is that your plan? We should all get behind it.
I think we should get behind it, but that doesn't mean that it's not open to scrutiny and checks and to make sure that the delivery of the program is on track.
Or politics, open to politics. Do you think it should be open to politics?
I think we should get behind the program for a decision that's been taken by both sides of government and make sure we are doing all we can to deliver.
We see underpinning AUKUS is a big question of politics, isn't there? Which is, what are we doing it for? What's our engagement with this huge project in the United States for? There's a lot of politics in that, isn't there?
I'm not sure what politics you're referring to.
Well, why don't I help you? The Secretary of War for the US at the Shangri-La Dialogue, which happened very recently, as you know, said this: Australia is stepping up. Together we are expanding the rotational presence of US forces and collaborating to ensure our defence industrial base build and sustain weapons required for a high-end fight. We appreciate Australia's investment in real combat power and the commitment to integrate more deeply with the US Joint Force. Now, most people reading that would understand when the US is talking about involving Australia in a high-end fight, they're talking about a potential US war with China. That's a political issue, isn't it? This entire project, designed, as the Secretary of War for the US says, to enmesh Australia in one of the US's high-end fights. That's fundamentally political, isn't it?
I would draw Australians' attention to the National Defence Strategy, which talks about building the capability to deter conflict from occurring, and the nuclear submarine program is a substantial part of that strategy.
What about integrating Australia more deeply with the US Joint Force for their high-end fight? Do you think that integrating what should be a sovereign defence force with a foreign nation's military in order to engage in a high-end fight, do you think that's a matter of politics?
Senator, I'm not the one who's using the word politics. I think
I'll address it to Vice Admiral Hammond, who used the word politics. He's sitting next to you.
Senator, I'm just trying to finish the answer. US force posture is part of the approach to our National Defence Security Plan. It is underpinned by sovereignty considerations about the nature of that activity, but it is a part of the deterrent structure and our ability to work with our most important security partner to have that national defence capability that we see.
Well, you see, Admiral, I think any government signing us up to a US war with China is a fundamental matter of politics, and I don't think you or anyone in your defence force should be trying to prevent a political debate about such a disastrous proposal. And did you in any way respond to Vice Admiral Hammond when he made that comment?
Well, Senator, part of the challenge that either official will have in answering your question is that the government's intentions are set out really clearly in the National Defence Strategy, and we don't accept your characterisation of the consequences of the approach that's laid out there, nor of nor do we accept that that characterises the AUKUS enterprise.
So the US Secretary of War was wrong.
We are really clear about our approach to national defence. And unlike previous governments, in fact, we have laid it out really clearly. We have committed to a biennial update on our national defence strategy, which allows a continual conversation with the Australian public and the broader community about the approach that our government proposes in pursuing our strategic interests.
Well, if you
we think that's an appropriate way to operate in a defence context and in a changing strategic environment.
Well, if you think the US Secretary of War is wrong in his characterisation of the relationship between Australia and the United States.
I said you were wrong, Senator. I didn't say anything about the US Secretary of War. I said that your characterisation was wrong. And once again, Senator, you speak over me so many times that sometimes I have to speak loudly to be heard.
You don't have to yell at me.
What I'm saying to you is that it's your characterisation that I consider to be wrong.
Well, do you agree with the US Secretary of War, the statement he made on the weekend? Do you agree with his statement or not? Australia is stepping up. Together we are expanding the rotational presence of US forces and collaborating to ensure our defence industrial base build and sustain weapons required for a high-end fight. We appreciate Australia's investment in real combat power and the commitment to integrate more deeply with the US Joint Force. Does your government agree with that statement by the US Secretary of War?
We articulate our strategic objectives in our language, in our terms, and it's why in my answer to you earlier I referred to the National Defence Strategy.
Cool. I note the time.
Well, I'm glad we do. Okay, on that note, no other questions. There's nothing from the department.
I believe that one of the officials, David Nockels, would like to make a point of clarification.
Okay.
And the numbers embedded in the Palantir contract too.
Mr Nockels, hello.
Thanks, Chair.
Hello.
I'd just like to add to my earlier comments in respect to the report that I was talking about with the committee. That was for Q3. I just want to clarify my comments there. And while we don't comment on individual permits, there were permits included in that quarterly report related to Israel that related to removal of personal protective equipment from Australia. So I'd just like to reaffirm that obviously all of the exports granted in this period are consistent with the government's stated position that we're not manufacturing weapons here and exporting them to Israel. So I just wanted to make that clarification, Chair.
Okay.
The numbers for Palantir?
And in response to Senator Shoebridge's question, the information I have is that there are no, I think you characterised them as embeds. There are 2 staff from Palantir who are engaged to work with the acronym, the Joint Capabilities Group. That's the work in the Joint Capability Group. We have not been able to verify if there are other Palantir staff on other projects, so we'll take that on notice.
But Major General, do you have anything to add to that?
Oh, okay.
Yep. And just quickly, if you could, in your answer, if you take issue with the term embed, they work on defence fire sites. They've got a security clearance. They're working alongside defence personnel at a defence site, is my understanding. But perhaps you might want to clarify if that's wrong.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get some acknowledgement on that point. Sorry.
Senator, Major General Richard Back, Headland Capability. To confirm, supporting Army, we have had 2 field service representatives in 2025. And then we've had a total of 3 field service representatives supporting Army in 2026.
And they have, obviously they've got security clearances and they work alongside defence personnel at defence sites.
Like the vast majority of contractors and providers that work in this environment, they would need to go through a DISP accreditation so they could get the appropriate security clearances to work in the environments that we're using them in.
Yeah, and they work alongside defence personnel at defence sites. Okay.
They're field service representatives. That's their role is to advise and help us to learn the system as we're using it.
All right. So you've taken issue with the word embed.
Oh,
what's the issue?
It's not a term that we use. I mean,
okay. All right. Cool. Thank you. Thanks.
Sorry, I just wanted to check with what Mr Knuckles just said. So I'm clear, and the committee's clear. So Defence regularly scrutinises permits, and the recent changes that have been announced by government has increased public reporting on export permits that have been granted. Is that correct?
Sorry, Chair, could you just repeat that question on
So
the back of the room?
what you just provided committee, so the Defence regularly scrutinises permits, correct?
Correct.
And the recent changes by the government, or what you've provided us with the report, has that increased public reporting on export permits that have been granted?
Yes, Chair. So the changes that we've made to the reporting, 3 or 4 different areas. Firstly, we now report on a quarterly basis. Previously it was every year. We also now report on a country basis. Prior to that, it was a regional basis. So we've got far more detail in the reporting that we're putting out publicly, as I said, every quarter. We're also breaking it down, the reporting, so you can see which list of the Defence Strategic Goods list that the permit relates to. So list 1, military use, and list 2, which is dual use. And then the 4th area of change is that we are now breaking down the permit type in the DSGL so that the permit numbers fit against that. So there's a lot more detail that the government is now releasing publicly around export permits.
Okay, and to be crystal clear, we are not manufacturing weapons or ammunitions in Australia or supplying them to the State of Israel. I think from what the DPM and others have said based on the report that you provided.
That's what the DPM has said in the government's position.
Well, what about the parts that we make for the F-35 fighter jet
you've had your time
that go
in the sun.
to Israel
You've had your
and
time
are
in the
used for
sun.
Gaza? We just ignore them?
Well, you've had your time in the sun. Thank you, Mr Knuckles.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Admiral. Admiral, good to see you. Hopefully we don't see you again in this sort of forum, but...
Can I just clarify, are you releasing Defence?
I am releasing Defence. And also, goodbye to Simon Stewart. Thank you for your time before the committee on many occasions. On that note, everyone, have a lovely evening. We will come back in 90 minutes with the ASA. Hello everyone, I hope you had a good dinner break. I'd like to now welcome Vice Admiral Jonathan Mead, AO, RAN, Director General of the Australian Submarine Agency, and all the officers of the agency who are here tonight. Hello. Can I also just note, as I did earlier today, note this will be the final estimates round for Vice Admiral Mead. Sorry to see you going from this part of the estimates program, and on behalf of the committee I just wanted to extend my deepest appreciation and thank you for all the work that you have done, particularly with the Submarine Agency and your time and service in the Navy. Deeply do appreciate your contribution, and we'll hope we give you the next couple of hours an easy ride or easy sailing or whatever acronym or terminology we want to use. I've got into trouble today enough, so I'm not going to say too much. But on behalf of the committee, I just want to wish you all the best in your future endeavours, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
On that note, did you happen to have an opening statement for tonight?
I do, but I will submit that for brevity of time. But I do have a couple of paragraphs of a personal note that I would like to articulate to the members of the committee. As you highlighted, this is my final appearance as the Director General of the Australian Submarine Agency, and when I first appeared before this committee as the head of the Nuclear Powered Submarine Task Force, a program had only been recently announced. We have since developed the optimal pathway for delivery, and we remain firmly on track. The task force has since become an agency, and we are developing the workforce, the industry and the infrastructure we need to safely and securely build, operate and maintain the nuclear powered submarines that will make us a safer and stronger nation and region. There have been many significant historical moments, including the submarine maintenance periods at HMAS Stirling, and as the Deputy Prime Minister just announced on TV, we have Surf West looming in about 12 months' time, where we'll have the first of the US submarines rotating out of HMAS Stirling. This has been the most demanding, most important and most rewarding work of my career. I joined the Royal Australian Navy in 1984. What I've been asked to do since February 21 is different from anything that preceded it. To build from the ground up the institutional, industrial and human foundations for a nuclear-powered submarine capability. I am grateful to the committee for the rigour of its oversight. The committee's scrutiny has been thorough, constructive and exacting, and it has strengthened both the discipline and the resilience of the program in ways that will endure. This is the biggest and most important military acquisition Australia has ever undertaken, and it warrants the interest and scrutiny you and your predecessors have given it. I am grateful for the dedicated individuals at the Australian Submarine Agency who give so much to achieve everything that needs to be achieved. I've learnt so much through the team, and I'm inspired by them each day. The agency has a clear mission, proven delivery capability and operational integrated systems that can adapt as the program matures. The workforce is growing in size, skill and confidence. I do need to thank our partners, in particular from the US, Admirals Caldwell and Houston. From the UK, Miss Vanessa Nichols and Miss Maddie McTurn. From the Department of Defence, Secretary Moriarty, General Campbell and Admiral Johnson. On the political spectrum, Mr Dutton and clearly the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister for Defence Industry that has provided very clear direction, motivation, drive and mentorship over the past 3.5 years. And clearly I thank my family, my loved ones and friends for their support. The program remains on track.
Thank you, Vice Admiral. Now, I'm happy to hand the call over to Senator Patterson to kick off with questions. this
Thank you,
evening.
Chair. Can I just associate myself and the opposition with your remarks and put on the record the opposition thanks to Admiral Mead for your lifetime of service in uniform to our country and your particularly important service in recent years on this critical national mission. We are very grateful for your service to AUKUS, and we're confident that you put it on a firm footing for success. So thank you very much. On to that topic. The Deputy Prime Minister was just giving an interview on the 7:30 report earlier about this. You probably wouldn't have had the opportunity to catch all of it, or maybe any of it. So I won't ask you questions about that specifically, but you would have seen the discussion we've had in the committee about Virginia-class submarines. So I have a number of questions for you about that. Just to start off with, how much will Australia save by now having 3 in-service Virginia-class submarines rather than 1 new?
So there's probably 2 aspects to that question. There's obviously the acquisition of the submarine itself now being in service, and there is the through-life cost efficiencies, workforce, training, industry, supply, and increased availability that will be achieved by having a fleet of submarines of the same block as opposed to having an orphan submarine. The announcement was only made on Saturday. I was there when the announcement was made by the 2 secretaries and the minister. We clearly need to work through the numbers, and we clearly need to negotiate these terms with the United States.
So you don't yet know what the savings will be?
That is correct.
How can the Deputy Prime Minister say they'll be significant then?
From a qualitative perspective, and our decades' experience in the Royal Australian Navy in dealing with fleets of ships and then orphan ships, we have a long history of understanding that dealing with a fleet, working with a fleet, maintaining and sustaining a fleet is a lot cheaper per day than running an orphan supply chain, industrial base, workforce system, training of crews.
I see the logic of that, right? That makes intuitive sense, but you yourself have said we don't know how much cheaper it's going to be. I mean, there's a couple of aspects that could be cheaper. The Americans could sell it to us for less, and that sounds like that's still subject to negotiations, is that right? So we've not yet reached a price with the Americans. And then, as you say, there's also that sustainment and maintenance, which should be cheaper. How can you quantify, if we can't quantify the first part of it yet, because we haven't had that negotiation with the Americans, how can you quantify the second?
Because we're working with the Americans to understand what it costs for them to maintain a Virginia-class submarine. We will then use that, extrapolate that in our own circumstances there at HMAS Stirling, using our own workforce, our own supply chain, our own people, and then we will be able to come up with a rough order of merit figure.
Right. So can you give me a kind of rough proportionate saving on a program like this?
It would be complete guesswork if I gave you any figure at all there, Senator.
So is the DPM engaging in guesswork then?
I think the DPM has put an adverb out there, and I agree with that. There will be significant savings that we will achieve by going from off the production line to a in-service one that has had a 2.5-year maintenance period beforehand. It will come out almost brand new with all the latest capability equipment, but it will be a proven capability with a life of about 23 years.
Yeah.
So I think it's also just worth observing, Senator Patterson, that the Deputy Prime Minister's comments have been fairly muted in that he said it will be significantly cheaper, but he goes on to say that he, in terms of the overall cost of the program, it's a useful contribution to saving money, but across the life of the program, it doesn't fundamentally change the cost of what we're seeking to do here.
They seem contradictory to me, Minister. How can they be both significant savings but not fundamentally alter the costs?
Because it's a very large program, Senator, and the point
Exactly.
the DPM is making is that changing one submarine out of 8 from being new to an in-service Virginia is a useful contribution. It's significant, but he doesn't seek to overstate it in his remarks, Senator.
Well, I would. That's what I'm trying to get to the bottom of, because most Australians, if you told them we're going to make significant savings towards a program which has been costed at $368 billion, they would think that it would be billions of dollars of savings. But it doesn't sound like it, based on the answers we've had so far, that that's the kind of quantum we're talking about. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No one has put a quantum on it, Senator, as you know.
Well, except the Deputy Prime Minister, who said the savings are significant, but they can't be both significant and also not make much of a difference. They can be either significant or not make much of a difference. They're mutually exclusive.
Senator, I think the point he's making is that in terms of you can read his remarks, they're fairly straightforward. He says it will be significantly cheaper, but he places it in the overall context of the program, which is to develop a very large program of work that includes the acquisition and construction of submarines, as well as all of the supporting infrastructure.
Okay. So, Admiral Mead, returning to the substantive issue, why is it our preference? And it sounds like from your evidence earlier, quite a strong preference to have the 3 in-service submarines rather than what I've heard you say would be an orphan submarine.
Why is it our preference?
Yeah.
I think, as I mentioned before, a long history of certainly our 3 allied navies, their experience in dealing with small fleets of submarine compared to large fleets of submarines, our own experience in Navy in dealing with orphan ships compared to fleets of ships such as the Anzac. There are significant cost efficiencies in supply base, workforce training, industry, and importantly, availability. Because with a pool of people that are trained the same way, if a person on boat 2 goes sick, a person from boat 1 can replace.
Yeah.
If you have the production one, and that is an orphan, if someone goes sick, you don't have someone trained, in theory, to replace.
For a non-expert audience, like I think most Australians probably didn't even appreciate there were different types of Virginia-class submarines. We probably just thought they're all just Virginia-class submarines. How different is a Block 4 to a Block 6 Virginia-class submarine? What's the quantum that we're talking here?
So a Block 4 at the moment is the most capable submarine in the world. There will be a Block 5, which will be a different version of the submarine. It will have an extension of about 72 feet and will carry more missiles. And I might get our resident submariner here to talk about the Block 6.
Good evening, Senator. Rear Admiral Tom Phillips, Head of the Nuclear Submarine Capability. So Blocks 1 to 4 are quite similar and just small changes up to Block 4. Right. When they move into Block 5 and Block 6, the major difference there will be the Virginia payload, and they're pretty much exclusively for the US use in terms of replacing their SSGN fleet, which is their Ohio Tomahawk launching submarines. And then the next block goes back to what you'd call the normal length Virginia, which is Block 7. That will have quite a significant change to the Block 4 in terms of componentry. We would expect some upgrades to the systems. As a percentage yet, it's hard to give because it's currently in a process of design for Block 7, as you can imagine. But the advice from the US was that it was a substantial enough difference from Block 4.
And were we going to be getting Block 6 or Block 7?
If we had gone to a build, it would be Block 7 due to the timing.
Yep, okay. All right. And so you've described that as an orphan, Admiral Mead. Why is it bad to have an orphan?
Sorry, why?
Why is it non-desirable to have an orphan vessel?
Well, for the same reasons why it is more desirable to have a fleet. You have flexibility with a fleet. If you have
3 of the same block, then there is one training system, there is one supply system, there's one workforce system, there's one industrial base to support the submarines. With that brings great availability all round. Having a single Block 7, as Admiral Phillips mentioned, up to 60% of the componentry may be different. That brings with it a whole new supply chain and a training system. It would mean that that submarine would be brand new, so would have a life of about 30 years. If you add the extra 10 years, and from 38 to 35, you're essentially running an orphan submarine for 13 years. That is a very expensive proposition. It would reduce the availability of that boat. There is strength in numbers when it comes to submarines and operating the same types.
So I guess my question is, I mean, you make a compelling case. Why last week was this the optimal pathway? It doesn't sound optimal.
No, it's a good question. When we developed the optimal pathway in 22 for the ultimate announcement in 23, we were presented with a range of capabilities that the US had, and they also had some constraints. And one of those constraints was that they couldn't deliver 3 in-service submarines. The very fact that we were able to get from the US for the very first time 3, not LA class, but 3 Virginia class submarines to be transferred to Australia is an astonishing achievement.
Yeah, I agree.
What was available to us was the optimal pathway. We have been working with the US now for discussions for about the last 12 months or more on seeing if there was scope as their industrial base matured, as they invested $17 billion US in the 2024 NDAA, and as they are beginning to climb their production rates, was there scope to turn the production into an in-service? And that has been an ongoing conversation with the US, which we saw was agreed to by Secretary Hegseth and the other 2 leaders on Saturday at Shangri-La, which I had the privilege to be at.
Sure, but all of these kind of constraints, all these limitations of the optimal pathway, none of it is new information. We've known this the whole time, right? That we've known that it's complex to manage 2 different types of submarines. We've known that there were advantages. Why was none of this ever disclosed to the Parliament previously? All those limitations you just talked about.
We were quite open. we were quite open that we were going to have 2 in-service transfer and 1 production.
Did you ever describe it as an orphan previously?
No, I don't think I did.
No. I think if you had, it would have attracted a few headlines. And if you had have said, actually, we really would prefer 3 in service, but the Americans want to give us 2 in service and 1 new, I think that would have generated some interest. If that's always been the Australian government's view, why wasn't that disclosed to the Parliament?
So we didn't want to jeopardise the discussions we had with the US. These were sensitive discussions. We're talking about force flow in the Indo-Pacific. We had to tread very carefully, particularly with the new administration. On this, we were working with the old administration, then the new administration. We certainly thought that it's best be done between officials and not be disclosed publicly for fear of it being undermined.
But the Americans during this time have had very open debates in their Congress about the merits and otherwise of this deal and what would work better for them and what the constraints and limitations are. I mean, I can only speak for myself and I think for my party. If you had told me prior to the announcement of this new arrangement that we're going to get 2 in service and 1 new, but actually we would prefer 3 in service, but this is the best deal we could get, I would have said fine. They're the constraints we have. We wouldn't have changed our bipartisan support for AUKUS, but I think it would have been an appropriate disclosure to the the Parliament that's got to oversee this program and the billions of dollars of taxpayers' money that goes into it. Doesn't the Parliament and through us the public have a right to know the constraints and limitations you're dealing with in a big complex program like this?
Of course I do. As I said, we were trying to work this through the US system in a manner that would achieve the success that we got on Saturday, and our best plan of action was definitely dealing with the administration to put forward a strong argument in order to get the in-service.
Including not disclosing to the Australian public or the Parliament the limitations of the so-called optimal pathway, which we now know is not in fact optimal.
Senator Michaela James, Acting Deputy Director General Strategy, I think in multiple appearances before this committee and in multiple statements to the Australian public, we have been clear about the risks and challenges of this program. It is an incredibly complex and large program. As the Director General has said, when we were in the discussions with the United States, going through all the considerations and factors, the optimal arrangement at that time to meet what leaders had asked us to do, which was to find a path for Australia to acquire 3 Virginia-class submarines, was the 2 in-service and 1 new build. Since that time, as the Director General has said, there have been ongoing discussions and more recently made clear that there was an opportunity to pursue 3 in-service for all those benefits that we have talked about, but the optimal pathway of the 2 in-service and 1 new build was what secured us a Virginia-class submarine capability as soon as possible in the early 2030s. That was a good deal, and this is better for all the reasons that have been discussed.
Yeah, so, but I mean, if it's better, by definition, the previous deal was not optimal, right? Like, but there can only be one optimal deal.
Could I just...
Sure.
Senator, I probably disagree with that. We were presented with some constraints. We dealt with those constraints in developing an optimal pathway operating within the options and the capabilities afforded to us.
Sure, I understand that.
So it was optimal under those circumstances. Through intense discussions with the US, we've now been able to update the optimal pathway, and this program will run for 50 years. Yep. I would say this is not a set and forget. It is not beyond the realms of belief that the optimal pathway may be further matured as we go down and get more information.
Sure.
And make it even stronger.
I agree, and I think we should have that mature conversation with the public and the Parliament now and be open about that rather than pretending, as I think we have been doing now, that it was always optimal. You described the intense discussions. When did those intense discussions first start?
Really beginning of last year.
Right. So for 18 months, we have been trying to persuade the Americans to change the optimal pathway.
Senator Michaela James, I think, as the Secretary commented yesterday, there have been ongoing discussions, as you would expect for a program of this size and complexity, with our trilateral partners. They happen at all levels on a very regular basis, and this is part of an ongoing conversation about how we optimise implementation and achieve the ambitious pathway that we have.
Sure, but that's not really germane to my question. So was it in January? Was it in February?
I'm just... It was an iterative process that we began to raise it. I can't remember the exact date. I can't remember the actual occasion.
Okay, could you take on notice the exact dates? I think that's important to have on the record when you can provide it if you don't have it available. Was this something that you only broached after the change of administration? Was this something that you broached with the Trump administration first?
Senator Michaela James,
Deputy Director of General Strategy, I don't think appropriate for us to get into the details
Why not?
of those discussions as part of long-standing practice to keep confidential discussions between parties.
Oh, I'm sorry. That is not a valid reason for not answering a question in the Senate in Senate estimates. The grounds are very clear. If the information can't be provided, you should make a public interest immunity claim and set out the specific harm that would arise. We've just heard there's been a significant change. There's been discussions with the Americans that commenced 18 months ago. They were very intense, we're told. I think the public has a right to know what that process was. This is an enormous amount of taxpayers' money and a critically important program for our national security. I think
Senator
surely the public has a right to know.
Senator Patterson, I think you would recognise that this Senate has long accepted that our international relations and the conversations that we have with our international partners are in fact a grounds that the Senate respects and thinks carefully about when requesting information from the executive. I think Ms James has indicated some reservations about disclosing all of that information. Perhaps Ms James could take on notice your question and consider what can be responsibly provided. But I think you understand, Senator, that it is not common, in fact, for governments of any persuasion to disclose the content of discussions that we have with our international partners.
Thank you. I look forward to what you can provide on notice. Are we still, is it still an option for Australia to obtain a 4th or 5th Virginia-class submarine?
That is correct, Senator.
Right. And would they be in service or would they be off the production line?
Those details have not been galvanised, and that would be part of the negotiations if we ever went down that path. But that is, it's a hypothetical that we are not working on at the moment. We are working on the ultimate pathway as we know it as of Saturday, the new one. That's our focus. Surf West in 12 months' time. We'll have a Virginia there. Sovereign Ready in 2032. By 2030, we'll have 4 Virginias. 2032, we'll have the transfer of a Virginia. And then by early 2040s, we'll be delivering our first SSN AUKUS.
Sure, but you understand why I'm asking, because we now understand that it's been the Australian government's preference for some time to have in-service submarines. So if we do take up the option of a 4th or 5th submarine, I think it's good to know, would it be our preference that it also be in service?
So I can't answer that question because I don't know what constraints would be provided to us by the US.
Well, based on what you know now, given the arguments that you just made, not 15 minutes ago, about all the reasons why it's preferable to have an in-service submarine.
So sorry, are you asking me, is it...
Would it be preferable if we take up the option for a 4th or 5th Virginia class that it be in service rather than off the production line?
It would depend on a number of factors and depend on when we were asked, the age of the Block 4s. I don't really want to go into any further detail about that because these would be sensitive discussions that we would have with the US.
Well, would it be your preference that they also be Block 4s?
It would depend on... Tom?
Yeah, I think it's always from a sustainment, manning, crewing, cost perspective that you would want the maximum amount of the same baseline. I think if we went into discussions for a 4th and 5th, which we are not in discussions at the moment because we are aiming squarely on delivering SSN AUKUS in the early 40s.
Yep, as we should be, I agree.
Yep. If we went into those discussions, obviously we'd have to, in the same way there was an optimal pathway back when we discussed it then, those things have changed in the US system around their production rates, around their sustainment, around their programs. We would have to look at that at the time. Preference would always be to maximise the same design. That may not be available from the US system at the time that we would need them. I don't have any more specifics than that.
Are some of the savings of having all the same class from the sustainment and maintenance?
Yes, clearly.
Yep. But presumably we're not going to turn away American Virginia-class submarines from HMAS Sterling if they're not Block 4s. Like if they turn up with a Block 5 or Block 6 and it needs sustainment and maintenance, we're going to provide it, right?
Correct.
So don't we have to be able to sustain and maintain any Block Virginia that turns up?
We're obviously will optimise our own sovereign system for the Block 4. That will obviously have support to other blocks, and then I think it would behove further support from the US system on their own submarines if we couldn't do that.
But the savings, if we have to be prepared to service any block of Virginia class that turns up, the savings from focusing on just Block 4 might not be realised.
Oh, I think as Admiral Phillips said, that if we didn't have the componentry from our own supply chain to repair a boat that came in that was a Block 7, then we would seek that from the US.
Okay. I know the Chair wanted to rotate the call. Just a brief comment at the end. I've got to leave and I'll come back later, hopefully for some further questions. Yeah, I'm an enthusiastic supporter of AUKUS. I want to make sure we succeed and deliver it, but I am worried that we are not earning the social licence to sustain political support for it over a period of time, and we've seen some examples of it this week. I think one of the reasons why is that there's a perception that government is not being transparent about it, and people are cynical, and when there are big changes to a program like this that weren't anticipated, that weren't forecast, I think it really does threaten the political support, not from the Liberal Party's point of view. I think we're rock solid behind it, but across the political spectrum, if we're not consistently upfront with the Australian public about this and take them into your confidence, explain the constraints, explain the limitations, explain the risks, and then explain that it's still the national interest, and you'll have our support if you do so.
Senator Patterson, I might say, and I'm conscious you need to leave, that I disagree with you about the extent to which the risks and challenges of the program have been publicly canvassed. I think it's actually been a feature of the debate in recent years that we do talk about challenges in production, in operational availability, in workforce and infrastructure. We're frequently challenged by critics of the program precisely because we have been relatively transparent about these challenges. And the government's view is that, of course, this is a challenging enterprise. If it was easy, someone would have done it quite some time ago. But our view is that we have actually been upfront about some of the challenges, but also we match that with a determination to meet them.
Do you think the government has been upfront about the optimal pathway? I mean, the government was seeking to change the optimal pathway. We've now learned tonight for 18 months, but pretended that whole time with the public that it was still the optimal pathway. Is that transparent?
Well, I think the evidence that's been given to you this evening, but also earlier in these hearings from officials, is that in any discussion with a partner, we work within the constraints.
Sure, I do appreciate that.
That is the advice that Vice Admiral Mead has given you just now. It's the advice that Rear Admiral Phillips and Ms James have given you. When we are speaking about optimal, we're speaking about what is the optimal configuration that can be made to work for all of the parties involved in the enterprise.
Okay, all right, I have to go. I'll look forward to joining you again later.
We'll see you a bit later on. Now, Senator Shoebridge, I understand you've got some questions.
I do, thanks, Chair. Nice to see you, Admiral Mead, and I understand this will be the last one of these estimate sessions we have, and
I look forward to it.
Yeah, and I think I can say with comfort that I'll miss your attendance as much as you'll miss mine going forward. Yeah. Can you explain to me again what the purpose of the $4 billion that we're giving to the United States for their industrial base for their nuclear submarine construction is? You've said things before on the record, and I might take you to those, but what's the current position for the purpose of that?
Can I ask our Chief Finance Officer to come up and talk about that?
Yes. I mean, if by all means we can talk with the Finance Officer about what the purpose of the expenditure is. Maybe that's
the right officer. But
I'll get Mr James to start, if that's okay.
Senator, thanks. Michaela James, Acting Deputy Director and General Strategy. In terms of the contribution to the United States industrial base, that is about helping uplift US production and maintenance rates to create space for the transfer of 3 Virginia-class submarines to Australia.
Has that always been the basis?
Yes.
And so we're giving them $4 billion to build industrial capacity, train staff to build. I'm assuming they will be building new nuclear submarines. That's what they'll be building, new ones. Is that right? With the money we give them, they'll be building new nuclear submarines?
The money, as I said, contributes to helping increase production and maintenance rates. So their submarine industrial base both supports the production of new submarines, but also the sustainment and maintenance of their current submarines.
But the ones that they're building, they'll be new ones, won't they? With the $4 billion we've given them, they'll be new ones. And so how is it, Admiral Mead, that we're giving them $4 billion to build new submarines, and in return we're getting second-hand submarines, Admiral Mead? How do you square that circle?
So first of all, the aim of the injection of money into the SIB was to facilitate the transfer of the 3, because whether it be a production or a in-service, the US was losing 3 boats in the water in the Indo-Pacific which needed to be replaced. And our contribution was a fair and proportional contribution to allow them to, as Ms James said, to uplift their submarine industrial base so they could replace those 3 which had been given to Australia. I would like to point out, because there has been a lot of discussion about, and I think you've made a number of comments that about the production rate. The Acting Secretary of Navy and the Chief of Naval Operations, Darryl Caudle, very recently, 2 weeks ago, at the Senate Appropriations Subcommittee on Defence, Admiral Caudle said, "It's my estimate by 2030 to 2032 timeframe, we will be delivering exactly what we need, the 2.0 for us and the submarines necessary to actually make sure that we make good on AUKUS Pillar 1. Everything I see on every report I see is actually in a positive trend and actually getting better. So I'm quite confident what I'm saying."
Well,
that is from the Chief of Naval Operations.
We'll get to what the US is budgeting for in their forward budget and what the US government obviously thinks. We will get to that. But we just might stick to what the rationale for the $4 billion was and how we're getting, not just from yourself, Admiral Mead, but from the Defence Minister, from new and old Defence Secretaries, from Assistant Defence. We're getting a significant change in language since Minister Miles went to Singapore. Do you accept there's been a change in language since the sort of ill-fated Singapore trip?
I think you'll need to explain to me what this change of language is.
Well,
I'm unaware.
Why don't we go to your language? So in February 2024, I was asking you questions about what the purpose of the $4+ billion going to the US was, and you said this. The injection into the submarine industrial base is to build resilience in supply chains. It's to invest in the yard. It's to recruit workforce. The aim of this is to be able to accelerate the delivery of the Virginias that will be transferred to Australia in the early 2030s, and also the production of a Virginia. You see, so in February 2024,
you were quite clear. It was about getting 2 second-hand ones and the production of a new one.
Yes.
Now, we've been hearing this week, I haven't heard it directly from you, but I'm interested to know if it's your view, that the government always wanted 3 second-hand ones. You always wanted 3 second-hand ones. But yet you were paying for quite a different project. Were you always wanting second-hand ones?
Our preferred approach was 3 of the same class. In-transfer submarines would have given us that. When you look at it, the US needed to replace the 3 that they were giving us. So an investment in the production, an investment in the sustainment is part of the contribution to replace the 3 that they are giving us.
Yeah, I had a look at some online auction sites. I couldn't find the price for new and old nuclear submarines. But, you know, the cost of a new one is about $8 billion Australian. Do you have any idea what the cost of a used nuclear submarine is from the United States?
We have not entered into those discussions yet, Senator.
Well, if it is cheaper, do you think it would be cheaper to get a used one?
We haven't entered into those discussions with the US. I would want to preserve Australia's manoeuvring room and leverage on this. I know what you want me to say. I know what you would say is the obvious comment. I'm not going to make
what do you
any
think
commentary
I want you to say?
Prior to discussions that we have with the US.
What do you think I want you to say? What do you think I want you to say?
I think you would say that they would obviously be cheaper because they've got 10 years of life already used on them.
Well, I mean, that is kind of what the Defence Minister has said, that we're going to have a saving by buying second-hand ones. Yep. And I see Admiral Phillips nodding. So is that right or is that wrong? I mean, he was kind of saying it, but if you want to contradict him, by all means, or not back him in,
Senator
please let us know.
If I may, I mean, one of the challenges you are encountering again is that this conversation has been explored for quite some time before you arrived in the room.
I heard
it. Obviously officials can say again the information they've already provided to the committee, or if you have already heard it, you don't need to ask them again, I suppose.
It plays, it communicates outside the room into my office.
Oh, good. Well, you don't need to ask these questions again.
Admiral Mead, I'm interested to know why you won't back the Defence Minister in and say that it will be cheaper and there will be a cost savings. Why won't you do that?
There will be cost efficiencies going with the Block 4. We expect that the cost efficiencies will come through the acquisition, through the in-transfer, and we expect there will be cost efficiencies through the supply base, the workforce, the training and the industry associated with having all 3 of the same block. It will also increase the availability of all 3 submarines.
If we were paying for a new one, if the original plan was to pay for a new one, but we didn't want a new one, were we being overcharged? Was that what was happening? The original plan was going to cost us more than we wanted to pay. We're actually paying extra money for a new one when we actually only wanted a second-hand one. How was that an optimal pathway for Australia?
The optimal pathway was developed through a series of constraints that were presented at the time. This was an unbelievable outcome for Australia to be able to have the US deliver 3 of the best submarines in the world from their order of battle to Australia in order for Australia to enhance its strategic defence capability. This is number 1 on the priority list on NDS 24, number 1 on the priority list of NDS 26. Many thought this could not be done, like there's been many people thought that Surf West, when it was announced in 2023, would never happen, and we are within 12 months away, and all 3 ministers at the Shangri-La Dialogue agreed that Australia is on track to receive the first Virginia-class submarine in 2027 at HMAS Stirling.
I've always thought that the Albanese government was capable of building the United States a nuclear submarine base. I've never challenged the idea that the Albanese government couldn't build the US a nuclear submarine base, but I think the likelihood of getting a Virginia-class submarine and uplift there is about as likelihood as getting LOTE to work. But have you ever heard me challenge the idea that the Albanese government could build the US a nuclear submarine base? That seems on track.
I am confused by the words that you're using. We have emphatically stated time and again the US has responded very positively, have never challenged that this will be an Australian-based sovereign territory at HMAS Stirling. That has never been under question, and I cannot emphasise that enough.
Yep.
We have never been asked that question.
Yeah. Now, did you hear Admiral Hammond's evidence about the graph that he was shown in the United States about US submarine production?
No.
Well, I'll assist then. He gave some comments that were quoted in The Australian only a week ago about him seeing a graph. And when I asked him about the graph, he said the graph that he saw showed incremental increases in US production of Virginia-class submarines, incremental increases. I asked whether he thought that that was on track, and he did not. He did not think it was on track for delivering AUKUS submarines. But his evidence was that the graph that the US Navy had shown him showed only incremental increases in production rates going forward. Have you seen a different graph to Admiral Hammond?
I have not seen a graph. I've had numerous discussions with my US counterparts since 23, all during 22, particularly on the production rates. As I said, in 2024, the US injected $17.4 billion into their own SIB. We've spoken about this before. That is money that you cannot acquit immediately. It takes time to recruit, establish resilience, establish supply chain. We are beginning, 24, it's now 26, we are beginning to see that kick in. The shipyards are saying that their efficiencies are increasing by about 15%, is what I have heard. We have, on testimony, Admiral Caudle, the Chief of Naval Operations, the one true expert on his Virginia-class submarines, has made the statement, and I will read it out again. By 2030 to 2032 timeframe, we will be delivering exactly what we need. The 2.0 for us and the submarines necessary to actually make sure that we make good on AUKUS Pillar 1. No more emphatic validation that we will get there than his statement.
Yeah, I mean, what people say is great, but if you're delivering public policy, probably a better thing to base it on is what people do. Do you agree? What people actually do. Facts rather than assertions are a pretty good basis. Do you agree with that, Admiral Red?
I would say Admiral Caudle did not just make that as an assertion. I know Admiral Caudle. He's the Chief of Naval Operation. He was also supported in that statement by the Acting Secretary of the Navy. He would have been provided with reams of information, empirical evidence and data in order to make that statement to the Senate Appropriations Subcommittee. He would not mislead them.
Why don't we go to the most recent facts and data, which is provided to the US Congress by the Independent Congressional Budget Office. And I've had the benefit of going over and meeting with some of the researchers who do their work, incredibly experienced, capable people who provide independent advice to Congress. Do you know what their April report said the current production rate for Virginia's class submarines is at per year? Do you know what the April report said?
I don't know what they said to you.
No, not what they said to me. They've published this in their April report. If you were curious, you could read the Congressional Budget Office's report. Do you know what it says the rate of production is in the US as at April?
I'll have to look through my...
I'm happy to assist.
You can tell me.
1.1 Virginias per annum. 1.1. Now, to meet the AUKUS schedule, they're meant to be pumping out 2.33. Do you know something I don't about how they're going to more than double their production to meet that thing? Is there some mysterious additional information you have?
No, what I've presented to you is statements from the Chief of Naval Operations, statements from the shipyards on the last 12 months, their efficiency has improved by 15%. They're very powerful statements, reaffirmations. As I've said before, it takes a while to get that money away, and once you begin to get that money away, you do see it climb up. It's not going to plateau. It will plateau at the beginning, as it has done for a couple of years. We knew that would happen, and then it climbs up.
Well, we had, as what you would describe as powerful statements from Admiral Caudle's predecessor, Admiral Franchetti. Do you remember his statements about where they would get to, or her statements about where they get to?
No.
Well, she said that, and she said it in 2023, that their production rate would hit 1.4 in 2025 and 2 in 2028. Well, that's already not been met. They're already missing that. That was about as direct and powerful, no doubt, based upon the same amount of information, almost the same brief, the same quality of briefing, because she was in Admiral Caudle's position.
And what date was that?
It's already proven wrong.
What date was that, Senator Shoebridge?
2023.
And what date was the $17.4 billion injected into the US SIB? December 24.
And her evidence was that the production rate, even without that, would be 1.4 in 2025. They've thrown an extra 17 billion, or the first part of an extra 17 billion, and they've still missed it. Rather than that helping your argument, Admiral Reid, that detracts from your argument. Because even with the additional money, they still haven't met it.
I disagree, Senator.
Okay.
We've gone through this before.
No, we haven't.
This will take some time. We're almost now at the cusp of that curve climbing up. We have the Chief of Naval Operations who's made an emphatic statement. He would not have made that statement to the Senate subcommittee if he did not have the evidence to back it. And he has said that they will get to 2.0 by 2030 to 2032.
But the problem with that is they've got to be hitting 2.33 now to make the surplus available. Hitting it in 2032, hitting 2, which is still not the target, in 2032 means no surplus submarines, means the optimal pathway is taking us down a garden path. That's what that means, Admiral Mead. Even on your best case scenario, we've got an optimal pathway that's leading to a cul-de-sac.
We could debate this all day, Senator.
No, but the numbers, this isn't a debate, it's basic numbers.
The US has given us absolute commitment, both administrations, that they will transfer the submarines to us once we are sovereign ready in 2032.
You see, you go to Washington, you have these meetings, you get these assurances, you come back and tell us about the assurances. You go to the UK, you get assurances, you come back and you tell us about assurances. But never are you able to point to actual credible, independent evidence about production rates that get us anywhere near your promises. I mean, the UK, their reactor project still is in the red, still being told by their independent audit office that it's undeliverable. And yet you come back here and say, well, we should ignore all that evidence because I've got an assurance. Is that really the basis upon which public policy for $300 billion is met?
So it is red because for the delivery of Dreadnought Boat 1, that is the NISTA report. It does not say because of the delivery of the reactors for AUKUS. It is very specific on Dreadnought Boat 1. You know that. If you go to it and read it, you'll see that's what it says. It makes an amber rating for SSN AUKUS, and the previous commentary on that was a program of that size at this maturity would always be amber.
Admiral Reid, it's the reactor.
Correct.
It's the reactor core built by Rolls-Royce that their audit office said that project is undeliverable. And we had this discussion before, and I think you did agree that if you want a nuclear submarine, a core part of it is a nuclear reactor. And that's the thing that the UK office has said, the independent audit office has said, that program will not deliver.
Senator, the red delivery assessment is due to ongoing challenges associated with achieving the required delivery date for the first Dreadnought submarine nuclear core and the importance of that milestone to sustaining the UK's continuous at-sea deterrent. Full stop. That is the red delivery. That is, you've got that. That is the reason why it is red. To deliver the first Dreadnought in time by the delivery date.
We will have to agree to disagree because I've read the audit report and it's publicly available. But
I've read the audit report
in the time
too.
that we have available, I might just take you to...
What part are we disagreeing there, Senator? I'm just trying to work out what part we disagree. I've just read out this red delivery assessment. Do you disagree with that?
I'm happy to come back to it and I'll show you the table and we'll have a discussion about the table and the direct commentary about the AUKUS reactor from the UK auditors. I am very happy to have that discussion. I just haven't got it in front of me, but I'm very, very happy to have it in a little bit with you, Admiral Reid. Absolutely.
We'll get you back another round of estimates, maybe. Who knows?
Have you seen the US
I'm only joking.
Navy budget and the forecast for the US Navy budget? And it's the line item on submarine activity, and it goes from 2025 to 2031. And it sets out the budgeted number of Virginia-class submarines. Have you seen that?
No.
All right. Well, I'll help.
Okay.
What it says is they're budgeting to produce one in financial year 2025, one in financial year 2026, and then they've got heroic budgets that it's going to increase to two going forward. You do know, don't you, that the US for over a decade has not once come close to meeting or been able to fulfil their budget allocation for Virginia-class submarines. They've been repeatedly budgeting for two and producing 1.1, 1.2. And that is why they're only budgeting for one in this financial year. You understand that?
We understand why they budget for one. They elected to reinvest that money into the $17.4 billion into the submarine industrial base for the long-term benefit of the program to produce more Virginias.
Well, the other way of looking at it is they stopped pretending. They stopped pretending that they could produce
So
two.
hypotheses that that I don't share and you have no evidence to support there, Senator.
Senator, just a couple of things, if I may. I think we've talked a bit before about the challenge with asking officials to respond to materials that you assert you have in front of you that they don't have in front of them. So I do wonder if you can come up with some creative way to try and ask officials about documents they have a chance to review. If you can't do that, it's going to be very difficult for them to meaningfully respond to those kinds of questions, and they'll have to take them on notice and come back to you later.
Well,
it is
again,
possibly also
Minister,
worth just indicating, if I may, while I have the call, Chair, and I will...
Please don't yell over the Minister.
If you can't click on a link.
Please don't yell over the Minister. Minister.
I also just went back to Vice Admiral Hammond's advice earlier in the evening, and what he actually said, just for the benefit of the witnesses here who may not have been in committee at that stage, was that evidence left me with the impression that they, by which he meant the United States, are seeing productivity improvements as a result of the significant investment and additional oversight of the program.
Yes, and he then, as you remember, said that what he saw on the graph was incremental changes.
He went on after that to say, Senator, that wasn't what I said. I said there was evidence that they are turning the corner.
Yes, not that they had turned the corner. We could go back and revisit that. We could go back and revisit that.
The same advice is being provided to you, Senator Shoebridge, and you are determined to ignore it because it doesn't fit your narrative. But sometimes the committee will have to proceed on the basis of the advice that's actually being provided by the officials at the table.
So I asked, so what did the graph show? It's showing incremental improvement.
I think
that's what the thing, incremental improvement.
Senator, I think why we're raising Vice Admiral Hammond's testimony is because I think he said that it was not on track, where he said he saw the signs of improvement. We just wanted to correct that.
No, I mean, that's accurate. He said, Senator, I didn't state that it's on track. What I've said is that we've seen improvements that the US have shared with me. And the improvements he talked about were the incremental increases in the graph.
Yeah, but he didn't say it was off track, which I think...
I didn't say he said it was off track.
Oh.
I said he said it wasn't on track.
Okay.
And you just pointed out that that is actually what he said.
All right, let's just get back on track.
Are we back on track?
Can we get back on track?
Maybe we can find another pathway.
So, you guys are finishing up because I need to rotate the call.
AUKUS is on track?
AUKUS is on track.
Okay.
You heard it from the man.
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, you have your assurance. Could I ask about the $1.8 billion overspend in the AUKUS budget? Last, I think it was identified in this budget. Is it a $1.8 billion overspend in this financial year?
Good evening, Senator. Marlena Davis, Acting Chief Operating Officer. I don't agree with that characterisation of an overspend. There has been a movement of funds from later forward estimates years into 25-26.
Okay, well, what is the explanation? I called it it's $1.8 billion more than you budgeted for. I'm not going to have an on-track, off-track, multiple optimal pathways discussion with you. What is the reason for spending $1.8 billion more than you budgeted for?
So there was, as you know, the NDS 26 review, and we took a look at the program, and as I mentioned at last estimates, we do that at regular intervals, being at budget estimates or portfolio additional estimates, to make sure we put money in the right places at the right time. So we looked at that, our funding across, and there was the decision taken to move forward money from 26-27 from 27-28 into 25. That was looked at from a portfolio perspective, and that is what you're seeing. I think the important thing to mention here for the committee is that it's budget neutral over the forward estimates, and it does not change our contributions to both our trilateral partners in which that movement of funds is related to. So it is in relation to the US $3 billion and also the £2.4 billion to the UK. Those numbers remain unchanged. It's just a timing in those payments, which also, as previous evidence that I've given this committee, were subject to timing and at mutual agreement between the parties on when those actual timings of those payments would be made.
So it was bringing forward payments to the US and the UK, is that right?
Yes.
And was that at the request of the US or the UK?
No, it was as we looked through our program and looked to leverage opportunities within to accelerate delivery. And I think at the footnote to the table that supports this movement, which is in the defence section, because it is in relation to the MPS program, it actually says to the note there, if I can just find it, an amount. No, it's so footnote F, this adjustment predominantly relates to bringing forward defence funding to accelerate delivery of capability, including $1.7 billion into 25-26 for the nuclear-powered submarine program.
How do we benefit by giving a foreign country paying them early? How does we just made a decision to give the US money ahead of what the agreed timetable was. Is that what we did? Was there an agreed timetable?
There was a broad, as I've mentioned before, that actually outlined, which was subject to mutual agreement at intervals of timing.
So we had a mutually agreed timetable, and then off our own bat, we decided to actually hand over the money early.
So when you look at this, it does provide those countries ability to enter into contracts when they have that funding earlier in some instances than would be originally planned.
But they didn't request it. We just, off our own, out of our own munificence, we decided to give the US money in advance of the agreed schedule.
As I've stated, we are mutually agreeing the timing of these payments, Senator.
So how much went to the US ahead of schedule and how much went to the UK ahead of schedule?
So we're still working through those details, but roughly in AUD terms, it would be 1.4 and I think approximately 300 to the US in Australian dollars.
So 1.4 to the UK and 300 to the US?
Yes. Yes, Senator.
What are we getting for the $1.4 billion we're giving to the United Kingdom?
So that's related to their industrial uplift for the nuclear reactor, so it works at Derby, and also our AUKUS design costs.
Okay. So is it industrial uplift or is it AUKUS design costs?
It's a combination of both.
Okay. Can you break down how much?
No, Senator, it was a proportionate fair split, and I do not believe there was a categorisation where we could defray that amount across those two elements.
I'm about to go on to another matter, Chair, but I'm more than happy to.
If you're on another topic, let me just rotate the call. I think Senator Lambie has some questions, and I think it'd be fair to her to have someone give you a break, and Vice Admiral Mead a break, I think. Senator Lambie?
To be honest, Chair, I don't think Admiral Mead's going to get much of a break from me.
Well, maybe a different pace. Maybe a different pace.
Good evening, Senator.
Good evening.
Well, I had 5 seconds break.
I'd like to make his last evening a pleasant one, but I'm not sure we're going to be there, so at least I'll be honest. Now,
God help me.
Okay, I have to say to you guys, I've been sitting here all day. I've been watching this debacle unfold through both the major parties, and I have to say, I reckon we hit 28 million Australians, and whether they're babies or not, I reckon there's 28 million Australians right now laughing at the native. Because I have to be honest with you, the chopping, the changing, now we've got a plan B, the optimal, whatever you want to call it, let's face it, we're getting set. What we did was we were paying for new submarines and we got second-hand ones. Now, if I'm going to go to a car yard and I'm going to order a new car and I get a second-hand one, what do you reckon's going to happen? So I think a lot of Australians, the way you've handled this has been absolutely disgraceful. And I honestly, I don't know about the committee, I can't speak for them, but I'm struggling to actually believe some of the stuff you're saying, to be honest with you. And it's all going to come out in the end. I really am. I just think you're doing this on the run and it's out of control. All right, let's get some questions in.
Please. That would be much appreciated.
Right, okay, we're all talking about the fact we'll now get 3 second-hand Block 4 Virginia-class submarines rather than the 2 second-hand, 3 second-hand Block 4. Yeah, that's right. So we're getting, what are the Block 4s? We're getting
three transferred Block 4s.
That's correct. Okay, so but how that capability does not stop up with Block 6. We discussed that this morning. It doesn't carry the weapon capability that the others can, correct? So you're restricting our weapon capability. Why would you do that? Why didn't we just go to the 6?
5 and 6.
That has more weapon capability, correct? You can carry a lot more in it.
Correct. 5 and 6.
So wouldn't we thought for our defence assistance we'd be a bit more proactive here and go for those 6s?
5 and 6 were never offered to us. In fact, they were explicitly taken off the table.
I'm not asking whether it was offered to it. Why didn't you fight for it? Why are we being ripped off?
5 and 6.
You're ripping us off.
5 and 6 were never offered. They were explicitly, we were told, too complex for us. They were too complex for us to operate. They're a lot bigger submarine. We were told that the best way as you are introducing yourself to submarines is to take the Block 4s. The Block 5 is a lot larger. There was significant discussions with the US about this one, but they were emphatic about it, about the Block 5 and the Block 6.
Did you actually ask them, or you just said, oh, okay, that's it? You just had they had the discussion, this is what it's going to be. Did anyone actually say, actually, I'm not happy with that deal? Because that's not going to work for us.
So remember, many years ago, at the very beginning in 22, I was asked the question, okay, explaining the optimal pathway, and I said, all options are on the table. And then options started being taken off the table.
You said we were getting Block 6, excuse me. Let's just read. You said, didn't you say originally we were getting Block 6?
Not in 2022. In 2022, the optimal pathway had not been developed, and I said all options are on the table. We are working through what the optimal pathway is. Everyone was focused on the end product of a build in Australia. We were operating two parallel lines. One was the build in Australia, which is, as we call it now, SSN AUKUS. The second one, the more sensitive one, was to get the interim capability in the 2030s and the transfer or the delivery of Virginia-class submarines to Australia, of which had never been done before. We were successful on both sides.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just thought we were told we were getting 2 Block 4s and 1 Block 6.
So not in 22. The optimal...
May 23. In May 23 you said that, correct?
In March 23, when the leaders made the announcement at San Diego, yes, at that stage we knew that it would be 2 in-service transfer and 1 production.
Okay, but you just finished telling me that they refused Block 6 to start with. So which one is it?
No, they were going to... The one that they...
come on.
The one that they are giving, were going to give us was a Block 7, correct?
That's correct.
Oh my God, now we've got a Block 7. Oh my goodness, you can't make this up this evening. This is great. Right, okay. Which one is it? Now, come on. I mean, I just...
Senator, it's Rear Admiral Tom Phillips, Head of Submarine Capability. Could you just repeat your question? I'm just not sure what your question was.
Okay. We were told that in May 2023 we were getting 2 Block 4s and 1 Block 6. But when I asked the question, did you ask them for a Block 6? You said no. You were just told that that wouldn't be available. So which one is it? Did you get that in 2023, the Block 6, or you didn't ask?
So,
that is the question.
Senator, I was there during the discussions. All options were on the table. The US began to put constraints on some of the options, i.e. we can't in-transfer 3 submarines to you. We can't give you the Block 5s or the Block 6s because they are too complicated. The submarines that we got for the optimal pathway met our needs and are in our interests.
Okay then, so the Virginia has a 33-year nuclear reactor core life when new. I believe we told in May 2023 that the second-hand subs will only have a 20-year life left. Do we give up 13 years of operation by taking a second-hand sub for a third one?
Senator, it's Rear Admiral Tom Phillips, Head Nuclear Submarine Capability. So we expect with the 4 Block 4s that we're getting now that they will, after build, they will do their build trials. We expect them to run for approximately 6 years, do a full maintenance period and be transferred to Australia. We expect the life, although there's a long way to go before we know the exact life, will be around 30 to 33 years. So that leaves 20 plus years that we would have each of those Block 4s.
And what warranty discussions have we had? Will we get for our second-hand subs? Will we get 1 year, 2 years, 100,000 sea miles, 200 miles? Will the warranty be contract? Sure, it's been 3 years since you stated we were getting 2 second-hand subs. Is the warranty being negotiated? What's the go here? Where are we standing? I mean, I think the discussions seem to be coming all the way from the Trump administration. That's where the discussion's coming from, and you're the little puppets. That's how I'm feeling. That's what it looks like right now in front of 28 million Australians.
So, Senator, we haven't yet commenced the discussions on the transfer of the Virginia-class submarines. They will commence soon, but there are, obviously, as you can imagine, a lot of detail that will be involved in those discussions.
It's possibly just worth noting, Senator Lambie, we're aware of the public interest in the conversation and officials are trying to be as helpful as possible. There are some limitations on what we can say about classified discussions with international partners because we want them to keep having classified discussions with us on the understanding that it will be confidential when those conversations take place.
Okay, what are your expectations with the warranty system? What are we looking at here from the Australian side? What's going to benefit us out of those warranties?
Senator, the intention is that, and we're building this right now in Stirling and in Henderson in coming years, that we will maintain the submarines and rectify them if there's damage to them.
Oh, sorry, how, sorry?
It'll be an Australian sovereign responsibility to sustain and repair the submarines.
Oh, so we get no warranty? Oh, we don't get a warranty with the Trump administration? Not only have they ripped us off and taken new ships off, they've given us second-hand ones in replacement, you're telling me they don't even come with a warranty? Oh, this is really making my evening. What else have you got in your bag of tricks there? Are you serious? It's not coming with a warranty? You guys are just going to take them without a warranty? Oh, okay.
Senator, we haven't commenced discussions with the US on the in-transfer submarines.
Are you going for a warranty or
there
not?
Are a range.
Are you going for a warranty on those three
there are a range
submarines or not?
A range of parameters. I do not want to.
I'm not asking about parameters. I'm asking you about
Senator
warranty.
Lambie,
Are you going in for a warranty?
Senator Lambie, I appreciate you're online, but can we,
Sorry,
like I said to Shoebridge, can we please not yell over each other? It's a bit harder that you're online. There's a bit of a delay. So
I'm sorry,
I do not want to.
I asked a simple question.
No, I appreciate that.
There's no warranty.
I do not want to prejudice discussions that we are going to have with the US.
I don't know how that will do anything to national security or prejudice any discussions with Donald Trump, who doesn't know what he's having for breakfast one day or another. Are you going to put a warranty into the deal or not?
I think the witness has already provided that answer and might be something we have to revisit at a future estimates.
Okay, so this is the guarantee we get from the Navy, because I recall the last time we got second-hand ships from the US, the HMAS Manura and HMS Kanimba, sorry. Didn't we find out when we got them that they were rust buckets and we had to spend a lot of money getting them up to scratch? And we did. They were a rust bucket. They were shocking. So what guarantee, how are we supposed to trust the Navy on this after this debacle that we've been hearing about from 3 ships to, hang on, we're paying the same price but we're getting second-hand cars. We're getting second-hand stubs. That's what's going on. New car, second-hand one instead. I'd say you got completely and utterly ripped off. And you've got no idea in a warranty, no idea when we're getting our money back, no idea about any of that, we're just happy to accept that.
Any other questions, Senator?
I do, actually. The future submarine was announced in 2009. 17 years later, we don't have any new subs. We spent $3.4 billion with the French and didn't get anything. $1 billion has been spent on cancelling periscopes, cancelled diesels, cancelled motors and cancelled life of type extensions for Collins. There are people that advise me that it takes an incredible amount of incompetence to achieve this sort of waste. How do I convince my constituents that you're actually doing the right thing as the Navy by them and for the defence of this country after this absolute debacle in the last 2 days? What would you like me to say to them?
Senator, first of all, the Collins program and the issues that was associated with that, not within my remit, so I'm not in a position to comment on that. What I can tell you is that every person in the Australian Submarine Agency, our partners, our intergovernmental bureaucrats that are supporting us, the Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister for Defence Industries are working day and night to make this program successful. We have met every milestone, Senator. We remain on track, Senator, and only of Saturday, the US Secretary of State, or Secretary of Defence, the UK Secretary of State and the Deputy Prime Minister all agreed that Australia remains on track. No more emphatic statement.
I understand. I see facts. I understand the Navy doesn't do facts anymore, it does statements. I understand that. Okay, that was made quite clear. I have one more question for you, but how do you think Australians will feel about spending $368 billion on hand-me-down submarines?
I didn't get the last part of your question there.
I just said, how do you think Australians will feel about spending $368 billion on hand-me-down submarines when they'll promise new ones?
Senator, I think asking opinions to officials is out of the realms of the estimates.
That's fine.
Sorry,
I'll ask. That's fine.
Yeah, but you might be better off.
All right. Okay, I just have that. I'll just use this question then. What's your milestone? What's your milestone date for negotiating a warranty?
So, within the next 2 years, we will commence discussions with the US on the transfers of the Virginias.
Okay.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Will that conclude your questions with this agency, just to confirm for tonight?
No. Not if I get no. If it's going to keep going, I'm good. I've got heaps.
Okay, so you've got further questions with this agency is what I'm just trying to work out. Okay. All right. Well, who's in the room that's got questions? Is Senator Blythe? Ah, there you are. Hello. Senator Blythe, I'll give you the call.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I just have some questions about the Osborne facility in South Australia. I did ask Defence earlier about the questions and they said they were better directed to your agency. Can I ask what the total amount of Commonwealth funding that's allocated to your agency?
So I'll hand over to our infrastructure expert at Osborne, Mr. Josh Watkin, to talk about Osborne.
Fantastic.
Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Josh Watkin, Head of Infrastructure Planning and Coordination Division for the ASA. I can invite Ms Davis to speak to the specific funding flows and accounting treatments for the works at Osborne, but can speak to, at the moment, the total scope of works is to support 5 major areas. They are in various stages of delivery and design across the circa 77 hectares of construction yard at Osborne. It is progressing well and at pace. The first major piece of the enabling works was the grade separated road, now known as Urimbla Way. That was opened in February this year. The Skills and Training Academy campus is on track. The foundation pours are proceeding. It is ready and on track to support trainees in early 2028, and design is progressing across the balance of the 3 areas. So from the delivery perspective, we are working with Australian Naval Infrastructure, who are our delivery partner for that yard, and it is on track. The specific funding flows and the quantum thereof, I'll pass over to Ms Davis.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, for your question. I'd just like to clarify, just with the evidence provided earlier, the delivery agency for this is, or government business enterprise is Australian Naval Infrastructure. So the flows don't actually come through the Australian Submarine Agency. We set the requirements, and that is what Mr Watkins sort of went through broadly there. When the government decides to fund this, it's like through an equity injection into ANI. So up until February of this year, $3.9 billion has been invested, and that's been spread across various budgets. So I'll just go through the budget measures that were for that injection. So in budget 23-24, ANI was provided an injection, and that is in budget papers number 2, pages 94 to 96. At budget 24-25, they were provided another injection, and that is on page 98 of budget paper number 2. In my EFO 24-25, there was an additional equity injection provided, and that is on page 232 of the MyEFO document. And then at MyEFO 25-26, they were provided a further injection, and that's on page 224 of MyEFO. So that's where those measures of equity have been reported by government. And then in the recent budget, you would see in budget paper number 2, there was an injection that is there for further works to continue the works at Osborne.
And how much of that funding has been committed and spent on the shipyard to date?
So that's a question that's better positioned to the Australian Naval Infrastructure.
Can I ask you for your, because this was the problem when I was asking Defence, is you've got the ships on one side and then you've got the subs, and they're two separate projects.
So I don't sit over their financial records on a day-to-day basis. They would have their own chief financial officer.
I'm not talking about the
that.
ships, I want to talk about the subs.
No, this is, so sorry, the Osborne shipyard, or are you talking about something else?
No, for Osborne.
So that is Australian Naval Infrastructure.
Right. Okay.
Sorry, Senator, I can't answer that, so I don't want to mislead you.
No, because I had this discussion with Defence, and they were adamant that it was you guys, that's where the spending allocation was. In terms of the projects, and you've outlined the sort of 5 different pillars of the projects, you're saying that they're all running to schedule, so there are no overruns, no delays, no unexpected increase in costs?
No, Senator. Josh Watkin, as of today, all fronts are progressing well to plan, and ANI is supporting us incredibly well. We're progressing our capability requirements and have no concerns with the construction yard's progress to date.
And that includes looking at the fabrication hall. So I think that's due to be completed in around 2040. So that's a huge piece of infrastructure that's got to go in.
So, Senator, across the 3 major the submarine construction yard areas, there will be progressive handover and takeover of those works from Australian Naval Infrastructure to the Australian shipbuilder, the ASC and BAE. There are dozens of facilities, workshops and halls across those 3 sites. They will be progressively handed over as and when the shipbuilder progressively needs them for the overall production of the submarine. The first components of Area 1 relate to production demonstration facilities. That's prototyping, initial certification. They will be handed over in the latter part of this year. Area 1 will be complete in its entirety by the middle of the 2030s, and the other 2 areas will proceed after that. But we are staging the works to optimise the workforce overall, the supply chain, and as needed by the submarine build itself.
And are you putting any requirements in terms of the steel that's going to be needed to be used? Does that have to be Australian?
Senator, my priority is supporting the planning and coordination of fit-for-purpose infrastructure which meets the highest safety and security standards required for the construction build.
That doesn't answer my question. Is it going to be Australian?
We're continuing to work through the requirements with Australian Naval Infrastructure in terms of their design. Overall, the build itself will conform to the highest safety and security.
I understand that. Will it be Australian steel?
That's a question directed to ANI, Senator.
But you're not putting any requirements on it as your agency to say that you have a preference to be using?
So, Senator, we would like to maximise Australian steel. We are working with our UK partners as to the standards and the type of steel that can be produced in Australia. Our intent is to maximise Australian steel. We've had numerous discussions with BizAlloy and BlueScope. Those discussions continue, and we're working with the UK on that as well.
Can I ask what the roadblocks are, if we couldn't do it all as Australian? As a proud South Australian, we have a smelter in South Australia. It would be fantastic to see it used for a South Australian naval project. I understand you've got to speak to people in the UK, but it doesn't seem to... Is it something that we don't have the capability to do? What are the roadblocks?
So a couple of years ago we did testing on Australian steel. It's taken about 2 years. We're finalising that testing right now to prove that it can sustain the strength, the tensile strength and the ductility of being submerged. We're also looking at the facilities that we have in Australia. There is steel that makes up the pressure hull. There's steel that makes up the construction of the submarine. There's steel inside the submarine. We're working out what parts of the submarine can be Australian steel and what parts may need to be imported.
Okay.
Those discussions continue, but it is our intent to maximise Australian steel.
And in terms of things like the fabrication hall, which I'm assuming is also going to have a fair bit of steel associated with it. I was out at Osborne a couple of weeks ago, and it is going to be an enormous project. Again, is that being prioritised even for the infrastructure that's not necessarily the subs, but that is going to support their maintenance and building?
So, Senator, Josh Watkin, Head of Infrastructure Planning and Coordination Division. I do work regularly with ANI and with the South Australian State Government. As you'd be aware, South Australia has a very ambitious capital works pipeline that they're progressing across multiple fronts. It is a live and ongoing conversation around supply chain optimisation for the various raw materials needed both to build the yard's infrastructure and the boat and the wider capital portfolio of the state.
So have you identified shortfalls then in terms of what's capable of being produced within South Australia in relation to things like steel that aren't necessarily going to be used for the boats?
I'm not aware of shortfalls at this point in time, Senator.
But if you're exploring capabilities and looking at whether we're able to have steel to the grade that we need it, I'm assuming volume is also a consideration.
Certainly time-phased volume across the life of the build of the yard itself and the submarines. That is, as the Director-General's pointed out, a 20 to 30-year endeavour that we're looking at the overall supply of raw materials into the yard to build the submarine. That's one we're in ongoing discussions with the South Australian Government to make sure the supply chain is resilient and at the right level of quality to support that ongoing enterprise.
And are there, I mean, currently I'm assuming there would be shortfalls in what that supply chain can deliver?
I'm not aware of those, Senator.
So if South Australia can produce enough steel to build the fabrication hall that you need without ramping up, without changing anything, I find that challenging to believe.
Senator, I can only speak to the construction yard infrastructure itself. The boat build itself would be for another colleague within the agency to talk to. For the physical facilities, we have a strong relationship with the South Australian Government. We are looking to optimise the supply chain.
So can
itself.
I clarify then, the South Australian Government has said that they are able to supply everything that you need in relation to steel?
The fabrication hall itself, Senator? Yes, the fabrication hall. I'm not aware of any supply chain constraints for the building of that hall.
And the South Australian Government has given you assurance of that, it's sounding like?
I'm not aware of any supply chain constraints.
No, but you're saying that you're working closely with the South Australian Government and that nothing has come up, that there are no obvious constraints. So you have to have been having discussions. So you have to be assured by that because someone's told you. And if you're in consultation with the South Australian government, is it them that's told you that? So you've obviously gone to them and said, this is the volume we need, and they've said, no problem?
So, Senator, I meet with Premier Malinakis about every fortnight and have discussions with him and his team on the shipyard, on the program itself. South Australia has a number of other infrastructure programs, as you know.
Yes.
We are putting forward, and as Mr Watkins said, we're still in the design phase of the yard, so we don't have the exact specifications, the volume of what is required for the yard. We're working that as we get into greater maturity. Same with the submarines themselves and we're working with the South Australian government as to what other programs that they have running in parallel in the late 20s, 30s and 40s, and how does that fit in with our program? Does South Australia have enough? Does it not have enough? They are part of the discussions. We do not have the full answers on that yet.
Okay, so that's a different answer to what I just got.
Senator Blythe, I think part of the challenge you are running into is that ANI is the delivery, is the entity that actually delivers the infrastructure. And so as Mr Watson and Vice Admiral Mead have explained to you, ASA's clearly interested in working to define the project, but the delivery of the project is the responsibility of ANI.
Yep. No, I understand that, but it's just trying to figure out in terms of, and if you're meeting with the Premier every fortnight, are there any other gaps that you've identified in terms of even things like power, transport, utilities, and I know you're in the early planning phases, but are there things that you've gone to the South Australian government with to say these are going to be challenges for us, or everything's?
So we provide the South Australian government with a set of requirements. For instance, when we're building the submarine, we expect there to be between 4,000 to 5,500 people down in the yard.
Yep. Okay.
That will require a draw upon electricity, utilities, roads,
yep,
water, sewage. As you know, the South Australian government is doing a master plan for the Lafur Peninsula.
Mm-hmm.
They are factoring in our requirements.
Okay.
And then we work with them once that's finished on, is there a delta? Is there a shortfall? Is there not going to be a shortfall? So we are working hand in glove with the South Australian government on this.
And if there are delays in the delivery of what the South Australian government can deliver, is there risk to what you're able to do within the Osborne precinct?
Senator, I am starting to appreciate your line of questioning, which I think possibly, and I don't wish to make assumptions about your posture, but you are a South Australian senator and you're doubtless interested in the performance of the South Australian government, but officials can't actually speculate about hypotheticals, like if this happens or if that happens, whose fault will it be?
That's exactly what a project is, Minister, that you have to be... We're talking about projects that are running over decades, and these are projects that, if they blow out, have significant cost implications, but also defence capability implications for us. I think it's reasonable if there are things that are reliant on other things going well. So you can't have 4,000 to 5,000 people in Osborne if the infrastructure isn't there. And no, it's not something that defence or the submarine, you're not able to deliver that. So you're having to work with other partners. So you have to have contingency plans that if people aren't delivering or other agencies and organisations aren't delivering what's expected, that can delay your own project. That's just project management.
So to answer your question there, Senator, the aim is for South Australia to provide, but this is a national endeavour.
We've always said this is a national endeavour, and if there are shortfalls in areas because we completely tax out construction steel in South Australia whilst they're building a major bridge, whilst at the same time we are doing the fabrication hall, then that's where we execute the national endeavour. It's always been a national endeavour. We've said it's a national endeavour, and we are looking for all states and territories to pitch in on the optimal pathway.
Can I ask a little bit about workforce that you are going to require? And it is an amazing opportunity for South Australia to have this many people able to be employed within the defence industry. In terms of being able to train and get the skill sets that you're going to need, how are you tracking for that, given the academy is still 2 years away?
Senator, I'll ask Head of Workforce, Infrastructure, Industry and Supply Chain, Kylie Wright, to come to the table.
Kylie Wright, Head of Workforce, Industry and Supply Chain Division. So could you repeat the question?
So in terms of the workforce that's going to be required and the skill sets, there is going to be an academy on site at Osborne, but that's not due to start until 2028, if I'm correct. So that's still 2 years away. How are you tracking in terms of getting the skill sets that you need for what work's being undertaken now, but also into the future as you're building, so construction and the expertise, because it is highly specialised and not something that Australia has necessarily got in country?
Yeah, so we have underway about $1 billion worth of workforce initiatives that we have committed to and announced that are designed to deliver the workforce that we require for the nuclear-powered submarine enterprise. That is already underway, so it is not reliant on just the STA Academy to stand up and go forward.
And so you're on track, so you don't have shortfalls, so you'd have to be projecting, because for some of these education qualifications, they will take some years, and I would assume some hands-on experience and some training, because you don't just want all university graduates.
Correct. So there is a mixture of programs that are underway, both working at trades and trade colleges, as well as moving forward through to the university placements and the conversations there, as well as the workforce that we have through ASC, where we are putting them into the workforce over in Pearl Harbor in order to get them on the job training.
Okay. And are you seeing any shortfalls in that? Are you seeing any risks in terms of the take-up that you've had so far? What is that looking like?
So at the moment, that is proceeding on track with the numbers that we have been predicting. We are also seeing 100% retention rates for people coming back to ASC from those training in Pearl Harbor.
Okay, and retention rate of those that you've got, so how far are people through their programs at the moment? How long have you been running?
So we have 220 that are over there at the moment. We've had 9 return to Australia that are currently being...
So your 100% retention rate is of 9 people?
It is of 9, but that's 9...
So maybe we should use numbers. So we're talking about thousands. Yeah. So I think it's good to have... sort of percentages are great, but so 9 of those people have come back and are happy to stay.
Correct, with 220 that are there being trained at the moment.
How many do you need to send over to ramp up? What does that look like when that's ramped up?
So the ramp up for the Virginia program, we need about approximately 350 by middle of 2027. And that will ramp up to 500. This is the Virginia program.
Yep.
That will ramp up to 500 by 2030. So there'll be about 350 Australians and 150 US in 27. And the US numbers will go down and our numbers will increase to 2030. There's about 500 Australians and about 50 US. And those 50 US would be like deep specialists in the nuclear reactor. We now have workforce, ASC workers over working in the United Kingdom, We have $1 billion worth of initiatives. Collie can go through it in intimate detail, ranging from schools to TAFEs to PhDs to master's degrees in Australia and overseas universities to cover the full breadth of that industry workforce that we need. To use a crude term, blue collar and white collar. We are putting an enormous amount of effort into the workforce. I'm not shying away from the statement that I've always made, and we said from the very beginning, that the greatest risk to the program is workforce. It is something that we can not be complacent about and never take our eyes off the ball. I will never be happy with the numbers. Even if Collie tells me we're ahead of the curve, I'll always go to sleep that night wanting more and wanting more, because workforce will be the key to the success of the program, in particular the build of SSE and AUKUS.
Yeah. No, fantastic, thank you. And maybe for the specifics that could be provided on notice, I'm conscious of time and the hour, but that would be really helpful to see exactly where that $1 billion is going and what's being done. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Now, on that note, we're going to just have a very short evening break. So if people need to go to the bathroom, grab a cup of tea or coffee, and then we'll come back. Maybe give everyone about 7 minutes. I've just got to do one other thing. So we normally will set for 15, but let's just halve it, and then we'll come back here in 7 minutes. 7, yes. Put it on your phone, set on 7 minutes, and we'll see you here. Thank you.
No gumption.
All right.
I'm here for the long term.
Welcome back, everyone. Now, Senator Shoebridge.
Thank you, Chair. Now, Admiral Mead, you challenged me about my recollection of the UK Infrastructure and Projects Authority report. And I've given you the 2023-24 major projects report because the 24-25, the most recent one, is published in an unprintable online form from a slightly different authority, but it says exactly the same as what I'm taking you to in this 23-24 report. Now, could I ask you, you should have it in front of you, it looks like that. It's quite pretty. That's it. Could I ask you to turn, and you'll see it's the annual report on major projects, 23-24, and as I said to you before, the 24-25 has exactly the same content as what I'm taking you to, but it's produced in an online form and we weren't able to print it in a way to deliver it. You'll see on the second page, it's actually page 15 of the report, but the second page of what you've got there, do you see there's a red square with the word red under it? Do you see that?
Yes.
And what does it say?
Senator,
can you see?
Look, this may work in courts, but we don't normally ask witnesses to read materials out. We all know what you're referring to, so let's...
Well, I'll read it.
Great, you read it.
But I don't mind. But, you know, I get in trouble if I don't give you the document. I give you the document to read. I'm happy to do it however you say.
Loud. Now we have it in front of us. I feel like that
it's important. It's important for it. Reading it aloud won't put it on the Hansard record. So if you won't read it, Admiral Mead, I will. Red means successful delivery of the project appears to be unachievable. There are major issues with project definition, schedule, budget, quality and/or benefits delivery, which at this stage do not appear to be manageable or resolvable. The project may need rescoping and/or its overall viability reassessed. That's what red means. And then if I could ask you to turn to the next page, which is actually from page 43 of the report, and I said about point 7 of the page, it says core production capability. Yep. And do you agree with me that for 21-22 it's red, for 22-23 it's red, yep, and for 23-24 it's red? Do you agree with that?
I agree.
And I'm just giving you the assurance that the 24-25 report, which is online, is also red. And the core production capability is a project by the Ministry of Defence, and it's this. The Core Production Capability Program delivers safe nuclear reactor cores to meet the Royal Navy's submarine program now and for the long term. At closure, the program will have provided the Royal Navy with the means to propel a renewed deterrent submarine fleet and will have provided the UK with a modern, safe and sovereign capability to manufacture further cores for a fleet of flexible and adaptable attack submarines delivered under the AUKUS agreement. Now that's the nuclear core production for the AUKUS fleet, and the UK audit equivalent of the Audit Office has said in this report, the previous report, the one before that, and in the most recent report, that successful delivery of the project appears to be unachievable, and issues with it do not appear to be manageable or resolvable. You tell me it's on track? I suggest to you that the very best evidence is, far from being on a track, it's unachievable, and issues with it are neither manageable or resolvable. What do you say?
I say that the UK government has invested billions of dollars recently into the Rolls-Royce plan. We have invested a significant sum of money to stand up additional capability at Derby in order to produce the cores for SSN AUKUS. Mm-hmm. It is 2026. The red primarily relates, as I said, to Boat 1 Dreadnought.
No, it doesn't.
In the NISTA report, it talks about that.
Well, I'll ask you, because we have no time, to tell me where, to identify on notice, where on earth in this report, in 23-24 report, or the online 24-25 report, justifies that statement. And
because I'll be quite clear, I've gone through the report in the time that we've had since, and I cannot possibly see on what basis you make that statement, but perhaps you can identify it on notice. And again, you see, Admiral Mead, this is compelling evidence from the independent oversighter of this project that reports to the UK government, and it is 100% contrary to the assurances you give.
What I've said...
The problem I have is you give assurances, but the problem is the most critical objective evidence says this project is unachievable and the problems with it are neither manageable or resolvable.
What I've said, Senator, is that the UK has invested significant money of late into the Rolls-Royce facility, as we have, to increase the capability so that they have capacity to provide cores for Dreadnought, SSN AUKUS UK, SSN AUKUS Australia and the Astute.
You see, Admiral Mead, this is the same statement you made 18 months ago when I first showed you the 23-24 and you said, wait for the next year's report. Well, we've now got the next year's report and it's exactly the same.
This is similar to the $17 billion that the US is putting through their system. You cannot spend that all at once. We know, because we've had pictures, we've got people there, we've seen they're beginning a second production run right now.
You see, Admiral Mead, because it's late, I don't think it would be useful trying to have a discussion with you about what unachievable means. But unachievable has a plain English meaning, and you don't seem willing to accept it.
Affirmative.
Yes. Well, we can agree on that. Could I ask you just quickly about ASA staffing? The budget proposes ASA staffing levels increase by over a third in the next financial year. What's that about? From 883 to 1,209.
Okay. So in the next 12 months, we will be supporting US Virginia-class submarines operating out of HMAS Sterling. The work of the oversight of the infrastructure at Osborne will increase and accelerate in pace. And then we need people to actually then commence the build of the submarine and other facilities. So our workforce needs to increase in order to provide the appropriate oversight, safety, security and stewardship of all those key activities that are going to operate in parallel.
Well, you see, what I find difficult to understand is an agency that next year, can you remind me how many nuclear submarines the Australian Submarine Agency will have next year?
0.
An agency with 0 submarines is going to have more staff than the Australian Electoral Commission, 3 times the staff of the Fair Work Commission, 70% of the staff of the entire Department of Finance, about 80% of the staff of the entire Department of Education, and you have no submarines. How do you justify that to the Australian public?
Come on, Senator, please. That's an illogical mathematical equation there. It's going to take at least 10 years to build the submarine. It's going to take, as we said, to 2040 to complete the yard. We need people now, right at the very beginning. That's why we're increasing the workforce as we get into the very complex aspects to provide the Australian people the appropriate safety, security and stewardship. To make the equation that we have no submarines, therefore we require by inference no people, does not make sense.
It's curious to me actually, Senator Shoebridge, since it is late, that you seem so disinterested in what is actually a really quite remarkable industrial project, which is to create an entirely new industrial capability in Australia, building workforce, regulatory capability, technology capability, supply chain. It is an incredible project, but yes, it requires an investment of resource and it takes time. And unlike many of the proposals that your party campaigns for, we don't imagine that it's just switched on overnight. We recognise that actually the work of government requires long investment and standing up a capability over time, and it's a different approach, Senator, for a party of government.
The reason I'm sceptical about it is because it is so gobsmackingly clearly unachievable, and it won't work. And it's not what I'm saying, it's what the UK Audit Office says, it's what the Congressional Budget Office says, it's what the US Navy budget says, it's what pretty much anyone who isn't in some way associated with it says. And you might think it's achievable, you might think we can ignore the UK's repeated independent reports on it, you might think we can ignore the warning signs coming out of Washington. My party, the Greens, think it's an incredibly dangerous, reckless gamble with public money. And we're just going to have to disagree on that until the whole thing collapses on its own illogicality.
Senator Shoebridge, the government's been really clear. If it was easy, it would have been done quite some time ago. Building a new industrial capability is hard. It means acknowledging and addressing risk. And you have heard over the course of today and last night the many ways in which that is occurring within the Australian government and with our AUKUS partners. You've also heard about the commitment from those partners, reaffirmed as recently as the weekend. Nobody imagines that it is without challenge.
I note the time, Chair.
Are you finished?
Yes, well, I'll put the rest on notice.
Okay. Coalition? Senator Patterson?
Chair, I do have further questions, but I am conscious of the time and the other agencies which we're yet to hear from, so I will put them on notice.
Okay. All right. Now I'll just check with Senator Lambie. Senator Lambie, have you got further questions with the Australian Submarine Agency?
Yeah, I do actually only have a couple.
Cool.
Yeah, it won't take long. Thank you. I understand this question was brought up today. If it's already been answered, and just tell me to move it on, okay? I just want to go back to the nuclear waste. Because I went through the Kimber stuff, I watched all that fall apart, all that sort of stuff. So that's very worrying. So you commissioned a report in 2023 to find a location to deal with the AUKUS high-level waste. Do you know where that's going yet? Do you know where the high-level waste is going yet?
Senator Lambie, Tim Hodgson, Deputy Director General Technical. No decisions on where spent fuel will go for long-term disposal have yet been made. We have until late in the 2050s before that requirement will be needed, and therefore, as you'd expect, we are being exceptionally diligent in our approach to working out how we would solve that particular issue.
So how much work has been done on this particular issue? Where are you on it? Like, what has been done?
We're in the early stages of defining our approach.
What does that look like? Sorry?
We're in the early stages of defining our approach.
What does that mean? And what happened? Isn't there a report done? Do you know, where's the report that was done? Was there not a report done for the Minister?
Thank you, Senator Lambie. Ms Faye Murray, I'm the Acting Head of Stewardship.
Sorry, yeah.
So, yes, Senator, you're correct. The report was done and delivered, and that report is a classified report that was provided to the government. Since that time, we have, as Mr Hodgson has outlined, commenced preliminary work, and the preliminary work is really going to the detailed technical requirements of what we will need to do with radioactive waste as a result of decommissioning the submarines at the end of their life. So, as Mr Hodgson has outlined and as the Deputy Prime Minister has said, we have some time before we are going to need to do that. Decommissioning those submarines will be around the mid-2050s.
Okay, I'm sorry. Why can't that report be released again?
That report
what did you say was wrong?
The report is a classified report, Senator.
Oh, it's a classified report, but I mean, there's no detail really. So what's so classified with it? I mean, you haven't gone anywhere really with it, with the report. And the Minister said it would be released as a part of a social licence. So when is the Minister of Defence going to release it?
Senator Lambie, I am unaware of the commitment that you refer to. It may be that he did make such a commitment. I'm going to have to take that on notice. I'm very sorry. I just actually don't have that information with me.
Okay, all right, okay then. Do you know how many pages the report is?
No, Senator. 50, 60. I'm speculating.
Oh, right. Who did the report then?
The report was commissioned by Mr Stephen Gruskowiak, the former Deputy Secretary of the Estate Group in Defence. He undertook the report in the period between 2023 and 24.
Okay. All right, so you can't tell me what that early approach looks like at all?
Senator, I can tell you that we have started the preliminary work to address the detailed technical requirements involved in decommissioning those submarines at the end of their life. So we're looking at what type of radioactivity the spent nuclear fuel would involve. We're thinking about ways in which we would need to manage, treat, store and eventually dispose of that level of waste. But we're at a very preliminary stage. We're working towards the pace of the program, as you could be expected with a level of complexity of this program. We really do need to move at the pace of the program to determine what those requirements are.
Okay, so we've got no idea what it looks like then? I'm just a little confused. There doesn't seem to be much detail here.
So the Deputy Prime Minister has consistently said that that we must get this right and we have time to get this right. And so...
Okay, so if you've got time to get it right, you haven't done anything. I just want to know what it looks like.
That is not the...
I'm just asking, what does it look like?
That's not what I said. I said Ms Murray gave an outcome, gave an articulation of the work that has already commenced, and we need to do this in a methodical and safe manner. We need to work with our partners and seek their advice on this. We have time for this. As Mr Hodson pointed out, it won't be required till the mid to late 50s. We have to get this right.
Okay, so isn't the United States already doing all this? So why wouldn't you just follow their pattern, except for the location bit? I know that's a bit difficult, but seriously, these aren't new around the world.
No, Senator, we will be looking at both the United States and the United Kingdom and indeed international best practice to understand what the approach
Okay, so we
should be.
haven't got that far yet, all right? We've worked that detail out. We haven't even got to that milestone. Okay. All right, I have no further questions. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, all right. Well, on that note, I think the Australian Submarine Agency is free to go. Thank you. Thank you very much again, Vice Admiral Mead.
Thank you, Chair.
Go well.
Yeah.
All right, next up is the Australian Naval Nuclear Power Safety Regulator. Now, we'll just suspend and we'll get them up on the table, but can we suspend, please? Okay, I'd like to now welcome Director General of the Australian Naval Nuclear Power Safety Regulator and officers of the agency. Hello, Mr. Michael Drake. Hello.
Hello, Chair.
How are you?
I'm well, yourself?
Good. I'm actually good, actually.
Excellent.
Good seeing you at 10:15. Now, did you have an opening statement this evening?
I do. I note the hour. I'm happy to table it if that's better for the
I think
committee.
that's just music to our ears.
Just making friends straight
I know.
away.
Yeah. Check in. Senator Lambie, have you got questions for the regulator? Okay. I'll go to Senator Shoebridge and then Senator Whittaker.
Thanks so much for your attendance. Sorry it's so late. Have you received applications in which case what applications in relation to the Osborne Yards and the development of infrastructure at the Osborne Yards from ANI?
Senator, yes, we have. So we're established, as you're aware, on the 1st of November 2025. We received an application to prepare a site for the construction of a facility at Osborne in mid-December, and we're currently assessing that licence application.
And have you received one for Stirling as well?
Senator, our PANZA had previously issued licences for Stirling prior to our establishment. As part of the transition provisions, those licences transferred over to our agency.
And you haven't begun a fresh process for Stirling?
No, we have not.
In terms of the process for Osborne, what's the extent to which there's going to be public consultation? Is the application available online? Are the details of your criteria available publicly?
So, Senator, there is a requirement. We need to be satisfied that the licence applicant has conducted meaningful consultation with relevant stakeholders, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people and the general public. That is a point of distinction from our framework compared to our PANZA, where the regulator conducted that consultation. So assessing the licence for Osborne that we're doing at the moment, that will include an assessment of whether that consultation meets those requirements.
Oh, and does that consultation have had to have happened before the application is filed?
In practical sense, yes, in the sense of that will be part of our licence assessment. However, meaningful consultation, one of the parts of that, as these licences will be enduring, that consultation engagement with the community will need to be enduring as well.
Is it publicly available? Is the application publicly available?
There is information about the publication on the ANI website. We put notice of the application as well online.
Yeah, I've seen notice of the application, but the application itself?
No, it's not, Senator.
What about the assertions that the ANI and/or is it just ANI, or is it done by both ANI and the Australian Submarine Agency? Is it a joint application or a single?
No, it's just the ANI.
Yep. The assertions that they've made about public consultation, engagement with First Nations peoples, I mean, this is a matter I would have thought the public might want to have some, well, I know, would like to have some scrutiny over, some transparency over. How is that tested?
We will assess it. We have published guidance on what meaningful consultation is, what we would consider as the factors of meaningful consultation. That includes from the start, Senator, the consultation is not a one-off. We see this as these licences, as I said, will be these activities and facilities will be licensed over the life of the program. So consultation will be ongoing. The principles in our guidance around the consultation should be purposeful, structured in terms of time and frequency, transparent, accessible, accountable and sustainable. So we're at the very early start of a graduated licensing process. So this is to prepare the site.
Is there what's the capacity for the public, local residents, First Nations groups to make submissions to you for consideration through this licence process?
There is no explicit regulatory mechanism for that to occur, in the sense of it's not outlined in the regulations per se. We will assess that consultation throughout, and that will be ongoing throughout the licence.
So you're not seeking public submissions, you're not asking local residents, you're not checking with traditional owners?
Senator, we do a bunch of engagement as well. I myself have done engagement, especially in Western Australia, with First Nations people and community groups, state, local government groups as well. So we, as a regulator, do engagement ongoing as well.
Yeah, but you haven't invited public submissions?
No, Senator.
Do you intend to invite public submissions?
Not for this licensing. That the licensing framework, as it exists in the regulatory framework, does not have that in the regulatory framework as it currently
It doesn't require it, but it doesn't prohibit it.
Correct, Senator.
So why aren't you seeking public submissions?
We're assessing the licence based on those meaningful consultation principles that I've just articulated.
All right. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. No? No. All right. Okay, well, and no other senators have questions for the regulator? All right. Well, on that note, thank you again for your brief appearance. And we look forward to your opening statement again. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
We'll now move along to the Australian Signals Directorate. So again, we'll just suspend and get ready for the next set of witness. All right. I now welcome Ms. Abigail Bradshaw, CSC, Director General of the Australian Signals Directorate and the offices of the agency. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair.
Thank you for your time tonight. Now, do you have an opening statement for this?
I do not, Chair.
Okay, so we'll go straight to questions. I think Senator Shoebridge has some questions for you.
Thanks, Director General. Sorry it's so late. Australia has an asserted goal, I think, and you're the lead agency, to be cyber secure and a world leader in cybersecurity by 2030. Do you have milestones to test that against, and can you identify where we're up to on that?
Senator Shoebridge, I think the statement that you've made is a statement which is associated with the cybersecurity strategy, a strategy which is
Home Affairs,
owned and authored by Home Affairs. Right. It has a variety of horizons and a variety of activities. From memory, we are responsible for 4 items, which I believe are delivered, and Ms Crowe will talk to the detail of those.
Yeah. So about, I suppose, how do you measure progress on those 4 items?
Yeah, sure. So, Senator, under the cybersecurity strategy, ASD is responsible for leading, as the Director General said, 4 major outcomes in that work, one of which is establishing under the Cybersecurity Act a limited use obligation for ASD. That has improved significantly our relationships with industry in terms of building relationships and sharing information about cybersecurity incidents and vulnerabilities. We now have good engagement with industry as a result of that legislation, around a 75% response rate from industry when we engage them on cyber incidents and vulnerabilities, which is a great outcome for us. The second one was co-designing a code of practice for cyber incident providers, which we published jointly with the Department of Home Affairs as the lead on that publication. Setting our standards for post-quantum cryptography, which we've had several publications on since 2022 and several publications this year on advising entities on what they need to do to implement some of those changes up to 2030, and continuing the expansion of our cyber threat intelligence sharing platform.
Because of the limited time, I won't ask you to then detail where we are on each of those 4 points, but can you on notice identify where we're up to on each of those 4 responsibilities that ASD had? And can you, so as we can check where you're up to in terms of progress, can you indicate how you're going to measure success or otherwise between now and 2030?
We can certainly do that, Senator. I might point out we have delivered all 4 of those undertakings. So they are acquitted as capabilities which are actually operational and underway, or a legislative amendment, for example, which is already enacted and in fact has demonstrated an almost 25% increase in engagement rates. There is a further public articulation of our performance in respect of cybersecurity in the public report, which is titled the Annual Cyber Threat Report 2024-25. And as I said, that's publicly available. It lists a large number of metrics with respect to the acquittal of the cybersecurity function, much broader than simply the 4 that
the 4 elements. Okay. I'm sorry it's late and we're going to go into acronyms, but I'm sure they're acronyms you are incredibly familiar with. There's a requirement for secure supply chain broadly across government, and to meet that, as I understand it, industry providers are required to conform to the Essential 8, and we don't need to articulate them, but the Essential 8, but also to meet the requirements of the ISM, the Information Security Manual, to be working with government. What role does ASD have in setting up a framework for the rest of government so as they can assess or check if industry has the relevant credentials?
Well, with respect to, I will start. ASD is not a regulator. What we do though is provide advice around frameworks. The most famous one, if you like, is the Essential 8. It actually has global recognition as a framework.
Catchy title too, actually.
I'm sorry.
It's a nice catchy title too, Essential 8.
Thank you.
Yes.
But in fact, it is not the only standard. There are a variety of other standards which exist, and so that is the reason that under the Systems of Critical Infrastructure legislation, the standard which is set or prescribed for critical infrastructure entities is in fact the Essential 8 or an equivalent standard, bearing in mind that the Essential 8 is appropriate for enterprise ICT environments and not, for example, for operational technology environments.
And so in terms of when industry is looking to meet those requirements, but also meet concepts of sovereign capability and security compliance, they often have regard to the Protective Security Policy Framework, the PSPF, is that right?
That's right, Senator.
Yep. And as I understand it, in terms of meeting the assurance under the Essential 8, the ISM or the PSPF, currently there's no whole of government PSPF-aligned supply chain industry security program, and therefore the largest that's run, I'm told, and it seems to be backed up by the data, is the Defence Industry Security Program, or DISP. And therefore DISP tends to be the only way that an industry member can demonstrate that they meet the requirements. And what that means is it tends to skew the industry who can be accessed by government to only those who have already gone through the Defence Gateway. Has this been raised with you?
No, it hasn't, Senator. I'm aware of the DISP program. We do have an ongoing engagement with that part of the portfolio, particularly as our role is in fact to update both the Essential 8 and the controls and the maturity framework. What I would say though is it is not uncommon for people to include compliance with the Essential 8 framework to a maturity 2 level standard within the contractual obligations as they go through a tender process.
But I mean, some of the concerns that have been raised with us is that the DISP program, it's very defence-centric, and that is appropriate if you're engaging in that kind of security or estates group. What it means is they require active sponsorship or an active contract or panel with defence. And yet other government departments who would benefit from industry don't have the same requirements. And so, in effect, the only access into broader government is going through defence as really the only viable means to get a security cleared personnel and to get an accreditation that's recognised broadly across the Commonwealth.
I'm not quite sure about what you've described there. That has not been. I have not heard that criticism.
Mm-hmm.
But
I don't think it's so much criticism as such. It's a constraint.
Feedback.
It's more a constraint in terms of being able to engage with broader Commonwealth.
But I guess when people from government or private entities ask us, how should I assure myself that I am utilising a vendor that is going to meet an appropriate standard, we direct them to our advisories on secure supply chain management, but we say what's wrong with a contractual obligation which requires entities that are applying to, because I think there's an assertion, or maybe it's an assumption on my part, that DISP somehow assists them with meeting the Essential 8. That's not how I understand the program to work.
No, DISP identifies that they have met it. It's more seen as I understand it, more seen as if you've gone through that, then it's a kind of credentialing kind of thing, which other government departments will then say, okay, fine, you've got that sorted, we'll accept you.
Okay, I'm not. Perhaps it's a better question for those that are running the DISP program. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah.
So we don't do anything additional for DISP, I guess is what I'm saying, other than set the standard.
Yeah, I perfectly understand why you're not responsible for DISP. It's run really in defence space. What I'm asking you is, apart from that process, what are the readily identifiable processes through which industry, hopefully Australian sovereign industry, can engage to get the credentials so as they can be accepted to provide this work across government rather than just in the defence space? What are the other ways?
You mean how can they demonstrate that they have achieved the Essential 8?
And the ISM in a way that will persuade government agencies to accept them for contracting work, apart from the defence process.
Right, okay.
Yeah, and other examples of it you're aware of, where large government agencies have accepted somebody who hasn't gone through the DISP.
Indeed, and there is a process, it's called IRAP, the acronym Independent Registered Assessors Program, for which ASD is responsible for setting, again, a framework and the qualification standards. Mm-hmm. And then, in fact, we've outsourced the assessment now to external vocational accreditors, and then we advertise who those people are, and they can go out and perform an independent assessment.
Yeah. Perhaps on notice, just because it's late, and I do have a couple of other things, if you can identify some of those other pathways apart from DISP, and if you've got examples of entities having gone through those other pathways to then be accepted for work with agencies outside of defence, I think that just might be really of assistance, at least for those who have raised these concerns with my office. The 2025 Cyber Security Posture Survey found that only 35% of participating agencies reported at least half of their cyber security incidents in the prior year. It's kind of a percentage of a percentage. And I think that's a slight improvement from the previous financial year, but it's worse than 22-23. What's happening here, and is this meeting your goals, or?
Sorry, Senator, did you mean in respect of the number of entities reporting incidents?
Yes.
That specific? No, it does not meet our goals nor our expectations. The Secretary of the Department of Home Affairs and myself recently co-authored correspondence to all agency and departmental heads pointing out the poor performance on that particular criterion and seeking directives to responsible CISOs or CTOs to improve that metric.
Can you provide, if that was a kind of template correspondence, can you provide a copy of it to the committee?
Senator, I will consult with the Secretary of Home Affairs and
Because it was joint correspondence?
That's correct.
Yep. And take that on notice?
Certainly.
Do you know what the reasons are for the persistently low rate of incident reporting? Do you have a working theory? It's a bit hard to know what you don't know if someone hasn't spoken to you. I accept that, but do you have that feels a bit Rumsfeldian, it's quite late. Do you have a theory about what the persistent low reporting is?
So, Senator, about 35% of entities reported incidents to ASD articulated in that posture report. I think there is a threshold on which incidents they are required to report to ASD under the Protective Security Policy Framework. It could be that they are only just reporting incidents that meet a certain level of threshold that they think relevant to report to us. But in terms of how we do the next posture survey, that's an area we're looking into to understand what the trend is in that regard.
There's been a suggestion that ASD is looking to move away from agency self-disclosure to a different way of assessing this. Is that true? Or are you still going to rely on self-disclosure?
We will continue to do the Commonwealth Cyber Posture Survey to generate those results, as well as use a combination of ASD public capabilities such as our Cyber Hygiene Improvement Program and Threat Intelligence Sharing Platform to inform those results.
But so going forward, it'll still primarily be self-disclosure, even though we're getting the very low rates?
Yeah, it'll be self-assessed reporting to ASD.
Do you... I think that same 2025 cybersecurity found that just over 20% of entities had reached level 2 maturity under Essential 8. It's a pretty low outcome. I know you say you've met your goals in relation, I think one of them were about Essential 8. I assume that goal wasn't about you getting the rest of government up to meet Essential 8. It was about you. Was it about you yourself meeting the Essential 8 criteria?
No, so the 22% of government entities that met level 2 maturity of the Essential 8 framework is a relatively low statistic. We would love for it to be higher because those Essential 8 mitigations prevent the majority of incidents that we have responded to.
It's an objectively low amount, 22%.
Yes, Senator, what I would say is ASD commits annually to review the Essential 8 mitigations, and our last substantive change was in 2023, which moved a couple of the goalposts, if you like, for some agencies to meet some of those mitigations and controls, which is why we may see that relatively low number, but that is the adversary moving goalposts, not us in terms of what's best cybersecurity practice. We have to move ahead.
And when they explained why they weren't meeting level 2 maturity, overwhelmingly it was about legacy technology and about a lack of funds to actually get their IT up and running. Is that right?
That's right. Legacy IT is a big reason for that. We obviously recommend that replacement of legacy IT best defends against the threat, but there are some agencies that need to operate legacy IT, and then we recommend compensating controls to assist them manage the risk while they're on transition to replace that legacy IT.
And then finally on that survey, are you engaging with government to try and encourage them to get the infrastructure spend necessary to meet Essential 8, which seems to me one of those fundamental cybersecurity targets?
Yes, Senator, we do that, but the notion that government can eradicate and replace all legacy technology is not practicable.
Oh, no, I watched the New South Wales Police Force try and replace a 30-year-old piece of... it was sad to watch.
So it is a feature of both government life, but also most private entities will have some form of legacy technology.
Yeah,
and so we focus actually on giving advice about how to mitigate legacy technology. There are controls that cannot eradicate, but can certainly mitigate.
You can isolate, you can put protections around them.
You can increase monitoring. There's a variety of things you can do.
And you can meet Essential 8 even with legacy technology if you do those kinds of work. So it's not of itself a reason to fail.
Yeah, that's correct, Senator. I would also say that we are constantly assessing the way in which we are making achievement of the maturity levels practicable and risk-focused rather than compliance-focused. And that requires effort on our part too, to provide opportunities for other mitigations, not strict technical compliance.
All right. I might just, because of time, I might ask you to take this on notice. Part of the survey also found that whilst most entities provide annual cybersecurity training, fewer than half provide them to the most important members of their team, who are the privileged users. Can you on notice provide your understanding about why that's happening and what you're intending to do to make sure that the most critical people on the team, the privileged users, are actually getting trained?
Yeah, I can certainly do that.
You mentioned the issue about quantum attacks. There's deep concern amongst parts of the community about what they might look like, what that means in terms of retaining the digital security, especially of small and medium enterprises who seem the most at risk. What are you doing to help particularly small and medium enterprises meet that quantum risk?
Do you mean the risk of...
quantum attacks?
Well, quantum as in a cryptographically relevant computer that can break encryption.
Indeed.
It has been a focal activity for at least the last 12 months. We've been focusing on 4 what we call big moves to try and reduce the messages that we are sending to industry. The best thing actually that smaller businesses can do is to ensure that the vendors that they are utilising have moved to the post-quantum cryptographically relevant algorithms. We have been engaging with ASX firms, financial firms, the payment systems and large vendors to ensure that they are on track to meet the Five Eyes guidelines for transition, which is a transition date of 2030.
Yeah, there doesn't seem as much concern about that part of the economy and the big financial spaces, the transactions. Obviously, it's a concern that needs to be addressed, but there do seem to be actions being taken. The risk that's been repeatedly raised with my office is small and medium businesses. And I suppose, where do they go to find information, and what's your strategy for communicating that information to the million-odd businesses across the country?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. So just on your point around small businesses, to the DG's point, there are significant providers in the technology sector that are already using quantum-resistant cryptography, so companies like Google, AWS, Cloudflare, Apple, Signal, IBM and the likes, and that information is available in the public domain.
But
in terms of where else the
Doonside Accountancy Proprietary Limited.
Sure. So they on cyber.gov.au we've done a range of advice that can assist small businesses. We've published 3 quantum tech primers since December 2025, one being an overview of what the threat is and what organisations should think about, one being about computing and the other around communications. We have also asked small businesses in 2026 through our Cyber Action Year campaigns that we've been running to really focus on identifying and understanding the assets that they are using that will need to be marked for transition and start developing a plan now. It doesn't have to be fully migrated over right now, but they need to be aware of where those systems are and start to implement a plan.
Yeah. I mean, I think this is good. You've got to start somewhere, but really asking a a small business to identify what parts of their IT infrastructure, their databases are vulnerable, I mean, they won't have the skills to make that initial assessment. Does it identify where they should go to find that kind of assessment?
Well, and on our small business hub on cyber.gov.au, there is a range of advice around choosing secure and verifiable technologies. So when small businesses are implementing technology in their environments, thinking about those entities I just mentioned that have quantum resistant capability already, as well as secure by design environments as well.
Thank you. And I just note the time, and I think there's another quick agency to deal with. Palantir, you did have Palantir contracts.
Yes, Senator.
Can you describe when they came on? And I think they've ceased, is that right?
That's correct, Senator.
What was the rationale for ceasing the Palantir contracts?
Well, the contract came to its natural end, Senator. I think through the Oz tender records will reveal 6 contracts with Palantir commencing 2019, concluding 2024.
And is Palantir software still running on ASD systems?
No, Senator.
So that's all been removed?
Yes,
Was that
Senator.
at the end of the contract?
Yes. And I might, just for clarity, ASD systems are air-gapped systems. No Palantir employee has access to ASD systems.
All right. I have some additional questions about panels and the like regarding panels, but I will put them on notice, just given the time. Thanks for your time tonight.
Thanks a lot. I don't believe any other senators have questions. No? Okay. Well, on that case, thank you again to ASD. Good to see you. We're now going to suspend again, and we'll have the Defence Housing Australia come up to the table. Sorry? Way past bedtime. Yes, it is certainly. I now welcome the Managing Director of Defence Housing Australia and officers of the agency. Good to see you, Mr. Jaggers. Now, did you have an opening statement this evening?
Good evening, Chair and Senators. No, I don't.
Sorry, I'll just get your microphone turned up. What was it?
Yeah, Senator, Chair, I don't have an opening statement. Thank you.
You don't? Okay, excellent. Now, I think the Deputy Chair will kick off with some questions, and then I think Senator Lambie.
Yes, thank you. And given the time, I'll make the questions pretty brief. I don't know whether you have any data on the homeowners, how many currently serving members of the ADF are homeowners, renters, or have investment properties?
Senator, we can probably answer some of that. It can certainly outline the number of properties that we're providing, and we've got some data on the number of, I think, the broader number of homeowners in particular regions. I think Mr. West might.
Just the homeowners rent, not the houses that you're providing, but the homeowners, renters, and yeah.
Yeah. So we don't administer the homeowner schemes for government. We do have detail about the number of members who are receiving rental allowance, because we administer the rental allowance program for government. So there's about 16,000 members who receive rental allowance that the DHA assists with. So 16,000 I don't have the exact number in front of me. I'll just see if one of my team does, but there are about 16,000 members through rental allowance in the private market. We also are supporting Defence through booking living accommodation, which is the on-base accommodation, which is about 16,900 of those arrangements per annum. And we are obviously providing housing for about 30% of ADF members, and about 30% are getting rental allowance through the schemes that we assist Defence administer, which is the 16,000 I referred to.
Okay.
In terms of leased properties and properties that we're providing, the number's 17,700 properties that we're providing to members directly.
Okay. And that comes back through they pay that through the rental allowance?
There's a different system for houses that we're providing directly. So that's an arrangement where Defence pays DHA and a contribution is made by Defence members to Defence directly.
All right. And do you keep any data on how many ADF members purchase a home in one location, but then because they're relocated to another post, they have to rent that house out? Do you
I don't think that's
follow any of
data that we have. I'll just check with the team. Mr. Jorgensen is saying no.
Okay.
No, so we don't have that data set.
All right, that's fine. Look, I'm going to cut to the chase here. I'm just wondering whether Defence advocated to Treasury on behalf of its members that are renting or, looking to get into a home, etc., given the significant tax changes that have come in, the changes to CGT, changes to negative gearing. We've heard a lot about the impact on home ownership. We've seen a lot of the modelling that has come through on the impact of rents, and we're just wondering whether Defence advocated for an exemption for the ADF members.
Senator, when a policy is put together, as you probably know, at this scale it would go through a cabinet process, and so it's not possible for people to speak about the individual contributions that their ministers or their departments may have made as part of cabinet consideration.
So you're saying that before that cabinet decision was made, the Defence Minister did not speak with your organisation, your agency, about whether perhaps there should be an exemption?
Senator Collins, that's not what I said. I don't know if you heard my answer, but I'll repeat it. It's not possible for officials to speak with you about the processes of the cabinet decision-making process.
All right, I misunderstood what you said.
Understood, okay, great.
All right, but did you, obviously, you heard the decision, the tax changes. Have you now advocated for exemptions to the Defence Minister, or have there been discussions with the Defence Minister about the impact on the currently serving ADF members?
So, Senator, Defence Housing Australia is a government business enterprise, so we're very much a service agency that's providing services for Defence members and the Defence Force. We're not a policy agency, and we don't provide policy advice to government outside the provision of housing that we do directly. Okay. So we wouldn't expect to have an opportunity to be providing input into policy.
All right. In terms of the rental allowance that you do give to the 16,000 members, would you be thinking about the impact of the tax changes to the rental allowance that you're going to have to give to the ADF members?
So again, as a service agency, we're not setting the rental allowance rates or the reimbursements that members get back or support that they get back from the Department of Defence. But we are administering that scheme. So I think those questions would be a matter for Defence. From a DHA perspective, obviously we're considered what impacts of any changes in the property market make to our business and the services that we provide.
Yeah. Because you do provide houses as well, and you would have to purchase those houses first to be able to do those leased back arrangements that you mentioned before.
So we have a range of ways of getting houses to provide services for members. One of them is that we purchase homes or build housing. We also lease houses from the private sector, and so when there's changes in the market, all of those those matters sort of flow through and will impact in different ways in different sectors of the market. So,
and you have looked at the impact?
Well, the changes to the taxation system are fairly recent, so we've been considering those impacts. We're fortunate that we have a range of products, and we also have products that encourage investors to purchase new homes and lease to DHA, and so some of the changes will have positive impacts on our ability to acquire homes, and others will have other impacts. But we're working through that, and at this stage, we're not observing any early impacts of those changes.
But you will be monitoring it?
Yeah, absolutely, yes.
Yeah. Okay. With the introduction of the build to rent, is Defence exploring partnerships with institutional investors to create dedicated ADF rental property precincts rather than relying on the traditional individual investor sale and leaseback model?
Sorry, Senator, would you mind just repeating that question?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just racing through. I'm just conscious that Jackie has, Senator Lambie has questions as well, so I'm just going to race through this question. And
yes.
If we need to put it on notice, we will. With the introduction of build to rent, is Defence exploring partnerships with institutional investors to create dedicated ADF rental precincts?
Look, I might ask Mr West to respond to that question.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Shane West, Executive General Manager Property. So we have done some work exploring that option with institutional investors, large super funds in particular, to get an understanding about what their appetite is for the provision of housing for ADF, dedicated to ADF members. It's not something that we are actively pursuing at the moment. I think the model that we have where the investor is typically a mum and dad investor, and the charging arrangements that we have is based on market rent is the way that we are proceeding at the moment, but it's something that we've kind of got a watching brief on.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, excuse me, sorry about that. Thanks, Deputy Chair. Now, Senator Lambie, can you hear us?
Thank you. I won't keep you long. Thank you for staying behind. Is that Married Quarter rent, what does that go up each year? What does that go up percentage? I just can't remember. It was years and years ago. Does that go on a set percentage, or does that go up with something? How do you work your Married Quarter rent each on an annual basis?
Let me just ask Mr Jorgensen to respond to that.
Senator Brett Jorgensen, Executive General Manager, Service Delivery. Members pay a contribution towards their service residents to Defence, and Defence update that contribution amount annually. DHA does provide some information on rental changes, rental valuation changes on properties from year to year to Defence, and then Defence uses that information to update the contribution rate.
Oh, okay. How much has that gone up over the last 3 or 4 years? Have you got that just off the top of your head? I mean, I don't want to keep you, but what does that look like over the last 3 or 4 years?
I think
Is that like a 2 or 3% increase, or?
Yeah, I don't have it at my fingertips, Senator, but we could certainly take that on notice.
Yeah, we might take that on notice, Senator, if that's okay.
That's fine, okay.
So we contribute to those, but Defence sets the rates, but we obviously administer it, so we'll be able to track down the detail for you.
Yeah, I just want to see if it's been staying at a steady. I mean, I understand it's got to go up like everything else. Just check to see how steady that is. And the same with the guys that are living out. Obviously, they're not under your control, but you're the private rentals, the deal that they're doing, because you administer that as well.
Yes,
correct?
So, and like the married service residences for couples and married members, the rental allowance also gets annually adjusted, and we have input into that process by providing data on rental movements.
And did I hear you correctly that you're in charge of the accommodation in the lines now? You guys, is that correct?
Senator, I can probably answer that one. Brett Jorgensen.
Yeah.
We administer a booking system for the living in accommodation.
Oh, okay.
So we've got an online system to help Defence book their accommodation.
Now, Senator, just so you know, it is 11 o'clock.
I have one more question.
I was going to ask if you had a handful. I'll allow it.
No, just one more. I just want to go on to the Defence estates. Only a couple of very quick questions with it.
Just very quick.
Thank you. Just with the defence estate, guys, I'm sure you've looked at, I think, 67 of them that they're looking at obviously selling off, getting rid of. Do you have any married quarters attached? Do you have any married quarters attached to those 67 facilities that where people are working at those facilities and those married quarters? And if so, are you going to have to sell those married quarters off? What's the go? Are you caught in that defence estate stuff with your married quarters?
So with the accommodation on base, that's generally owned by the Department of Defence. In some cases we will build it, but it's generally not owned by us, even though we look after it and manage the system of accommodation. But I might just ask Mr Jorgensen if he's got some further detail.
Yes, Senator, there is a few of those properties that Defence is looking to divest that have married quarters on them or service residences on them. For example, Victoria Barracks has a small number of service residences on that site.
So you just sell them and put them back into your stock? Is that what happens? Is that a problem for you guys? How does that work?
Yeah, longer term we'd look at rebalancing our stock, and as those members post out, we could give those properties back to Defence to give a vacant site.
Oh, okay. Okay, sorry, so some of these married quarters are actually on the base. Some of these married quarters are on the base?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, I think
Senator,
we're just referring to accommodation on base. So there's a small number of those that are involved in the state order. But what we would do typically, if there's a reduction in housing on base, we would look to provide further housing options off base for members.
Okay, just privately ones.
Jackie, your bed is physically closer than our beds, and it's 11:02.
Yeah.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you for that.
Well, we're assuming that she's in her bed. Like, we can't do that. Anyway, on that note, good to see you, Jack. On that note, thank you, everyone. That concludes today's proceedings. The committee is due to recommence its examination tomorrow with the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, with the non-trade folks. It's requested senators submit any written questions or notice by the 12th of June, and the committee has set the 24th of July as the date for the return of any answers to questions taken on notice. Thank you, Minister McAllister, and all the officers and other members of various agencies who have appeared today. Thank you, Hansard Broadcasting and the Secretariat, and I now declare this hearing adjourned.
Thanks, Jackie.